Good morning and welcome to the Humans to Mars Summit for 2024. We are just about to get started here at George Washington University in this beautiful venue, and we have an amazing day lined up for you. I'm Matt Kaplan. I am the Senior Communications Advisor for the Planetary Society, formerly the host of Planetary Radio, our popular podcast and public radio series, which I have backed away from, but still very active in the society, and absolutely thrilled to be back here with you for H2M. I hope you have joined us before. If you have not, you are in for a very pleasant surprise if you are as much of a space enthusiast, a space geek, if you'll pardon the expression, as everybody who's going to be here over the next couple of days. We have a really terrific lineup for you. It's worth saying again. Beginning this morning with some terrific people from NASA, including NASA Associate Administrator Jim Free. That'll all be starting on the stage that you can probably see up there behind me. But our sponsor today, the people who make H2M happen, is Explore Mars. And we're going to be hearing from several people in the Explore Mars leadership team, beginning right now with Tiffany Vora, Dr. Tiffany Vora. Tiffany, welcome and congratulations on being the very first person we get to talk to over the next couple of days.
Good morning, Matt. I'm absolutely delighted to be here in DC with you and all these great friends for the 2024 Humans to Mars Summit.
Absolutely. You are a vice president in charge of, is it innovative partnerships?
Innovation partnerships, yeah. So it's so easy when we think about space to focus on the rockets, right? They're the giant things that blow up. Mm-hmm. But there's so much more that goes into building a sustainable and thriving human presence on Mars. So my job is to help us take a look at the various technology domains that are going to bring us there. But more than the technology, Matt, it's about the people and the organizations and the community that are going to be such a big part about getting us to Mars in the 2030s.
And you're a terrific choice for that because of your background, which maybe we can get into in a minute or two. I also want to say that you're going to be stepping in for somebody who has always been a perennial favorite here at H2M, the former president of Explore Mars, now the director of education. We found out that Janet Ivey of Janet's Planet can't be with us today, and Janet has always brought such energy and delight to H2M as she does to everything else. And I know that she was also looking forward to being here with some students. And you're going to spend some time, I guess, with those students who are participants in the H2M.
That's right. Janet is such a special light in this community. There's no way I can step into her shoes, but I'll bring my own shoes to the party. And yes, I'm absolutely delighted to be leaning in and getting to interact with the students, the author of A Case on Mars, and some other folks on Janet's behalf.
So it strikes me that focus on people, as I said, it's right up your alley because of your background and what you bring to this. Talk a little bit about your background and how that led you to becoming the VP in that area.
Sure. So I'm actually a molecular biologist by training. I grew up in Florida, standing outside in my backyard watching shuttle launches. That now you know exactly how old I am. And so I grew up in the space community. And then when I was in graduate school, I actually went and did 3 analog Mars missions with the Mars Society. So I had this great love of space, but I was really a biologist in my heart. I still am. Fast forward to the pandemic when I started getting some phone calls from some old friends saying, hey, are you still interested in that space thing? And I was like, yes, of course I'm still interested in that space thing. So from my home in Silicon Valley, I started reconnecting with the space community. Now, my background, the work that I do in Silicon Valley is I work with disruptive technologies. My particular focus is the biotechnologies and everything that biotech touches. That's why I'll be speaking later tomorrow about synthetic biology and how it could help us with a Mars mission. But really, any type of disruptive technology, exponential technologies, AI, computing, quantum, robotics, a whole bunch of these various things, new types of materials. That's something I'm really interested in. So I'm bringing that very broad view here to the Explore Mars community. And living in Silicon Valley, I'm very close to the investment ecosystem as well as the startup ecosystem. So the primes and governments and traditional space agencies are super important players in the space community. But I think thanks to new space, there's also roles for more investors and innovators and startups and students and folks looking to see what are the jobs of tomorrow going to be.
And in every field.
In every field, that's right, because life for space makes life on Earth better starting today. And I'm really excited to be leaning into that role for Explore Mars.
I want to go back to what you said right up front about so much of the focus is on rockets, how we're going to get there, just the mechanics, the hardware. But there's so much more to getting to Mars. In fact, we're going to hear today from Kelly Weinersmith. She and her husband, Zach, I had them on our book club at the Planetary Society not long ago, who've written A City on Mars, which is a book that has stirred up a lot of controversy because they said there are going to be a lot of challenges other than just building the rockets to get us there, which we've just about got now. And you mentioned synthetic biology. Why are areas like that going to be so useful, maybe even vital, if we're going to thrive on the red planet?
Because living on Mars is going to be hard. It's cold, it's dark. The environment is not one that we evolved for. I try not to make it too anthropomorphic and say space is trying to kill us, but that's a short way to sum it up. Yeah. And so there's so much more when we think about what is the future of humans going to be off Earth. We don't want it to be this sci-fi dystopian just surviving and grinding through for whatever reason. I envision a community of people that are really thriving off Earth. And in order to do that, you've got to have good food, you've got to have good water, you've got to be comfortable, your body has to be healthy. There's so many pieces to it. Eventually, there should be space families if we're really thinking about self-sustaining communities off Earth. And so I really appreciated A City on Mars for saying over and over, no, it's really not very romantic living on Mars. So let's all see what we can do to make that as good as it possibly can be for those humans of the future.
And I'm sure when we hear from Kelly Weinersmith, who's going to be delivering a presentation at lunch here at the summit this year, that she and Zach are still big fans of getting to Mars. They just want to make sure that we can at least survive, if not thrive. This is not your first H2M Summit. Why is this gathering important to you?
I love getting in a room with people who share values and a vision about the future, and people who believe in making the changes themselves, not just waiting for somebody else to step in. Elon, Jeff, any of these people, NASA, ESA, any of our traditional partners, but really want to lean in and say, you know what, hey, I've got an idea, or I've got some funding, or I've got a problem that needs solving. I want to be part of the solution. And to me, that's really what the Explore Mars community is all about.
And I think we're going to see plenty of evidence of that over the next couple of days. Thank you so much, Tiffany, and we'll be talking with you again.
Thank you so much, Matt.
And Tiffany will also be leading at least one. How many of the panels on stage do you have? I know you got one at least.
Yeah, I'm moderating one that I know about, but we'll see what happens. That's another exciting thing about Humans to Mars. It's a really exciting gathering where people lean in and share their ideas.
It's dynamic. Okay, I am told that we are pretty much ready to get started up on stage. You are in for, I'll say it again, a terrific lineup across the entire day, and we will be live with you all across that day. So I am going to throw it over to, I think, Chris, who is ready to introduce the current president of Explore Mars. That's Chris Carberry, who's the CEO of the organization. Chris?
Thank you, Matt. As Matt said, I'm Chris Carberry, CEO of Explore Mars, and welcome to the 2024 Humans to Mars Summit. Before I bring on our president, J.R. Edwards, just have a few announcements. First off, I'd like to thank all of our sponsors who we couldn't run this conference without. I'd like to thank Aerojet Rocketdyne and L3Harris Technologies Company. Draper Labs, National Institute of Aerospace is doing our webcast. Always do a spectacular job. Northrop Grumman, Collins Aerospace, and you see the Collins spacesuit right here. Ardbeg, Lockheed Martin, Boeing, MDA, Paragon, Advanced Space, Borderless Labs, Redwire, Honeybee Robotics, the Honorable Ed Perlmutter, Olson Wine, Allison Renault, as well as 2 Planet Species. So thank you very much for all your support for the Humans to Mars Summit. Just a few announcements. First off, if you haven't registered for our receptions and you still want to go, there's still some space. We have a reception at the Distilled Spirits Council of the United States at the bottom of Capitol Hill tonight. Wonderful tasting, taste-off between Ardbeg and Glenmorangie. So anybody who's a Scotch fan, you absolutely need to be here. You can purchase tickets over there. We also still have tickets tomorrow night for the closing reception, which will be upstairs where you just had your breakfast. And that'll also feature 3 wines from Greg Olson's winery in South Africa, a Shiraz, a Pinotage, and a Chardonnay. So hopefully you'll be able to come to that. Some additional announcements. There is Wi-Fi. So if you just go to GW Connect on your browsers and just follow the instructions, that's how you'll get there. It shouldn't be any problem, but let us know if you have any problems at all with that. If you haven't found them yet, there are restrooms downstairs. Just go down the steps and turn left. You should find the restrooms. For lunch, it's, fend for yourself. But there are plenty of places around. Across the street, there's the Western Market. That's actually right beside the building. There's the Western Market. In the Student Union building, there's a Panera Bread and lots of restaurants around the area, so you shouldn't have any problems. If you want to go to Mars Day on the Hill on Thursday and you haven't signed up, we'd still love more people. I'll be following up with people who have signed up today. It will probably arrange to meet everybody during lunch tomorrow to kind of go over some of the logistics. We'll be delivering materials to every member of Congress in a matter of 4 or 5 hours, so it's always a great event. Also, for Thursday morning, Tiffany Vore will be running this Mars Innovation Coffee Hour. It'll probably last more than an hour. We would love your participation, if you can be there, to do this brainstorming session, talk about the innovations required for sending humans to Mars and how they might impact Earth. So hopefully you'll be there. As you may know, we also have a book signing today. Kelly Weinersmith will be signing her book, A City on Mars. If you haven't purchased it yet, you need to purchase it on our registration site. That's one of the rules here at GW, the way we're doing it, but I hope you'll buy it, and she'll be signing them at lunch. Tomorrow, I will be signing my new book, The Music of Space, so you can purchase these on our website, on our registration site. A couple other things. There are some agenda changes. Just some quick agenda changes. So Jim Free, the Associate Administrator at NASA, will be actually at 10 o'clock today, and we'll be moving the break until 10:20. Jim, since he was at the launch attempt last night, is still in Florida, so that'll be a virtual interview that Joe Cassady will be doing. We are also, let's see, what's the other thing? We are also adding a session at the end of the day at 5 to 5:30 regarding commercial space. You may have noticed that NASA announced the program asking, I think it was 9 companies to suggest ways to, commercial ways of doing robotic Mars missions. So that'll be very exciting. That'll be at the end of the day. Let's see, anything else? I think that is it. So I'm going to bring on stage the president of Explore Mars, J.R. Edwards. J.R.
Thank you, Chris. Give me a second here. Welcome, everyone. As Chris mentioned, I am J.R. Edwards, and I'm pleased to serve as president of the board of directors for Explore Mars, Inc. We're so glad that you're with us today and over the next few days. We have a great lineup ahead. But first, I'll ask you to take a step back with me, a few steps back, about 10 years ago. You might remember these words. Within the limits of foreseeable technologies, there are a small number of places that humans can go beyond LEO, and only 2 that have a significant gravitational wells, the Moon and Mars. Mars is the farthest practical exploration horizon for the foreseeable future, the most distant goal that is consistent with human physiological limits with likely future technologies. Now, please continue with me. These words are really significant. Mars is a goal most compatible with the committee's enduring questions and the intrinsic fascination that Mars has held in the popular imagination for well over a century, and this makes it an attractive target. Such a program in any realistic funding scenario requires a sustained effort for several decades, and it would address the enduring questions. And so it began. That was section 1.6.1 of the National Academy's report about 10 years ago. And core to that report, particularly the sustainability focus, we, within Explore Mars, assume with great pride in furtherance of our grandest of visions and fulfillment of the greatest of human potential along our Moon, Mars, and beyond journey. We are highlighting and nurturing that Moon to Mars strategy. You're going to hear more about this. You'll hear more about the Moon, Mars, and beyond focus. Yes, we are Explore Mars. We're a critical part of that picture, but we celebrate that entire spectrum. We are considering and setting the technical and societal architectures and all elements associated with these concepts. We are advocating for the essential national and sustained investment required. We celebrate the policymakers, the diplomats, the government officials. We celebrate industry, entrepreneurs, investors, and visionaries. We celebrate the role of academia and research organizations. And we are spotlighting international partnerships, even as we celebrate global citizens who raise their voices in support of this great journey. Years ahead, when, and I say again, when, humans reach other planetary destinations, we in this room and those joining us and our progeny will look back on this era and know that our great achievements can be traced back to the individuals in this community. Now, also from the National Academy's report, I'd like to speak to you just briefly about its innovation focus. But first, for this and for the board, for our community of communities that explore Mars, we celebrate you, we thank you on behalf of all of us. I welcome you to 2 days of exciting discussions and presentations that will advance our journey. Now, these are the innovation words from the report. Given the magnitude of the technical and physiological challenges, should the nation decide to embark on a human exploration program whose horizon goal is Mars, NASA would need to begin to focus right away on the high priority research and technology investments that would develop the capabilities required for human surface exploration of Mars. So to speak to us on this topic, and related topics of innovation, we're very, very pleased to have with us today from NASA headquarters, Dr. Prasun Desai. Dr. Desai serves as the Deputy Associate Administrator of the Space Technology Mission Directorate. In this role, he supports executive leadership, overall strategic planning and direction, and effective management for all elements of the space technology programs executed under STMD's $1.2 billion budget. Dr. Desai, welcome to Explore Mars.
I hope everyone can hear me fine. So it's my pleasure to be here. It's been a while since I've been back to campus here. I am an alma mater of George Washington University. I did my master's, right, through George Washington. So certainly great to be here and look forward to the conversation that's going to happen over the next few days. In the morning here, I'm just going to tease a few things that you will hear throughout the rest of the next activities that are going to go on today and subsequently on some of the things that we're doing. As you heard earlier in the morning just talking about that there are a lot of challenges to do a human Mars mission. We are doing a lot, but we have a lot more to do. And I'm going to give you a little flavor of some of the things that we are doing and areas that we want to go and do subsequent things that we need to get done to make a round-trip mission to Mars, human mission to Mars, possible going forward. With that, one of the things that you know that a lot of it has to do with operating with humans in destinations further and further away from what we're comfortable with. Especially on terrestrial, on being on the Earth, but we've now experiencing for a long time now with living off world, right? On the ISS. So doing operations, activities, human studies in the ISS. But that's just the first step, right? And we're trying to push further into the solar system from that perspective. And so there's, with Artemis, we're going back to the moon. And part of the aspects of going back to the moon is we're learning a lot of the things that we need as we go further into the solar system for longer journeys that will be eventually to Mars. And so there's a lot of robotic and human operations at the moon that will help prepare us for these first missions to Mars. Long duration, zero-G aspects of things, crew size, as you see in a couple of these charts here, crew size, autonomous vehicles on the surface, operating in consort with each other and coordination with the other. So there's a lot of autonomy aspects that we need to figure out how to go about doing. Whenever human civilizations have pushed forward, the thing that we need always to start off with is power, because power is limiting for what everything we need to do thereafter, right? And so there are many different capabilities that we need for power generation, right? And so the moon will be a great area for us to test out some of these aspects. More of the traditional solar power that we can do, but on the moon, 14 days you can get the solar power, the other 14 you can't. So we're looking to find more long-term aspects of power and fission surface power aspects, and I'll talk a little bit about that. And then as we go further to make these endeavors more sustainable going forward, how can we use the resources that are there to produce the consumables that we need, be it for human consumption, water or oxygen, or resources that we can use to help with the infrastructure that we want to lay down on the ground there, be it metals or other aspects, propellant obviously for doing other things. And so in situ resource utilization is another area big that we're talking about doing, and we'll talk, I'll share a couple of slides and some of the areas that we're looking to make happen. Of course, autonomy is going to go through all of this. In order to be able to operate these systems in long distances, we certainly can't do it by remote control with the time lags. Moon is not as bad, but at Mars, it's at least 10 minutes each way. And so autonomy has to be the core of how we operate all these systems going forward. So another area we're going forward with. I will leave you with a teaser with the last chart that I have, which is how you can help us identify which are the priority things that we need to work on and help the investments going forward. But some of these things that I mentioned we're working on, we're planning to do something very much in the near term, and our future planning, we will look to you to help prioritize what those things are, and I'll come back to that on my last chart. Let me start off with, as I said, we're doing a lot now. We have a lot more to go in a lot of the challenges that we have to overcome. And here are just a few items that we have done in very relatively short number of years. The video that you see here is an inflatable decelerator that we could use to land heavy payloads on Mars. Right now, we can land about 1.5 metric tons on the surface of Mars, robotic system, right, with the Perseverance and Curiosity type rovers. If we want to send humans on the surface, we've got to be able to land 20 metric tons, at least. A big difference in capability that we're looking to do. This is one potential technology that allows us to provide the drag to be able to land something that heavy, right? So this was demonstrated in partnership with ULA of an inflatable decelerated device that can be compact and packed into a shroud of a launch vehicle. And so this was a demonstration a little over a year ago, year and a half ago, off of a piggybacking off of a launch. So trying to do it in a sustainable and cost-effective manner. So we were a ride share in this lofted mission. Worked flawlessly. You can reach out on our website, Space Tech at NASA, and get more information on how that went, right? And also look at reaching out to the guys at Langley that made that happen. To the right of that is Capstone, is a small spacecraft that's in orbit right now in the halo orbit that it's going to be at the moon that Gateway is going to be in. So it's doing the navigation, timing, operations in that environment right now to help do risk reduction for Gateway as we go towards further away from low Earth orbit and geostationary orbits going there. It has worked very well. We've learned a lot from that perspective. It is doing a lot of communications activities as well while it's in that orbit. And now we're in the process of doing extended operations as it's achieved its initial success there. Moving on, the ROSA arrays. These are compact, lightweight, higher power solar arrays that we're looking to employ on various systems. This one is showing, the picture there showing astronauts replacing the solar arrays on the space station. However, they've already been deployed onto the DART mission that went to an asteroid, collided with an asteroid. They are going to power Gateway as we go further towards cislunar operations. They're also commercially available now for commercial vehicles to use that. So being used continuously in many different applications going forward. Powering that Gateway to its orbit, this rectilinear orbit around the moon, is a solar propulsion. 12.5 kilowatt highest power thrusters that we're in development right now. They're going through final testing. Going very well. That's an actual real picture, unlike some of the ones that may be artist renditions. We replaced it very recently with an actual picture. That is being tested at NASA Glenn in the test chamber there. Working very well. Again, type of a propulsion system that could be one of the solutions to sending humans on a three-way journey to Mars using the type of architecture that we still are looking to define. Next to that is MOXIE on Mars. There was a ISRU experiment to be able to produce consumables on another planet, another body, in fact, turning the carbon dioxide into oxygen on the surface of the moon. It's worked very well. It's gone through 16 cycles. The mission is, its demo is over. Being able to show initial aspects of how we can live off the land as we send humans further and further into the solar system using the local resources available. On the bottom line, just to quickly go through it, one of the aspects that we partnered in with the DARPA is to do a high advanced propulsion system of a nuclear thermal rocket called Draco. We are planning to do that demonstration in space in the next couple of years. This is one potential candidate for a Mars transportation architecture system. The agency hasn't decided on a Mars architecture system yet. We're still going through many trades, but here's one option along with the solar propulsion that you see there, as well as nuclear propulsion and chemical as possibilities. So we're doing a lot of the tech development to enable the capabilities to be ready so that once we decide how we want to go through all the different capability areas, we have the technologies in hand that can be infused into the various systems for the missions going forward. And then the last two I'll just mention, the deep space optical communication system. This is deep space communications at a higher bandwidth than typical radio frequency that we use. It is currently on the Psyche spacecraft, about 200 million kilometers from Earth here. It is working flawlessly at that distance of shooting an optical laser beam onto terminals on mountains in California. Hard to believe at that distance you can do that precision pointing to be able to do high bandwidth communications going there. So as we send astronauts potentially to a Mars mission in the future, we can provide the data that's necessary, video back and forth from that distances from there. And lastly, a lot of technologies, and here's one of them, to be able to make the landings more precise, more robust, is navigation Doppler LiDAR. I put this on there is because it was on the IM Intuitive Machines first landing on the moon. Testing out landing technologies, where it helped to get precision velocity and position estimates as it was landing, which it was actually supposed to be only a tech demo, but it was put in line during the descent, and it worked very well and flawlessly. So here are just some of the things that we're working on now, but there's many more that we need to make this human mission as safe as possible and as sustainable as possible, going to farther distances beyond geo and lunar low Earth orbit, but going to the moon and Mars from there. So we're guided by the blueprint objectives that were Moon to Mars blueprint objectives that were the agency put out last year. The objectives from there fall into 4 categories of science, transportation and habitation, operations, and lunar and Mars infrastructure. We in space tech I was asked to lead the lunar and Mars infrastructure aspects of it. So we're doing a lot of the technology development to enable that infrastructure on the surface from power, communications, mobility, those aspects that you need before you can do anything else. And so we're guided by the goals that are outlined. And so if you go to this document, you will see how those objectives are laid out, both for Moon and Mars, and how we plan to try to address those objectives in a phased manner. So it allows for initial operations, more sustained operations, and then long-term stays on the Moon, as well as on Mars as we go forward. And so it is a great way to get an understanding of all the things that we're looking to do on the Moon and Mars through this architecture that will be a blueprint for how we go about making investments going forward. Couple of the areas that I will talk to you about is investments that need to happen starting now so that they would be ready in the time frames that we're looking to have their use. One is continuous power on whatever body you're on. Fission surface power in particular, here is a picture, artist rendition of one on the lunar surface. We know that because of the lunar geometry, orbital dynamics, 14 days of sunlight, 14 days of darkness. And so to have continuous power, we need some other systems than solar aspects to be able to do that. We're also looking to go into permanently shadowed regions, in the south polar regions, for example, where sunlight is even harder, even in beyond that 14-day cycle back and forth. And so continuous power aspects of it. This is one technology that we have started to work to develop the capability so that it would be available for not only lunar operations, but eventually going on to Mars for the applications that will be there. And so the Moon will serve as a proving ground as we go towards those systems for Mars. Shortly after this panel, I am on a flight to go to the NETS conference in Santa Fe, talking about nuclear technology for space applications. And so here is a perfect example of how we're trying to leverage a lot of terrestrial capability in a more innovative way to try to do it for space applications as we go forward. Beyond the power, which we need to start off doing anything, talking about in situ resource utilization. As I said, as we go further, we want to do it in a sustainable manner that we can try to leverage resources that are local, so we don't have to bring them with us. Makes the infrastructure necessary for us all to bring at a much more reduced than we have to otherwise. And so developing, creating, manufacturing in the local environment is what we're looking to do. On the Moon, we certainly can try to do that through the regolith and what we believe there is water deposits in the Aitken Basin area, right? And so we're making investments, doing early missions. So on the Intuitive Machine's second launch coming up, we have a prime drill that's going to characterize the lunar regolith in terms of the characterization of water concentration in there to look at if we do ISRU in terms of a water process, how would that help to be able to do that? You can produce oxygen from the lunar regolith into a different process. So we're investing in multiple avenues to figure out how we can use those resources regardless of water-wise or regolith-wise. You can also create a lot of metals from the regolith. And so the process for doing those aspects of it, so that we can build and use those metals without having to bring them from Earth in terms of a logistics operations aspect of it. And so making use of that. Our strategy is to try to do some initial demos of both of those processes for in-situ resource utilization, reaching to a pilot plant of trying to create, hundreds, if not a metric ton type of consumables that are going from there after these initial demonstrations. In order to do that power plant, we need a power source. And this is where the fission surface power aspect comes into it, to be able to power systems like this so that we can create the types of capabilities that are necessary for these sustained operations, be it on the moon or eventually going to Mars. So here are a couple of things. I showed you some of the things we've done, some of the things we are planning to do now, but how you can engage with us to help determine the investment priorities that we're going forward. Right now, it is open. If you go to spacetechpriorities.org, where you can go in there and help identify and rank and rate 187 shortfalls that we have defined for what we need in order to be able to go further from the low Earth orbit out into the solar system. They are not all Moon to Mars related. There are others out there too, but there's 187 that we have identified in this initial set. We would like you to go in there and rate it. It'll take about an hour, a little less than an hour, to be able to go do that. To help figure out what the community feels are the highest priority things in terms of shortfalls that we need to overcome so it can enable the types of missions that we want to do. It will be open to the end of this week, and I hope you take the advantage of this opportunity where you can be a voice in how we can make some of these capabilities come to fruition and the timing of them, so that we can enable what this Moon to Mars summit is trying to do, is eventually getting to humans to Mars aspect of it, right? There is some accompanying documents with this that will give you a better description of each shortfall if you want to do that as a companion document as you're doing this ranking. So please do take the time to respond, because we think it will be very valuable to us to see what the community is thinking and be able to decide on the best course of action going forward with the investments that need to be made to enable human mission to Mars as we go forward. I will just sum up with the aspects of there are a number of other launches that are occurring using intuitive machines, astrobotics, Firefly, that we are going to leverage in the very near term to do some additional technology development on those flights for figuring out how to live and operate further from the solar system. And I ask you to stay tuned with those, and with this opportunity of providing feedback on the shortfalls, look to work with you all that Space Tech can help push some of the capabilities that are necessary to enable the human to Mars missions as we all are looking to envision to happen. With that, I'll be happy to take a question or two if there's time available, and we can go from there. Thank you. Yes.
For your de-accelerator, what TRL would you say it's at right now?
I'm sorry, for the what?
To land on Mars with the inflatable heat shield, what TRL is it at now?
I would say it is roughly in the 4.5 to 5-ish type of number there. One of the nice things post that lofted demonstration is in partnership with ULA again and Langley, NASA Langley. They are looking to scale that up to a much larger descent payload capability of almost 30 to 40 metric tons type of thing for recovery of the first stage engines, the Vulcan engines on the ULA launch vehicle. And so here we are looking to make, through this process, that demonstration is leading to a commercial activity that we can use near term, but that also gets to the scale we need to be able to do at Mars, right? And so we're trying to tee up stepping stones that allow for many of these capabilities, not waiting for whenever the Mars missions to happen, but we can actually use them for terrestrial applications, and vice versa. They go back and forth to help further the Mars endeavor. So we started with trying to do something on Mars. We're helping terrestrial applications, and those terrestrial applications will help even push the capabilities to get further in the TRL for Mars. So how are we looking at that? Okay, let's go.
For efficient surface power, one of the things that was talked about in some recent MTAS studies and also in the ACR 23 is that it's pretty heavy and it's a lot of weight. So how are we looking at kind of scaling that down to make it more modular to apply for surface applications?
Yeah, so that's certainly a challenge in terms of mass of the fission power system. We intend to still have it as modular as we can, but it will be delivered as an intact unit, right, from that perspective. And so we do need landing capabilities that allow for that mass allocation to be able to do that. So it is not piece parts where someone's going to bolt those pieces together. We're trying to avoid a lot of on-surface operations in that perspective, but we will be looking to try to make them as modular as we can within certain capability limits that we would have, either operationally or delivery aspects of it, right, from there. So it is not something that we would do from a Lego aspect, though, right, building up from there. Right? Yeah.
Thank you. Just stop.
Yeah, okay.
Very informative. Thank you for coming. All right, well, thank you. Fascinating talk. And so now we're going to go on to another exciting topic. As we know, Artemis 1 launched successfully over a year ago right now. And we have several Artemis coming up over the next few years. We're going to be landing on the moon, orbiting the moon next, landing on the moon by the end of the decade in the next few years. And to give us an overview of this is Mike Sarafin, who is the Artemis mission manager with the Moon to Mars Program Office. Mike's been at NASA for over 30 years. Prior to his current position, he was the flight director for Ryan ISS and Space Shuttle at JSC. So he's had an extraordinary career at NASA over the last 30 years. So ladies and gentlemen, Mike Sarafin.
All right, good morning, folks. Thanks for having me here at the George Washington. I've been asked to talk about the initial tests of the Artemis program, Artemis 1 through 5. So I'll briefly walk you through the capabilities and then the missions that we're going to accomplish and the objectives that we're going to accomplish with those. And that'll take us through the rest of this decade. So with that, if we could cue a video real quick. Try this over? Or?
Yeah, we're going to try this over. We're going to give you some sound with it this time.
Okay.
It is a much more effective video.
It happens to the best of us, folks, so sorry. Took 3 launch attempts to get to Artemis 1 here. We'll see if we can get it on the third shot. If not, we'll just go into the briefing. Do we want to just head into the briefing while you guys are working the sound? Yeah, please. Okay. All right. So let's start with the capabilities on the chart there. We've got quite a bit of capability that is either in production or in the early stages of development. And just be patient with us as we produce first-time elements here. We've got the Space Launch System rocket, which is uniquely capable of carrying crew and cargo and sending it on to the point of translunar injection in one launch. That's the Space Launch System. We will upgrade that as we go throughout the manifest, and we will have a larger version that we bring on board with our fourth mission with an enhanced upper stage. The Orion spacecraft is capable of carrying crew up out of the Earth's atmosphere as well as returning them back. It's the only element that has an abort system on it if something were to happen during the launch phase, as well as a heat shield to bring our crew home safely. All the other elements are spacefaring, but they don't have the ability to transport crew in and out of the Earth's atmosphere. The human landing system, we have two providers, SpaceX and Blue Origin, with very distinct designs that will take crew after they get to a lunar orbit down to the surface of the moon and then back up and sustain them when they're on the surface for roughly a week. I'll combine on this chart the surface operations suits and surface mobility. Once we get down to the surface, we'll perform moonwalks with suits provided by one of two providers, either Axiom or Collins. And then a rover will provide us an extended transport on the surface to extend our radius from the lander. We'll initially have an unpressurized rover and then have a pressurized rover that will essentially serve as a pressurized laboratory to go around the surface of the moon. In the upper corner, you'll see Gateway. It is a lunar outpost. It will be essentially a space station, a first-time space station in the orbit of the moon that will extend human presence and human stay, initially for up to 30 days. We will build that out through a series of missions, some of which will be launched on uncrewed vehicles, and then other elements will be launched on the Space Launch System with an Orion crew. And then we have a fair amount of ground infrastructure, the space communications and navigation systems that are used to provide command, telemetry, video, and voice so that we can understand the health and status of the spacecraft, provide instructions to it, as well as return video and voice from the crew when they're up there, and then simply to share the missions as they're occurring with all of you. And then the exploration ground systems, that's where the rubber meets the road in terms of assembling and launching all of the Space Launch System and Orion capabilities. And then eventually the Starship will launch out of the Kennedy Space Center off of 39A. We'll launch SLS, or we have launched SLS off of 39B. And then the surface infrastructure, that is additional capabilities that we'll build out over time to enhance our ability to navigate and communicate. So those are the elements. Now I'll walk you through how they're applied to each of the missions. Artemis 1 was our test flight about 1.5 years ago of the uncrewed Orion and the Space Launch System rocket, the first time flight of those elements, and we sent them into a very challenging lunar orbit, and I'll talk more about that here in a minute, but it was a deliberate stress test of the rocket and the spacecraft as well as our ground systems. Artemis 2 is coming next fall, and we've selected our crew. They're in training. I'll introduce the crew members individually here in a few charts. Artemis 3 will go down to the surface of the moon. This will be the first mission that has more than just the Orion spacecraft, the Space Launch System rocket, and the exploration ground systems. We will on-ramp the EVA suits, and we'll on-ramp the human landing system to get down to the surface and then perform science and explore it. We'll go to the lunar South Pole as part of that mission. Artemis 4, we will initially launch a power and propulsion element and a docking node under the initial element of Gateway on an uncrewed mission, and then an enhanced version of the Space Launch System rocket called Block 1B with an enhanced upper stage, a more powerful stage. It has 4 times the thrust and twice the propellant. We'll carry up a contribution by our European Space Agency partners called the International Habitation Module. It'll fly up with Orion and the crew. This International Habitation Module will then be tugged out to the Gateway, and then we'll start assembling Gateway. And then 2 crew members will go down on a lander to the surface of the moon on that mission, while 2 crew members stay on Gateway to activate it. Artemis 4 will on-ramp even more capability. We'll on-ramp the unpressurized rover and will perform a mission via Gateway again, and then down to the surface and extend our science and exploration with the lunar rover. So those are the capabilities and when we're going to on-ramp them, as well as what we've accomplished for the near term. Next chart. We'll talk a little bit about Artemis 1. It was a deliberate stress test of the rocket, the spacecraft. We launched in November of 22 and splashed down 25.5 days later. And we learned quite a bit from that mission, mostly that our systems are performing as we had designed them to, but we also learned a few things where the margins weren't as robust as we would like them to be, and we're working through that prior to our first crewed flight on Artemis 2. But overall, the rocket and the spacecraft accomplished all the objectives, and we purposefully set ourselves up to learn from those objectives. Next chart is a profile that we flew, and you'll notice as we get through each of these missions, the first 3 mission profiles are very different. Artemis 1 was in the Earth-Moon plane, and we launched the rocket, and on the first orbit at Bullet 6 performed a translunar injection maneuver, sent the spacecraft on its way to the moon with precision, and we performed 2 large propulsive maneuvers to enter this orbit. And that is key because we were stressing the propulsion system on the European service module that our European Space Agency partners provided. Through bullets 9 and 10, we entered this lunar distant retrograde orbit. At its farthest point, bullet 11, we were 38,000 miles past the far side of the moon, which was 268,000 miles from Earth. And this orbit purposefully stressed the distance and our ability to navigate and communicate using the Deep Space Network. We needed radiometric tracking to hit with precision bullet 9, which was only about 80 miles from the surface of the moon on the far side. And we pre-programmed that into Orion. It went behind the moon, so we couldn't actually see the maneuver, and we found out after the maneuver was complete whether we were successful or not, and we did it with precision. And then we reversed that 2-maneuver sequence through bullets 12 and 13 to send ourselves on the path back to Earth, and that was essentially our deorbit maneuver at bullet 13 from 250,000 miles away, and we hit the Earth's atmosphere with precision on the way back. We performed a skip re-entry back into the Earth's atmosphere and splashed down within eyesight of the recovery ship, and we had to relocate due to poor weather in our normal landing site off the coast of San Diego, about 300 miles to the south. We still hit our targeted landing site, and the ship was waiting for it when we got there. So a great mission. We had a few false starts because of technical issues, hydrogen leaks, and some hurricanes, some weather problems, but overall, again, a highly successful mission. Here are some highlight photos. Launch, our flight out past the moon at our farthest point, and then the final moments before splashdown when we got on main parachutes. That's when I finally started to relax. After Artemis 1, we did a robust post-flight assessment. We went through all the systems. What did we learn? What can we do better? Where were the margins not as robust? And that was with an eye towards crew safety. And our Artemis 2 and beyond missions are all crewed. And we wanted to shake down the rocket and the spacecraft, and we did that. So now we're headed towards the first flight of 4 crew members and the first mission with the full-up crew systems. That is everything from the toilet to the food warmer to the water system to the life support system that scrubs out carbon dioxide and removes water vapor and condensate from the cabin. On that first orbit, on the first orbit here, it's a 24-hour period orbit, and it's purposely set up so that we insert into this highly elliptical orbit to allow a full stress test of the life support system. So we're going to see crew members exercise back to back to back with the highest metabolic rate. They're going to have the highest amount of carbon dioxide and the highest amount of water vapor. They're going to expel that into the cabin environment, and then they're going to sleep after that on the first day of the mission, and we're going to see the lowest metabolic rate. So we're going to see the extremes on the life support system. And at the end of that 24-hour orbit at bullet 9, if all the systems check out and we're happy with the performance in the flight environment, we're doing a lot of testing on the ground, but after we see it in the flight environment, if we're happy with the performance, we'll perform what's essentially a mission continuation burn at bullet 9, which will then send Orion using its service module on a free return trajectory about the moon. At its farthest point at bullet 11, we'll be about 4,000 miles past the far side of the moon. That'll be the farthest humans have ever flown before returning back to Earth and splashing down in the Pacific. About a 10.5-day mission. Next chart, please. This is our crew, starting with Jeremy Hansen. He'll be the first international first non-American to fly to the moon and back. He is an F-18 pilot with the Canadian Air Force. And after him is Reed Wiseman. He'll command the mission. He's a Navy test pilot and was the chief astronaut. Victor Glover is the pilot, also a Navy test pilot. He'll be the pilot on Artemis 2. And then Christina Koch is a mission specialist. She'll be the flight engineer on the mission, and she has the record for the longest stay in one mission of any American woman. And she will fly again as the mission specialist on this flight. In terms of progress, be patient with us. We are building the rocket, building the spacecraft, and upgrading the ground systems for the very first time. There's a lot of work that goes behind these missions as we get there, everything from just training the crew that you see in the upper corner to fly things like the proximity operations demonstration, where they're going to fly and manually pilot Orion relative to the upper stage, just to learn about the handling qualities should we need to go from an automated approach and docking to a manual human in the loop approach and docking, to just producing the next rocket, the next spacecraft. And then we're also upgrading a lot of the systems for what we call human rating. And as part of human rating, we have to add emergency egress paths for any portion of the mission. And in the upper corner on the left, you see the emergency egress system, or the slide baskets from the mobile launch tower. And if the rocket and the spacecraft are not performing and we have a hazardous condition and the crew can get out in a timely fashion, they'll hop in one of these slide baskets and then come down over 300 feet down to the surface of the launch pad perimeter to get out of there. And then we are also training the recovery phase out of Naval Base San Diego with our U.S. Navy partners. The crew was out there this spring and trained basically the post-splashdown and recovery to climb out of the capsule. So a lot of activities going on. When you see these missions occur, they look fairly smooth, but it's because a lot of work, a lot of testing, a lot of training, a lot of planning went into them. Artemis 3, this is our first mission to the surface of the moon in over 50 years. It will be the first mission where humans go to the lunar South Pole vicinity, and it has some unique scientific potential. We want to understand that area better. We've sent robotic precursors to either orbit the moon, or ourselves and other nations have sent robotic precursors to various portions of the moon, but this is a largely unexplored area. And we want to understand what resources may be there to help utilize and leverage in the future. It will also be the first mission, as I mentioned earlier, of the human landing system that will transport us after we send a crew on Orion to lunar orbit. They'll go down to the surface, as well as the first mission with suits. It'll be the last mission with what is called the Block 1, or the less powerful 70 metric ton version of the Space Launch System. Next chart. This is the Artemis 3 mission profile. Now you see, again, a very different mission profile. We will use this mission profile starting with Artemis 3 and on. The profile is literally leaving the Earth-Moon plane. So you got the Earth rotating on its axis and the Moon going about it, and we're going to literally leave the Earth-Moon plane and go 90 degrees out of plane and enter what I think is terribly named the near rectilinear halo orbit. It just rolls off the tongue. So from here on, I'll call it the Gateway orbit, because starting with Artemis 4, Gateway will be there on every mission. But the crew will launch on the Space Launch System in Orion, and after one orbit, we'll perform the translunar injection maneuver. They'll head outbound, and after the better part of a week, they'll rendezvous and meet up with the lander in the Gateway orbit. After performing bullets 7 and 8 to do a lunar gravity assist and fly by and leave the Earth-Moon plane, they'll phase and catch up with the human landing system. They'll dock. 2 crew members will transit over into the human landing system, activate it, check it out, and then through bullets 10, 11, and 12, they'll undock from Orion. 2 crew members will stay in that lunar orbit, and then 2 crew members in the human landing system will then transfer through low lunar orbit and then down to the lunar south pole and land at one of several sites, depending on the day or the month that we go. On bullet 12. They'll stay on the surface for about 6 days and then reverse that profile and head back up through bullets 14 and 15 to rendezvous with the 2 crew members on Orion. They will transfer back across the hatch into Orion, transfer the samples that they obtained through a surface geology campaign, as well as some scientific experiments that we have, back into Orion. And then at bullets 16 and 17, Orion will undock and then head back to Earth, and then splash down in the Pacific again. And we'll pick our crew as well as our science samples from the lunar south pole up. Progress towards Artemis 3, again, is ongoing. We have multiple missions and multiple capabilities being developed in parallel. Here you see some examples in the neutral buoyancy lab of some of the suit tests and the suit checkouts. We have a simulated lunar surface at the bottom of the pool, and we're checking out tools as well as techniques, and then the suits themselves. We're building the rocket, we're building the spacecraft, and then our partners at SpaceX are testing Starship. They've completed 3 flight tests. They're coming up on their 4th this spring, and they're maturing the design and capabilities of Starship out of Boca Chica. Next chart is Artemis 4. This will be the first mission with the upgraded Space Launch System rocket using the enhanced upper stage. We'll fly a ESA contribution, the European Space Agency contribution, called the International Habitation Module. We'll launch that and the crew together on the upgraded Space Launch System rocket, send them on one shot to the moon at the point of translunar injection. They will meet up with the habitation and logistics outpost, as well as a power and propulsion element that will be launched on an uncrewed vehicle and staged in the Gateway orbit. And after that checks out, we'll launch the crew with the habitation module. They'll tug it out to the moon and then start assembling Gateway, and then in parallel with that, go down to the surface. So the first flight of Gateway, first flight of a new contribution to Gateway through our European partners, as well as use of a upgraded mobile launcher called Mobile Launcher 2 out at the Kennedy Space Center, and then the upgraded rocket, as I mentioned. Next chart, please. This is the mission profile. You'll start seeing the pattern here. The Gateway orbit is going to be a pattern that you see for Artemis 3, 4, and 5. We'll launch the crew as well as the HAB module. They'll head outbound. They'll leave the Earth-Moon plane. They'll meet the halo and power and propulsion element in lunar orbit. They'll rendezvous with it through bullets 8 and 9. They'll dock Orion in the HAB module. 2 crew members will go over to the lander, and then they'll undock the lander at bullets 13, 14, and 15. They'll head down to the lunar surface, stay there for about a week and a half, come back up. The other 2 crew members in the meantime are doing work on Gateway. And then through bullets 17 and 18, the crew members will return back up to the Orion and Gateway complex in the Gateway orbit, and then they'll rendezvous and dock, transfer any scientific samples back across the hatch, and then all 4 crew members will come back to Earth through bullets 19 and 20, and then splash down in the Pacific. Next, this is progress towards Artemis 4. You can see assembly and construction of the mobile launcher, a much larger and taller structure than the current mobile launcher. It's over 40 feet taller than the current mobile launcher because that upper stage is bigger. And you can see some of the payload adapters and stage adapters and fairings here, as well as elements of the International Habitation Module, and then of the Orion spacecraft, and then the Space Launch System rocket. Next chart, please. Artemis 5 is the last mission I'll talk about. And again, these missions will take us through this decade to accomplish, but it'll be the first one with a lunar terrain rover. We'll extend our scientific footprint out on the surface of the moon, and we will take a human landing system after the crew arrives on Orion via Gateway and go down to the surface, and we'll check out some of the new capabilities. And then on the next chart, which I think is a progress slide, we've partnered with 3 providers to provide what is essentially a initial concept and design of the rover. That was recently announced, and then we'll down select at some point in the future as to which rover to use as the designs mature. The spacecraft and a number of other systems associated with the landers, as well as the rocket itself, are all in production. And again, we're continuing to make progress in the background as we get ready for these flights. Next chart. So that was it for me. Thank you for your time and attention. I'm happy to take any questions in the time remaining. Okay. See, there were a couple of questions back here, and then we can come down front.
My question was, what do you think is the biggest challenge towards, I know this you talked about up to Artemis 5, but Orion is going to be reused eventually after 3, 4, and 5. What do you think is the biggest challenge for reusability for Orion going forward?
What do I think the biggest challenge for reusability for Orion moving forward? It is going to be simply our ability to turn it around in the time necessary. And we do have plans to use Artemis 3 flown components on Artemis 6, 4 on 7, 5 on 8. There's still time and effort required to get the flown avionics off, requalify them for another flight, and then reinstall them. And it's quite a bit of work, and you got to do that. These are high precision avionics, so it's just going to take time to do it. So it'll be how efficient and how quickly can we do it. We got to get this stuff right. Human lives are relying on it. So, it'll be the first time we have what we call heavy reuse of Orion components. So it's just something that we're going to have a learning curve on. Good question. Other questions? Yes, sir.
When are you planning to introduce optical comm?
When are we planning to introduce optical comm? So on Artemis 2, we have a demonstration of optical communications. It is going to be on the service module, and we'll demonstrate that at lunar distances. It is a demonstration because, unfortunately, the service module is jettisoned prior to reentry. It is not a reused component. So we're looking at other opportunities on where to apply optical communications. Obviously, the bandwidth that it affords exceeds anything else from a standard radio frequency capability. But right now, that's the only plan that we have on the books for optical comm. We had a couple other questions back here. Yes, sir.
So looking at Artemis 4, that is the sustaining HLS contract that will be flown with the Starship HLS lander.
Yes, Artemis 4 is using the sustaining version of the human landing system. Okay, another question back here.
You mentioned that two of the members of the Artemis 4 and 5 crew would be staying on Gateway. Are there any other plans to send people to Gateway for longer term missions?
We are looking at extending the missions beyond 30 days on future missions. We don't have any firm plans for that right now. It really comes down to the test program and what does the test program tell us, and when can we on-ramp extended missions beyond that. But theoretically we could do in the 40 to 60 day range, but it really depends on how do the systems perform.
You said Artemis 2 and Artemis 3 are going to be crewed missions where Artemis 2 is the orbit, Artemis 3 is the lander. Is there going to be any demonstration, an uncrewed demonstration of the landing system prior to Artemis 3?
Yeah, great question. There are test milestones that we have for all of the human landing system providers. They are required to demonstrate an uncrewed landing prior to a crewed landing, whether that's for SpaceX or Blue Origin. So right now, for the Starship, the uncrewed landing is in, I gotta remember here, it's either the fall of 25 or spring of 26 is when that's the time frame. Prior to that, we have other testing that's going on that will not only help mature the design, whether it's on the ground or in flight, but just inform our overall ability and readiness to fly crew. Other questions over here?
What's the current timeline for Artemis 2 through 5?
Current timeline for Artemis 2 through 5, so we are looking at the fall of 25 for an Artemis 2 launch, fall of 26 for an Artemis 3 launch, fall of 28 for an Artemis 4 launch, and then we hope to go to annual flights after that. There's a little bit of a gap between Artemis 3 and 4 to on-ramp the mobile launcher and the upgraded rocket. Other questions? Okay, thank you for your time and attention. It's an honor to be here. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mike. Fascinating, very exciting, exciting times we live in. Hopefully we'll be on the surface of the moon in just a few years. But I'm sure everybody in this audience is also wondering, how does this all connect getting humans to Mars? So our next speaker is going to make that connection, Dr. Patrick Chai. He's an aerospace engineer at Langley Research Center. And he's also the deputy lead for the Mars architecture team, working with Michelle Rucker, who's down at JSC, figuring out how we're going to actually architect a plan to get to the surface of Mars sometime over the next couple decades, hopefully much sooner. We hope it will be in the 2030s. But Patrick will go over how kind of the decision-making process and how NASA is going to actually make this happen. So, Dr. Chai.
Thanks, Chris. All right. I know they moved the schedule a little bit, so Jim is supposed to come after me, so I'll try not to take up his time. Really phenomenal to be here again. I think this is one of the conference that really sparked phenomenal discussions and innovation. So really happy to be here. I want to take us back a little bit for the past couple of years and give you a little context of things I'm going to talk about. 2 years ago, in this forum, our Deputy Associate Mayor Pam Malray came through and discussed in detail the blueprint objectives that was being released at the time. That summer, we went through multiple rounds of industry and international partner engagement to try to solicit feedback on those blueprint objectives. And that fall, and I guess the spring of last year, we had our first architecture concept review. Really, the blueprint objective spells out the pillars of exploration, why we do Moon to Mars. And those three pillars are science and inspiration and national posture. And through that came 63 Moon to Mars objectives in 4 different areas. Dr. Prasun talked briefly about one of those areas, which is infrastructure, but there are 3 other areas in which the architecture team is working to basically decompose and figure out how do we architect both lunar and Mars to fulfill those objectives. Last year, this time, we came to Humans to Mars after our very first successful architecture concept review, in which we brought together the entire agency, and the centers and the programs to really talk about this integrated Moon to Mars effort. It's really a coordination and really getting everybody on the same page. And I'll brief sort of the high-level outcome of that. And we published our first edition of the architecture definition document publicly to kind of describe everything that went on and all the things that are being considered within the Moon to Mars architecture. And in that, we define architecture segments that are key to the blueprint objective. We decompose the blueprint objective and segregate it out, in particularly the lunar segments, to understand that there are distinct pieces in which we are focusing on. And you heard Mike talk a lot about Artemis 1 through 5 and the hardware that are being built. And those are all sort of in that human lunar return segments that we're really focusing on right now. But there are follow-on. The foundational exploration really expands that capability. Getting towards Artemis 4 and 5, you're kind of bridging that boundary between the first two segments. And then eventually there's going to be a sustained lunar evolution segment that really expands the capability. Now, the humans to Mars segment, which this audience really is focusing on, it looks like it's distinct from the other, but really all the things that we are doing on the moon is helping us prepare for that humans to Mars segment. And right now, humans to Mars, that initial segment is all we have defined, but that's not precluding us from defining future segments that are going to be really expanding the capability. So this year, I'm going to talk a little bit about the progress we've made since the last time I was here at Humans to Mars on all of the things that we've done. We've had another successful architecture concept review. Actually, we had 2 in 1 year. Last year was quite the busy year. We released another edition, Rev A, of the architecture definition document. And for Mars, we're really digging down deep and trying to figure out how we decompose and how do we utilize the objectives that has been given to us, and really, not just from our NASA management, but also from the public, to determine what a Mars architecture would look like. And we do that by starting with the history. We have a wealth of history for human architecture for Mars, right? Dating all the way back to von Braun's the Mars plan. 70 years worth of Mars studies that spans multiple different ways and lots of different ideas. The one thing, though, that all of these studies have in common is that they were never implemented. Right? We're still perpetually 20 years away from Mars, which has been sort of a little bit of a running joke, but we want to make progress. So how do we do that, right? And the challenge, of course, is all of these studies is that they lack sort of a consensus agreements and decisions, and they lack sort of the constancy of purpose and unity of purpose, which is the foundation in which the blueprint objectives are built upon. There are no traceable objective in any of these studies, with the exception of just go to Mars to do things, and there are no formal decisions that have been documented and traced that can survive a administration or management change at the highest level, right? And so from our perspective, what we need to do is move beyond doing these studies and move forward with making clear, concise, and traceable decisions that can help us move forward. But the challenge, of course, with the Mars architecture is that there are going to be thousands of decisions that need to be made. Anything from the launch vehicle you choose, the propulsion system you choose, to the colors of the curtains that are inside the crew cabin. How do we even start, right? So the team has really dig deep and tried and developing a decision-making and decision modeling process and the tooling associated with it to identify all of these key decisions. And what we're trying to drive out is these key decisions are really the far-reaching and sort of overarching architectural level decisions. We're not going to get down to the details of what type of curtains or color handrail that each of the system will have, but there are very high-level key decisions in which will drive a lot of the architectural solution space. And what the team is doing is really identifying these key decisions, understanding and driving out the traceability of them. What are the dependencies, both the upstream and downstreams? The time criticality of some of these decisions. Are there things that are happening within the Moon to Mars program that really drive us to needing to make some of these decisions earlier rather than later? And really figuring out, from a modeling process perspective, what things can we prioritize? And through this process this past year, we've identified 7 key decisions that we recommend and we are currently working through within our analysis cycle in 2024. And the important thing to talk about these decision modeling is that there is a priority, or there is an order in which some of these decisions should be made, right? If you pick a decision and make a decisions that have a lot of upstream dependencies, you may end up having to revisit that decision multiple times as other decisions are made, and we don't want to do that. We would like to have sort of an orderly fashion, right? Of course, this is not always possible. There will likely be decisions that we may have to revisit based on other parameters. There's a lot of outside influences that we will have to deal with. But if we model this properly and we do this and lay this out in a sort of a cohesive fashion, we should limit the amount of time we have to spend relitigating decisions, especially if we are transparent and we are open and we get all the buy-ins that we have and make sure that the different viewpoints have been addressed and heard, so that people have understanding at the architecture level. We're making these decisions that does not preclude alternate solutions to be proposed. So with that, I'm going to talk a little bit in detail on the 7 key decisions that we've identified this past cycle, and we are actively working on. Last year, we came to Humans to Mars, really talked through sort of the structure and the framework in which we're building the architecture, the 5 key questions: the who, what, when, where, why. Well, these Mars key decisions also have relations to them. Some of them relate to the who, some of them relate to the how, right? And it's still part of the same exact story. And I'm going to go through each of these in a little more detail. Now, the first key decision is the Mars science priorities. Science is one of the 3 pillars of our exploration. So it's extremely important for us that science is front and center. The challenge we have, of course, is even with the 63 Moon to Mars objective, about half of them are science related. They are, relatively speaking, broad, and they speak of doing great science. But what does that mean from the architecture standpoint? So within the strategy and architecture office, we work with our STMD colleagues to decompose those objectives into actionable items that we can do from the architecture side of things. But the challenge, of course, is we can't do all those science all at once, right? It's just physically impossible, right? So one of the key things we're trying to drive out is what are the priorities? How do we distill down those 30, 35 science objectives and figure out which one of those should we prioritize, especially for this initial human Mars segment. So what we've tasked, actually, with the national academies to come, do similar what they've done for science for many, many years on the decadal side of things, to come up and evaluate the objectives, and we gave them some scenarios of potential Mars options to figure out what things they want to achieve in the first sets of missions to Mars. So picking out, these priorities will help us focus how the architecture should look like at first, and how they may potentially evolve to eventual capabilities. And this is one in which is sort of the anchoring decision, right? It drives basically everything. And so it is the highest priority for us to understand these priorities. And the next 2 are sort of related. We have an initial human Mars segment target state, and then the next one is going to talk about the mission cadence. And this is, it's a little bit related to the science, because the science will drive a lot of these. But what is the vision for this initial human Mars segment? Are we trying to set up a bunch of outposts on different sites on Mars? Are we trying to set up a sort of Antarctic Myrtle Station type research station on Mars? What is the vision? And depending on how, which vision is decided, you end up with a very different architecture and how you build that up, right? You favor significant mobility, lots of different access, or do you favor one site? And so this is one in which will be very high level, right? We're not trying to prescribe specific solution, but it will be sort of the high level vision that drives some of the downstream architecture decisions. And similarly, the initial human-Mars segment cadence, this talks a little bit more about the unique missions that will support this initial segment. We have this famous, what we lovingly call this the swoosh chart for the moon, really showcasing all of the different things that are happening, right, at a high level, like the pieces that happens to really build up the capability. Ideally, we would like something similar for Mars. Of course, this is really driven by both the target state vision and also the Mars science priorities. But there are a lot of questions about, are there going to be precursor missions? Are there going to be different things that really need to drive out, both at Mars and also at the moon to help us prepare for Mars? So what are the things that need to go into this sort of vision and the process and the cadence of things that are happening? And the other key parameter in this is also, if we're going to do multiple missions to Mars, what is the cadence? How often can we or should we go? What is really driving the frequency of missions that we're going to be doing? This particular one will be obviously a little bit more challenging for the agencies to really tackle, but it is an important one. And we've gone back and forth on the specificity of this. But really, at the high level, it's understanding what is the risk posture that is acceptable for Mars. Mars will be nothing like we've ever done before for human spaceflight, and this is a message we've been trying to message pretty consistently here in the last couple of years. We can learn a lot on the moon, but fundamentally, once you decide to go to Mars and you leave the confine of the Earth-Moon system, it is a different sport. And there are a lot of things that need to happen to ensure that the crew can return safely. And there are different risk postures in which we really need to really drive down and understand and whether or not we want to accept those. So we have a couple of folks working with our Safety Mission Assurance Office and also with the Program Office to really help drive out the modeling and tooling to help us understand the different risks and the different decisions that potentially can have impact to this, and understand how we can have an intelligent conversation about loss of crew risk posture. The next two, again, are related, and this is a key one, right? What is the decision on number of crew? And this one is particular to Mars surface. The next one is to Mars vicinity. And they are two different decisions, because just because you sent X number of crew to Mars doesn't mean they all have to land, right? Apollo did this, where they sent 3 crews to the moon, only 2 of them land. So ultimately, they are interlinked, but they are separate decisions, right? And again, this crew complement is sort of twofold, right? Not one is number of crew, but it's also related to the makeup of the crew, right? Really important to understand, because the crew have to be much more self-sufficient. We have a lot of studies on different things that will impact this decision. And we're trying to gather up all of the studies and really understand what is actually driving the need, right? And again, the Mars science priority one will likely drive this as well, because it depends on what we chose, what is the priority to do on the science side of things. That will help, that will really dictate the number of crew that really need to send to the surface to do those activities. Similarly, there's a whole bunch of crew health and performance consideration for the Mars vicinity to really drive out. Yeah, and in the next decision, again, number of crew to Mars vicinity. Again, this is different than, you know, it's related to the previous one, but it's a separate decision because, you know, like I said, just because you send crew to the Mars vicinity doesn't mean they all have to land, right? And this, again, this goes back to what Dr. Prasun talked about earlier, right? The autonomy portion of it. If you end up sending all the crew down to the surface, you're leaving your in-space vehicle, you know, uncrewed. Is our system ready for that type of autonomy for X number of days on the surface for that? What things need to happen when from a mission design standpoint to really get that vehicle ready for crew again when they return? These are all the questions that will drive a lot of these decisions. And a lot of this, well, we will learn a lot from the moon, right? The gateway will be uncrewed in portions of the time and crewed in other portions, right? So a lot of those lessons can be applied and really drive out the challenges associated with these things. Of course, Mars will be very different because Dr. Prasun said the communication delay, so a lot of that autonomy needs to be driven out. And then we have one decision that we definitely like to go is not like the other. And this particular one is one of those decisions in which is not driven out because it's has highest in terms of priority from dependency standpoints, but it's really because we have some near-term needs and near-term investments going that really help us drive, you know, put this earlier in the road mapping process. And it's really powers, right, for Mars. And really what we're trying to drive at is the primary power. What is the crew, once they get on the surface, what are they dependent on as their primary surface power generation technology? It's not precluding other generation technologies to be supplements, but we've seen and demonstrated, you know, in extensive studies about the challenges with generating powers on Mars, and power is everything, right? Without power, you can't do many things. And so this is one which is a little bit different than the other. And it's one that we think, based off of our progress, is something we potentially can finish this year in terms of making a strategic recommendation to the agency and to the program. So, sort of some key takeaways. Like I said, the decision road mapping process is going to be a multi-year process where we identified more than 100 key decisions that are currently in the decision roadmap trade space. And we are utilizing the models we're developing to really highly prioritize them, understanding the dependencies, both upstream and downstream, to drive out what are the really key ones. Again, we defined 7 of those key decisions that we're currently working on. We just went through the similar exercise last month with the team. We think we've identified 4 more decisions that we are working to formalize as key decisions. Some of them will be work this coming year. Some of them will likely be punted or will be pushed for further down just because of resource limitation. Again, the key here is we are trying to be methodical and in our processes. We try to make the decision in a logical manner from the modeling standpoint. But as you see from the power one, there are some that, you know, gets raised up because some, I won't say external forces, but just because we know that if we wait on that decision, it can have potential impact to other things. We utilizing this Mars decision process as sort of a test case. I think lunar side of things, I mean, it's one moon to Mars architecture. So lunar, they are also looking at these decisions and how they model them for some of the further out decisions. Obviously, a lot of the decisions for the moon has been made, and they're really driving out and trying to catch up on sort of the things that are existing. But as we move into foundational exploration, foundational research, and especially sustained lunar evolution, these decision modeling process will also be applicable to the moon, and we are working with our lunar architecture team to really drive out some of those key decisions for the moon and how they relate forward to Mars, right? Because it is trying to drive out what things can we learn and do on the moon to help us be prepared for Mars. And As we mentioned, as I mentioned earlier, we've had two revisions of the architecture definition documents. We went through a little bit more detail of the decision modeling process in the Rev A version, which was released in January this year. And we have a bunch of white papers, and one of the white papers that we published is the Priority Humans Architecture Decisions, which goes into a little more detail in written form on some of these that I've talked about. We've also just released last week a decision trade space ontology. It's a technical memo that's released on the NASA's NTRS server that really goes into a lot more technical detail about how we model decisions and the processes in which we are trying to utilize and define to help us organize and to find the decisions that are driving for us. And with that, I know it's only a couple minutes before we're supposed to go to Jim, so I can take a couple of questions and go from there. Sure.
So in reality, a lot of the science can be determined once you know the location. So the concept of waiting later to pick the location kind of means you have to redo what science you're going to do there. And previously, the concepts that HEOS had is to define an exploration zone. One location where you can land in one port, live in another part, ISRU, and then do science in a 200-kilometer radius. Is that still the current thinking in this area?
So, obviously, some of these decisions will be sort of a chicken and an egg type situation, right? We went into this quite a lot. And what we're asking the scientific community is yes, we understand that the location drives a lot of the science that you want to do. We're asking sort of a broader question is, regardless of location, what are the science that you really want to do? Do you want to go digging in the ice? Do you want to go cave spelunking? Yes, I understand you want to do all of it, right? Yeah. From an architecture standpoint, that's not practical. So what are the priorities? What, especially for this, focusing on this first segments, right? Thinking about the first couple of missions to Mars. What are we actually wanting to accomplish? Understanding that there are going to be follow-ons that you can expand the capability. So it's a little bit of different thinking. I understand, right? We want everything, but we can't have it all sometimes. Well, every time we can't have it all.
Location is critical because then you know what you're going to do.
Right, and sort of to throw back is, we're trying to understand what your highest priorities are that help us drive out what the potential location we might select.
Hi, Patrick. I wanted to ask you a timeline question. So there's the sustaining lunar segment, and then there's the initial human Mars segment. How do those interplay, and what is the overlap? How much are they in parallel with each other?
So yeah, the chart I showed made it seem like it's sort of sequential, but it's not that at all, right? We're already, obviously human lunar return is very focused on the capability to get human back on the moon, right? Once we move into the foundational research segments of the moon, a lot of those activities are likely going to be supporting getting us ready for Mars. So a lot of that will have a lot of overlap, probably middle to the end part of the foundational research will certainly be but it's very fuzzy, right? Because it's intentionally so.
Quick question. You've got 70 years of studies to back you up. Are you able to use any of that information?
Absolutely. Yes. So one of the other things that we are developing internally is really sorting through the 70 years worth of history, right? And the biggest thing we're trying to sort out is using those studies to drive out what the gaps are, right? We have a lot of history, but what things have we not studied, right? We still have a pretty significant analysis team that are really trying to drive out what are the gaps, so what are the things that we don't know because we've never thought to study that. Right, so that's what we are using the historical studies to do. You got right there, back there, to the left.
So one of the white papers talked about abort risk posture.
Mm-hmm.
So can you kind of expand a little bit and what some of the language that you used in that was talking about paradigm shifts,
Mm-hmm.
you know, thinking about a fundamental paradigm shift from LEO operation to lunar operation to Martian operation. Can you, in a nutshell, talk
Absolutely.
about
I wrote that white paper, so I can talk about that for a long time. But it goes back to my point where, you know, Mars is not like nothing we've ever done before, right? We've done lots of flights to the space station. We've done a couple of flights to the moon. But everything we do on Mars is going to be fundamentally different, right? We think of aborts right now, you know, from ISS, even from the moon. You think, look, watch the movie Apollo 13. You know, the crew had a failure and they came home within a couple of days. Great. That was a monumental effort to get the crew back. But once you leave the confines of the Earth-Moon system, even if you try to abort, your energetic is so great that it may take you 6 months, 8 months to come home. So, you know, really thinking about what is the scenario in which you require an abort, but you're okay with not returning for another 6 to 8 months, and what are the contingencies associated with that? So it's really that's the paradigm shift, is because you can't just push a red button if you're not having a good time. You can't just push the red button and come home within a couple of days. That's just not the reality of it anymore.
Are there any plans to produce food either in the vicinity of the moon or in the vicinity of Mars rather than bringing it from the surface of the Earth?
I would say all trade spaces are open. I think we have an objective that talks specifically about you know, sort of bioregenerative eclipse and things like that. Again, this is where the prioritization, right, understanding what buys in themselves into the architecture and what are the value and the costs associated with it, and we take a balanced approach, right? You know, it's an integrated effort, and understanding what things can we do and what things make sense. And what things can we eventually build up the capability to do, and not necessarily for the first set of mission. So those are all the consideration.
Are you working with the MEPAG to help you answer some of these questions?
So the MEPAG has been great for us. So I know we spun up the national academies to really do this. Obviously, they have their process, which takes multiple years. So part of the sort of the near term is we did ask MEPAG to basically come up with their set of, you know, what, you know, quick turn, what are some of the high level science priorities that we can achieve. And what we're doing right now, especially with the science decision, is utilizing those priorities to sort of our tool to sharpen our pencils, right? We know that when the national academies come back with their recommendation, it's going to be very lengthy. How do we get ourselves prepared to receive those inputs to implement immediately, right? Instead of, okay, now we got this, now we're going to spend a couple of years to try to figure this out, right? No, let's not do that. Let's take the recommendation we got from VPAG, use those as our sort of initial guidepost to, okay, how do we then translate this into architectural level trades and analysis to help us identify and prioritize what decisions to make? Yep. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll save your questions. Patrick will probably be around. You can catch him at the break. I'd like to thank you all again for coming. I'm Joe Cassady, Executive Vice President of Explore Mars and Director of Civil Space for L3 Harris Technologies. It's my great pleasure this morning to introduce our next speaker, who's with us virtually because of the events going on in Florida. But I'd like to introduce Jim Free. Jim is a distinguished NASA veteran with 26 years of dedicated service across multiple spacecraft and technology programs, starting his career as a propulsion engineer, yay propulsion, on the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite at Goddard Space Flight Center. He's held many positions throughout his career at NASA, including Center Director of the NASA Glenn Research Center, serving as Associate Administrator for Exploration Systems Development Mission Directorate, and now in his current position as Associate Administrator, the agency's highest-ranking civil servant. He's been recognized with numerous awards, including the Presidential Rank Award, NASA Distinguished Service Medal, NASA Outstanding Leadership Medal, the NASA Exceptional Service Medal, and the NASA Significant Achievement Medal, among many others. He's a graduate of Miami of Ohio with a BS in Aeronautics and a Master's in Space Systems Engineering from Delft University. Jim's career truly epitomizes excellence in project management, systems engineering, and leadership. So welcome, Jim.
Thanks, Joe. Thank you very much.
Great to talk with you this morning. I'm just going to kick it off here. So what are some of the things that are already underway at NASA today that are preparing us for humans to go to Mars?
Yeah, thanks, Joe, and my thanks to Patrick for a great presentation, as always. I always stress that we're working on Mars today for humans, and so I appreciate the question. This Friday, we're starting another HERA mission, the Human Exploration Research Analog, down at JSC. 4 people going in 45 days to a simulated Mars habitat. They're going to live and work in there till late June. We have the Crew Health and Performance Analog mission that's past 300 days down at JSC, where we built the Mars habitat. And I've had 4 people living in that. That goes until early July. All they need for the mission they went in with, from food and then the opportunity to grow food. I heard that question earlier. Of course, we're using ISS for learning as well, from learning of humans with their ocular health or immune system, supporting our Mars goals, the capabilities and technologies we test up there with carbon dioxide removal, the veggie system, which has been used numerous times on ISS, to the question earlier about growing our plants on the way. So for me, it's not just analysis going on right now. We're putting humans in to systems both here on Earth and in space.
Oh, thanks, Jim. That's great. We heard a lot just previously from Patrick about the architecture work. Is there anything else that you'd like to say about that activity and how you see it helping us to shape our path to Mars?
Yeah, the first thing I'll point out about it, Joe, is a quality in it that I've never seen in the agency until we started that, and it's really a whole of agency approach. For the architecture concept reviews, it's very important we have the leadership of the entire agency sitting in that room, listening to the great analysis that Patrick and his team and Najud and their team have done to understand the architecture, but we're also making those decisions as an agency. We're identifying those gaps. We're identifying how to connect decadals in the Science Mission Directorate into the architecture process to knit those goals and objectives together. We lead, of course, with science. So what was exciting in the last one was some of what Patrick talked about, our focus on Mars. This isn't just about that near-term focus on what are we doing in these Artemis missions, 4, 5, and 6. We're talking about what do we need to do with those 7 decisions for Mars, the first of which is anchoring the science. Where do we need to go to achieve the goals that we need for science? And, I think Patrick talked about some of the white papers. That's another unique tool that we're using to describe our decisions. One of the criticisms we've had before is we don't describe our decisions well enough. And some of those white papers are dual purpose. They're for the moon and for Mars. Things like what are the extravehicular activity drivers for the moon and Mars? What do we need for comms as well? All of this has really helped us start to align ourselves. STM, Space Technology Mission Directorate, Exploration Systems Development, aligning for the technologies that we have to get to a TRL level before exploration can pick them up and build them for flight. So we're kind of putting the whys with our architecture, the objectives, and knitting it all together into an architecture that comes together. And for me, I've not seen that in my time at the agency, and even when I was outside the agency. So I try and keep it in perspective that we could be very biased and say we've got this great plan in place, but honestly, I think a lot of the feedback we've gotten to date has said we have a good plan and are executing it.
Oh, thanks. That's actually a really excellent description. So that's a good segue, though, into the next question, which is, how exactly does Artemis help us prepare for human missions to Mars?
Yeah, so I talked about the whys and the objectives. So first, aligning ourselves from a strategic perspective with our whys of science and national posture and inspiration to the objectives, which the white paper I talked about some have lunar and Mars built in, some are Mars dedicated. Those objectives are similar. Things we need to do for lunar common nav, which are really driving the architecture. If you talk to Amit Kshatriya today, lunar common nav are 4-letter words to him because it's driving so much of what we're doing. And we're going to learn about that lunar common nav architecture. What do we really need to perform these missions? And a lot of that is people coming in with requirements. I need this 1/10 of a meter accuracy. Well, what's it take to do that? That's a 480 satellite constellation around the moon. Okay, well, we're not going to get a 1/10 of a meter. So it's the back and forth of requirements development to the actual implementation of these systems that we're learning. And we're also have this timing thing of everything we're trying to do at the moon is helping us learn on Mars. To go to Mars, it's an iteration because we're not going to have all our lunar missions done before we go to Mars. So how do we get the early buy down of the risks that we need for the early Mars missions, get that buy down on the moon, and then they kind of feed off each other. But we're going to have to set that in place as best we can because we're going to develop the systems for Mars. Because of the time it takes so long, we're going to have to set those requirements early. And then the last thing I'll say is, we're used a near rectilinear halo orbit around the moon, and the incredible folks that came up with it saw the potential for that orbit. I've also found a similar orbit out at Mars that we'll be able to use if that's the way we choose to go. But it keeps that commonality of operational concept between the moon and Mars as well.
Wow, that's exciting. Yeah, I hadn't heard that about the similar type of orbit at Mars. So we're at the Humans to Mars Summit, Jim. How important is the human part of Mars exploration? How would you answer people who say we can just keep exploring Mars with robots?
Yeah, I mean the robotic exploration has first been just astounding to watch happen and evolve. When you think about even going back to the early Viking mission to where we are with Perseverance today, we've learned so much about various parts of Mars with the robots being there ahead of us. It's absolutely critical that the data that they bring back are things we're going to use to help inform. A simple thing like planetary protection, what we're learning of what we have to do to bring the samples back from Mars for the backward planetary protection. Eventually we're going to send these dirty, greasy things called humans out to Mars, and we have to be able to bring them back. Yep. And we need those requirements are essential for us to design around. And so that robotic exploration as one small piece, but with huge impacts, is important to us as well. What humans add to the equation is their ability to accomplish much in a fraction of time. I'll never say it well as Dr. Zurbuchen said one time, but the human can say, I'm gonna look at this rock. No, I'm gonna look at this rock. I'm gonna look at this rock. So the distilling time of that information is quicker with humans, but we will learn where we need to go by some of the exploration that's already been done robotically. So to me, it's completely synergistic.
Yeah, that's great. Well, what then excites you the most about the science that we're doing now and the science that we're about to do in the 2030s as we move forward to send humans to Mars? And I guess a follow-up, I'll throw them both at you at once. What do you see as the big question or questions that we're trying to answer as we explore Mars?
First I'll say we're leading with science, which I think is very exciting to me. That interrelationship of the human exploration and the science is something, again, that I think we're maybe not, I'll say, doing uniquely in that we're talking about the two together. We're not talking about human exploration and then doing science. We're talking about both of them together. What excites me most about the science, I'll say first at the moon, is just learning about fundamental planetary science questions, which obviously we're going to learn at Mars also, but we're right on the cusp of learning that at the moon, and our crews learning on how to perform that science, be it understanding the geology or taking special equipment with them, or when we can bring large amounts of regolith back with us. I think what excites me about Mars is that ability to do that quick science, that we're going to be able to also bring that back and complement what we're going to get back from Mars sample return. And that we've laid out those science objectives that I talked about earlier. There's no doubt that we have set the objectives out there. We've gotten the input, hopefully from many in the room there, with our workshops that were conducted for the objectives, that have been conducted for the architecture. We're trying to learn and evolve those. We've involved the international community in that as well. So the comprehensive nature of the science objectives that we have, I think all I want to see is us start ticking off some of those objectives by flying. And we have to overcome that. As to the big questions, it's how do we use that human machine teaming to answer those big questions. I'm not smart enough. I am and will always be a propulsion engineer first. But that teaming of the human and the machine to really answer the questions quickly, and developing an architecture that allows us to bring back as many samples as we can.
Thanks. Thank you. So what would you like our audience to take away about NASA's plans for Moon to Mars?
I think we lose sight of the fact that these missions are upon us now. We are going. We've launched Artemis 1. We're on a path to Artemis 2. We have this the plan all the way through 6 for those missions in detail. We have hardware flowing for that today. We're on a path now for this larger architecture to really answer those 7 questions around Mars. We've laid out a technology plan that Spuds Vogel's refining now with some of our gaps. We understand the systems we're going to need to do these Mars missions. We understand what STMD space technology has to do. We understand the needs from our science community. Exploration is lined up to get there. We're making decisions and investments today. I talked about balancing what we need to get done on the lunar surface. We're thinking about that before we go on to Mars. The 2 things I'll say is we need to find the urgency in our stakeholder community, and obviously folks there are part of the stakeholders, but our community that funds us to get this work done. That's our choice to do that. We have to convince people we have the plan. I believe we do have the plan. We're going to need budget to do it. There's no doubt about it. But we have to be committed to following through. And if I can do anything in my time at the agency now, it's to get on that path to follow through.
Wow, thanks. That's a really good inspirational message for us all, I think, Jim. So last question for you from my perspective, and I know you do have a hard stop coming up here. So as you've shifted into this new role, as you moved from being the AA for exploration into the associate administrator role, what's it been, about 4 months, I guess? Are there any new perspectives that position has given you?
I felt like the countdown last night was 4 months long. I felt like it's been a great honor to certainly have the roles that I've had at the agency and just work with the incredible breadth of people that we have at the agency and breadth of missions. As a center director, I thought I had this big agency hat. I knew everything that's going on at the agency. Then I went to work for Gerst, and I was like, wow, it's eye-opening for me as Gerst deputy of everything that was happening in human exploration, and then coming back to the agency in exploration systems development. Wow, we have a lot going on. Really breakneck pace, and then coming into this role and seeing everything that this agency does, from 20 plus missions around the Earth, flying every day, just a lot of data flowing down to us, and we share it openly, to watching our human exploration side and space operations, to a credible thing like watching the count last night, being out there saying our hellos to Butch and Sonny as they're going out to the pad, realizing the incredible infrastructure that we have across the agency and the reach that NASA has across the world that I see from a different perspective right now. And then for this community there, the people on the outside of NASA, without a NASA badge, but still part of the agency because we all want these exploration goals to be achieved, what support we have, and how we can make sure we're being transparent and open and communicate what we're doing. That certainly has been a theme for the administrator and deputy administrator. I tried to do it from 9 knothole and exploration. But what we can do to continue to communicate everything that we're doing at the agency, and you just saw Patrick, who's a great example, a great ambassador for us, talking about what we're doing. It's not a secret. We're putting ourselves out there, and in order to get the support that I talked about, we need the support from the external community to get the resources that we need to do these great missions. And we'll explain our choices. Everyone might not agree with them, but we're going to explain them and talk about how we're going to get there for the future.
Jim, thank you very much for sharing your perspectives with us here at Humans to Mars Summit. I know you've got a super busy schedule, and I'm going to honor your time here, but let's thank Jim. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
And I think at this point, we have a break. So everyone can, oh, here's Chris.
Yeah,
I'll let Chris tell you.
What Joe said. Yes, but we're going to do 15 minutes for break. And just a reminder, if you're going to buy the copy of this, you have to do it online on our website. We have the signing with Kelly during break time or lunchtime later. So, go online to our website if you want to purchase this book. And be back here in 15 minutes. And anybody on the panel after break, I think it's a long poll, please come backstage to get mic'd up. Thank you.
Wait for a cue. Hey, we're up. It is the first break on the first day of the Humans to Mars Summit, coming to you from George Washington University in the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. I'm Matt Kaplan of the Planetary Society. Back, we're not sure how many times, maybe the 10th time hosting this live stream. What a great start for H2M this year. A tremendous lineup of NASA representatives, and we are joined by one of them right now, Patrick Chai, engineer at Langley Research. Welcome, Patrick.
Thank you very much. Good to be here.
That was fascinating. All of you were fascinating. You got some real nice kudos there from the Associate Administrator, Jim Free.
Yeah, that was really nice for Jim. And really, Jim was the one that really championed this and getting us on this path, right, with Jim and Pam both. So it's been great to work for them and really to realize their vision and really make this execution side of things.
He's been at this, as he said, for a long time, but he has seen things happen in the planning process, which was basically what you had told us about, that he's never seen before. That's also encouraging.
Yes. So, as I mentioned in my talk, right, we had 70 years worth of studies, right, and none of them have been implemented, right. So at some point we were trying something different, and the transparency side of things is really the important part, right. I know Administrator Melroy came to Humans to Mars to talk about the objective. Jim has talked here publicly. We are doing our part with the architecture definition document. With these white papers, eventually when we make these these Mars decisions, we'll go publicly to discuss the rationale for it. The fact that we're talking about making these decisions now publicly is really driving, making sure that we get the feedback we need from the public. So,
you talked about 7 key decision areas, but your colleague, Prasun Desai, talked about 187 shortfalls. And that's with Artemis, not getting to Mars, just doing all the things that we hope to do on the moon with Artemis. I've said this before, a lot of people have heard me say, space is hard, Mars is harder.
Absolutely, and like I said, the key message has always been, Mars will be nothing like we've ever done before, and it will test all of our skills and our brain power to really make this a reality. The gaps themselves, it's maybe not limited to just the moon to Mars. And so some of those are Mars related, and we are soliciting feedback from the public on what things we may be missing. And the 7 decisions, that's not it, right? Like I said in our talk, there are hundreds of decisions that we have actually already identified are in the model. We are working through them methodically so that we can show rigor of our work. The 7 that we've defined are sort of the initial batch, we call them. And we've already done the work. We've identified the next batch. There's probably 4 of them right now that it's in the next batch range. And some of these will probably come fast and furious here in a few years, right? As soon as the science decisions gets made, right, that'll really spin up a lot of the other decisions that will come, basically are dependent on that decisions, right? So it will come fast and quick here in a couple of years once decisions start being made, and that helps us focus the architecture, right? Understanding what things need to be done so that we can focus that and really start defining things and really feedback that to what we're doing on the moon. Jim talks about it a lot. We absolutely are trying to learn as much as possible, buy down the risk as much as possible with our lunar mission so that we are ready to go to Mars. Because what we don't want is do a bunch of lunar missions and then have the switch of let's go to Mars now and starting all over. It's not. It's one moon to Mars architecture and everything is integrated and related.
You went right where I was hoping to go with a couple of things, actually. It sounds like what you're talking about, that there is this commitment to let the science that can or should be done drive a lot of everything else that has to do with getting to these places, both the moon and Mars. And you talked about this interesting approach that I hadn't heard of, that you are working with the national academies, the National Academies of Sciences, Science, Engineering, Math, not far from where we're standing right now, in something similar to the decadal survey process.
Yeah, absolutely, right. And they have a well-established process in their decadal process and survey process, right. And it's really getting the community consensus. We've heard the comments when we asked with the questions about all the things they want to do. Yes, we absolutely understand that there are a plethora of science objectives, different things we want to do. But there's also the reality of it's physically impossible to do them all, right, all at once, right? And so what we've asked the academies is really, what are the priorities, right? The question asked specifically about the landing sites. Well, until we really figure out what is the highest priority science, it's really difficult for us because we could end up picking a landing site that is not compatible with that highest priority, right? So it's slightly chicken and an egg, but at the same time we are doing it sort of concurrently, being transparent about it, really open for that dialogue, right, with both national academies and the public and the scientific community so that we really drive that. But remember, science is only one of the three pillars of the exploration. The other two, inspiration and national posture, are also very important. We don't joke, but we say, you know, it's three for a reason, right? Because if one of those legs is not there, the stool falls over.
Falls right over.
Exactly. So it has to be all three. So it has to be a balanced approach. One can't dominate the other. It has to be all encompassing, and that's the integration, and that's sort of the public sort of integration part of it.
You seem to hear a lot fewer voices now questioning why the moon first. Isn't the moon just a distraction? Shouldn't we go straight to Mars? That was a big deal here not long ago in previous Humans to Mars summits. Not so much anymore, which I'm glad of.
I think it's recognition that it's obviously, if the goal is to just land people on Mars and plant a flag, yeah, go direct, right? That's where, I mean, Rob Zubrin was a big component of that. But when you have a very clear set of objectives, which we have now, right, of build-up capabilities, then it becomes a lot more logical, right, that we ought to be doing things on the moon to help us learn and improve, right? As I mentioned in my talk, right, Mars is very risky. There's a lot of risk involved. We don't really have a good grasp about all that risk at the moment, right? We're not even able to have really intelligent conversations about those risks right now. Doing the lunar missions will help drive out some of those things, help us learn a lot more about what it takes for humans to survive in space for more than a year. Operationally, complex operation between multiple spacecrafts, right? All those little things that you think is just easy to do, it's not really, right? And you have to do the work and show the rigor and really drive out what is necessary. And really, the other key point is the consensus building, right? This is not just a STMD, Exploration System Mission Development, effort. This is not just the STMD, the space technology, or SOMD, it's a space operation or science, right? This is a whole agency effort. Everybody's involved. Everybody has that buy-in.
Plus international partners.
International partner, exactly, and our industry partner. Very, very important, right? So we are also learning, and I'm glad you brought up the partners, right? We are, in the past, I think for Mars, it's sort of a, NASA is doing this, and NASA is its own entity, right? There's recognition that we are likely not going to be doing this ourselves, right? So how do we build those partnerships? How do we build those relationships so that we can make it a more global effort, right? And we're learning so much with the Artemis Accord and learning all the things that we have to do when we have partners that bring their elements. How do we integrate that into the architecture? And how do we have that working relationship with our partners, both international and in industry, right? So all those lessons learned, they may not show up in the architecture side of things, but it's just as critical when building this consensus architecture, so.
We could stop there, but I want you to go a little bit deeper into something else that you say has been developed and is obviously a big part of this process now, and that's the decision-making model that you and others have developed, which NASA is now, I guess, depending on. How does that work?
So we call it a road mapping process, because we started off talking about it as like a roadmap. But the challenge, of course, is a roadmap gets obsolete very quickly. It's really important to talk about it as a road mapping process because it's ever evolving, right? We learn things, we get new data, and that needs to be taken into consideration when the modeling. So right now, it's identifying the key decisions for Mars. And really laying out the dependencies, both upstream and downstream. We have a decision, Mars science. What are things that are all dependent on that decision? And there's a lot. There's so many, right? Are there anything that the Mars decision is waiting on to be decided so that we can make that decision? And what we saw was that not many, right? And probably likely not that many. And so that's why that rose up to sort of the high level, we should make this decision earlier rather than later. So that modeling process is helping us organize, right, the hundreds or so decisions that we've identified. That's really, really helpful for us. And the other thing too for us is with these models and the way we're defining these decisions, it's also not just an STMD decision, architecture decision. Yes, they are architecture decision, but we are getting the consensus buy-in from our stakeholders across NASA. STMD, and obviously STMD is leading the Mars science decision, right? We're taking our role as what we call decision shepherds to help guide the process of how data. STMD did not ask the National Academy for that Mars science priority. SMD did, but it's in consultation with partnership, right? So it is a truly one NASA effort, and we are getting all of the stakeholders and all of the mission directorate involved in our decision-making process, so everybody can see how those decision implication, all the flow downs, so that they can understand when we make a strategic decisions, this is the impact, and they have the buy-in, and that's the key, is having the buy-in, and then we talk publicly about these decisions so people understand why we make those decisions. And that's really important for staying power, because we don't want to have to relitigate decisions again and again and again, because we never actually make progress, and that's what we want, making progress.
Helping to generate lots of buy-in so that you're not hurting cats in this case.
Well, yes.
I got one more. Sure. I couldn't figure out, I was trying to come up with a clever way to work this into the topics that we've heard about this morning. I can't, so I'm just going to ask you. Sure. Maybe you see some relevance in this. I see that in your spare time, you do aquatic sports timing at swim meets, I assume. Yes. As a former AAU swimmer, that caught my eye.
Yeah, so I used to swim, and I swam in college, and I went to Georgia Tech, which obviously has the '96 U.S. Olympic pool, Atlanta Olympic, and they run the timing system there. It was actually one of the first a new addition to what the sports timing came up with. So I lifeguarded, and then I started working there for that, and so now I do these sort of on the side. So I've done a couple of national meets here and there. So it's fun, little side, I would say distraction. But yeah, I'll be at Indianapolis next month for the Olympic trials. So
very cool. Thank you so much for taking a few extra minutes to talk to us here, and enjoy, because you're sticking around, I think. Enjoy the summit.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be here all week, today and tomorrow, so love to have more chats.
Thanks again. Right, yeah, Patrick Chai of NASA Langley, helping to lay out the groundwork, the road, the path that will eventually get humans to Mars, which of course is what we're all about here at the Humans to Mars Summit. We are going to continue this break for just a few more minutes, and if I go through this really fast, actually I think I'll substitute for something else here, just to give you an idea of what is coming up. The next segment is what are the most significant long poles for humans to Mars? We're going to see Joe Cassady again. Joe Cassady of Aerojet Rocketdyne, now an L3 Harris Technologies company. One of the major sponsors, by the way, of Humans to Mars, and we are very, very grateful for that. He's going to bring up some great people, and we'll talk more about, or we'll hear from them more about some of those challenges of getting us to the red planet. Then before we go to lunch, how can we most effectively protect the physical and mental health of astronauts voyaging to and from Mars? Human factors, not in the past always given the consideration that they should get, but they're getting it here at the summit. And then we've got a couple of lightning talks, including one from Collins Aerospace, about the next generation spacesuit, because Collins is one of the two companies that might just have that little portable walking spacesuit that gets astronauts back to the surface of the moon, hopefully before too long with Artemis 3. All right, we'll stop for now, and we'll rejoin you when the program picks up, probably only in about 5 minutes from now, and we'll see you then.
Before I introduce the next panel, just a couple announcements. First off, at the end, when we're doing Q&A from the audience, please try to go to the microphone. We want our online audience to be able to hear the questions, as well as the speakers as well. So please, anybody who's doing a question, we'll only take it if you come to the microphone or the microphone's brought to you. Also, for our next panel, and any panels after that, we'd like to, if you can come to the backstage 20 minutes before the sessions, and to get to the backstage, you go out the back door and come all the way around. You'll see his door right over here that you can come through, and people will help you along the way. So thank you. So our next panel is an important one, talking about long poles to Mars. Basically, technologies that take a long period of time to develop in order to be able to be ready before we can go to Mars. And this has been a topic of discussion for Explore Mars for many years. Our fourth Achieving Mars workshop focused on, I believe, 12 long poles that were important, were critical for getting to Mars. And so our next panel, we'll be looking at how much these long poles have changed over the last 8 years. And leading this is Joe Cassady, who you've seen before. He's Executive Vice President of Explore Mars and Director of Civil Space at L3 Harris. Joe?
Thanks, Chris. All right, well, welcome back from break. We're excited to be able to give you a little bit of an overview of some of these challenging technologies, as Chris said, and we've got a wonderful panel here this morning. I'm just going to let them each tell you something about the work that they're doing. I'll introduce them, let them give a little bit of a talk, and then we'll have some time for Q&A at the end of the session here. So first up is Angela Kren. Angela has over 20 years of experience at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. She's worked operations, design, analysis, and research related to cryogenic systems for ground and space applications. She also has experience with architecture development, integration, and thermal management for moderate and high temperature applications. Currently, Angela is supporting NASA's Space Technology Mission Directorate as both the technical integration lead and the principal technologist for surface systems. So, Angela,
Thank you,
welcome.
Joe. It's so great to be here. Thank you. All right. So we talk about long poles for Mars, and of course, I'm going to start with some of the obvious ones. So I took this image from the architecture definition document, and it provides a pretty good summary of the main initial long poles to get to Mars and get back, right? So how are we going to do that? So of course the transportation system is a challenge, and it's a long pole for a couple of different reasons. Obviously there's a lot of technology development required to enable the systems, but also we haven't yet made a decision on which transportation system will be optimal. And if you heard Patrick's talk earlier, that's not one of the first decisions that has to be made, right? So that pushes that decision out a little bit further because it's reliant on some of the initial decisions. And then also there's a lot of decisions that flow back from that after that decision is made. So from a technology standpoint, that puts us in the position of trying to put multiple bets on the table to develop technologies that are potentially going to be used in no matter which ultimate transportation system is chosen. So right now within the trade space, we're looking at nuclear electric propulsion with a chemical stage also, solar electric propulsion with a chemical stage, nuclear thermal propulsion, and also an all-chemical option. So there are key technology developments in each one of these areas that we're currently investing in to try to move the needle forward. So when that decision is made, we'll be in a good position to pick the right option and move forward there. Also, we have to be able to land, right? So we talked a little bit earlier, you heard Prasun talk about the HIAD and the lofted demonstration. That all went really well, but it was still fairly small compared to what we need to do to land the masses that we're talking about on Mars. So we're working with our industry partners to try to scale that up and continue growing that capability, but also that's not been decided either, right? So we also have to look at other potential options such as like a vertical descent. So there's a lot of potential work there. And then how do we get back off the plant, off the surface, right? So an ascent vehicle. And a lot of that is maybe more of an engineering challenge if you think of it just from an ascent perspective, but when you start thinking about how do you actually enable the fueling process, the volumes of liquids required to get off of the surface, that then drives you into potentially needing autonomous systems and autonomous fluid transfers and things like that, which also are going to be We're looking at a bunch of different power generation options, and this is a couple of artist renditions of surface power, fission surface power on the surface of the moon and Mars. So that's one potential option, but again, that decision is on the table to potentially go forward with a recommendation later this year. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, so next up we have Chris Boger from Draper, and Chris is a program director in the Space Systems Program Office at Draper. He's responsible for the human spaceflight and exploration market area. His portfolio includes NASA Commercial Lunar Payload Services, or CLPS, NASA Human Landing System, NASA Space Launch System, NASA Orion, NASA International Space, it's pretty much everything. NASA Human Research Program, NASA Gateway, and he's responsible for the avionics and G&C prime contract with NASA Johnson Space Flight Center. Prior to this position, Chris served in roles as an electrical designer, a systems engineer, and a line manager for a whole lot of programs and organizations during his 15-year tenure at Draper. He's been supporting customers across the DoD and other U.S. government organizations. Welcome, Chris.
Thanks a lot, Joe. I appreciate that. And thanks for giving my brief without having me have to do it here.
Right.
So I thought I would use this couple of minutes to just orient folks about Draper a little bit and obviously some of the important technology areas that we focus on relevant to human space travel. A few of the areas right now off the top: autonomous and piloted guidance, navigation, and control. This includes everything from ascent, descent, and landing on planetary bodies, rendezvous, proxops, RPOD, and Earth reentry and hypersonic flight. So we've pretty much run the gambit associated with autonomous and piloted guidance, navigation, and control. Another really key area is the fault-tolerant system architecture and high-reliability flight computing. Really, it's associated with the difficult environments upon which space travel will have to weather, and ultimately being able to design systems that can withstand that. Which kind of carries to the next one about radiation hardening and the ability to have electronic systems operate in difficult radiation environments. But also we've spent some time developing some specialized sensors and electronic systems, whether it's in support of science or actually for guidance systems or other technology development to enable those technologies. And finally, and probably more recently, is really the use of model-based design, both on the software side as well as the system engineering side, to also be carried through on simulation and the verification and validation. So how do we apply these technologies? This is a smattering of some areas that we've worked. Starting in the upper right is really where it all began, not only for Draper, but for human space travel in general on the Earth here. That's a contract that Draper was, I guess our previous company was known as the MIT Instrumentation Laboratory before we became Draper. We were the first contract levied on the Apollo program for developing the flight computer and the flight software for that. And almost as impressive as that is the fact that Western Union telegram actually represents the contract that was levied in order to do that. So the government was able to get someone on contract with something that could fit on a slide, unlike today. Moving from there a little bit around the history here, obviously the next phase in human spaceflight travel came with the shuttle. We've been working with Sierra Space, previously Sierra Nevada, on Dream Chaser, Cygnus. We have roles on ISS. All the elements of Artemis right now, from Orion, SLS, Gateway, and the HLS. And then we've had some roles on some space science missions as well that we have highlighted at the bottom. And I think most recently, to kind of round this out, Draper is a prime contractor on the CLPS IDIQ. We did receive our first task order just about 2 years ago for the CP-12 mission, which will bring 3 science payloads to the far side near the south pole of the moon in 2026. So I thought I would pick a couple of things that are relevant to Draper's area that represent the theme of this panel here associated with long poles in technology development. Certainly the first would be precision landing and GNC to enable the human Mars missions. There's obviously a lot of reasons why precision landing and GNC is important. Pre-positioning of assets, the long duration surface excursions without the infrastructure associated with being able to navigate on the surface, the ability to map from a scientific perspective and more generally, and then the entry and landing profiles that would be able to support a deconditioned crew. So that was one area. I'll kind of leave it at that so I don't steal the whole panel time here. And then the second area really is associated with the human missions to endure prolonged radiation exposure. This really touches not only the electronics and the capability of the vehicle, but also the conditions that the human and the crew will ultimately have to endure, and the cumulative exposure associated with that. So the real enablers and hurdles really are radiation hardening. So this is a somewhat of a solved problem, but certainly has a mass cost and a cost associated with being able to do that effectively. Fault tolerant computing to deal with any effects and errors that happen associated with the travel, and if there was a way we could shorten the transit time, right? Whether it's nuclear propulsion or otherwise, would certainly be beneficial to the human element of that, and onboard protection for the humans again would come at a swap cost. Draper's in a really unique situation. I didn't touch on this much, and I'll get off the stage with this, or I'll stay on the stage, but I'll get off the speaking role. Not only do we have a long history of working in the human performance side of things, as well as the technology for space travel, we also have a growing area in the biotech area as well. So I think the combination of these three would really be a beneficial way to bring things together in a unique way for bringing humans to Mars. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. All right, next up we have Dr. Jancy McPhee. She currently serves as the Associate Chief Scientist for the NASA Human Research Program. In this role, she helps build science strategies and implement research goals, coordinating with government, international, and commercial partners across various physiological disciplines, space missions, and Earth-based simulations of life in space. She supports the program goal to safeguard the health and performance of astronauts on exploration missions. Jancy.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're enjoying the conference so far, and we are here to talk about getting humans to Mars, as this lovely artistic representation suggests. So let me start by explaining that the NASA Human Research Program is an applied research program. It's not a basic science program. Our job is to ensure the human health and performance of astronauts on these future exploration missions. And we heard a lot this morning about the amazing work that we're doing through the Artemis program to get to the moon and focus on doing science at the moon. But when we go to Mars, some of those risks that we're worried about get even greater. And these are representing the 5 hazards that we worry about when we think about putting the human body into space. So in engineering, we will refer to ourselves as the human system, which includes the human body and all of the things that are designed around it to support it. But when we're en route to Mars, we are more concerned about the long-term exposure to radiation, the long duration of isolation and confinement, the remoteness from Earth, the different gravity levels that we will encounter as the human, and also the need to have an enclosed environment with all of our resources on board and able to be used and recycled as necessary. And we didn't get to design the human system like some of my colleagues are getting to do. So a lot of what we do is a bit of an exploration of trying to understand the response of the human system to these various space hazards. And we heard a lot this morning about the Moon to Mars strategy and the major goals and objectives of those missions to the moon and then onward to Mars. And the human is intimately associated with many of the operational and science goals and objectives. So we intimately link ourselves to the Humans to Mars architecture planning to achieve those scientific and operational objectives. And so you're not supposed to literally read this thing. It's just to show you that there's an intimate relationship between, on the left, our research plans to try to overcome what we recognize as some of the major risks to the human system. What are we going to do exactly? What are the studies we're going to do? How they help inform the architecture definition to achieve the objectives for the Moon to Mars program. And then similarly, as the Moon to Mars programs evolve and become more clearly defined, we can then pivot and adjust our research to make sure that we understand what we expect to happen to the human on these missions, as well as put countermeasures into place to ensure that they are healthy and able to perform whatever those goals and objectives are. So these are the 8 highest concerning risks that are agreed upon between the research program and also operations. So this is an agreement. If you don't see your favorite concern or risk on this chart, please don't think that we're not still thinking about it. This is just those that are of highest concern across not just the human research program, but our hand-in-hand partners in operations as well. And since we were asked to try to identify amongst those top risks, our very, very top risks, I have boxed in a couple that are very pertinent to our discussion today about having the human able to survive in space. And that is the independence for these Mars missions, the autonomy that the humans will need in order to execute these Mars missions, and the vehicle designs that will be required to support that autonomy. Food is a big challenge for us as well. We're having limited mass and volume. It's a long trip. It's going to have to be nutritious and long shelf life. All the effects of the length of the mission are an incredible factor for us to consider because of the long-term exposure of the human to a reduced level of gravity, both in transit and on the surface of Mars, as well as just the length of time that you're in a small vehicle, relatively speaking, with the same people in a highly stressful situation. And also, along with those gravitational impacts are potentially changes to the bones, the muscles, our vision systems. And then many of the Mars architecture plans consider that, after this long transit to Mars, we'll land on the surface of the planet and perhaps give ourselves a little bit of rest time so that things like our sensory motor systems have a little bit of time to recover. But we do also have to consider what if everything doesn't go exactly as planned. So it is very important for us to understand the anticipated effects on the sensory motor system and how we might best counteract those.
Thank you. All right, so now, last to speak is Grant Anderson. Mr. Anderson co-founded Paragon in 1993. And he's now president and CEO. Before that, he held diverse positions at Paragon, including chief engineer, VP of engineering, treasurer, secretary, CFO. You did everything, didn't you? And he led the systems and conceptual design of multiple human spacecraft and the design of the International Space Station solar arrays in a previous position. He's been on multiple nonprofit boards, including schools, charity organizations, and the Tucson Metro Chamber of Commerce. So Grant, thank you, and over to you.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Whoops, somebody advanced it for me. That's this is not a sales on Paragon. Paragon turns 31 actually next week, so May 11th. Is that next week? That's actually Saturday, right?
Okay.
And I'm 61 years old, so that means half my life has been doing Paragon. If anybody would have told me 30 years ago, I don't know. So Paragon's been involved in life support, but one of the things about us, we only do life support. We're the only company that just concentrates on life support and thermal control in extreme environments. space being the ultimate extreme environment, it's most of what we do, but we also do underwater systems, mine refuge systems, and stuff of that nature. Anywhere where if what we do fails, you'll die instantly as opposed to slowly, that's pretty much what we do. And we've been involved in every single architectural study, like I said, and in fact, the Dragon Environmental Control Life Support System architecture is Paragon's. The CST-100 that was supposed to take off last night and hopefully will on Friday is also ours. You're not also supposed to read this chart, but this is sort of a life support thing. You'll find out my theme is the long pole in the tent is the life support system in general. And that encompasses a lot of things. What conference are we at? We're at the Humans to Mars conference. We're not the Spacecraft to Mars conference. And not saying we've done that and been there and done that, but if even George Mueller way back in 1968 said, well, we got to figure out guidance, navigation, control, landing, and life support to go to Mars. Well, we kind of figure out the first two, although landing enough mass is but definitely a big one. But that life support one, we do not have an existence proof at this time that we can get people there and back. In fact, you've heard a lot of arguments of direct to Mars, why go to the moon, why moon to Mars. I'm a very big fan of moon to Mars because I'd rather prove something out at 3 days from Earth than 9 months from Earth. Just if you need some orientation, there's air management, which is something that was on Jancy's chart. There's water management, recycling of water, collection, and what we call polishing to get it back to drinkable standards. There's the crew systems themselves that comes with everything else, clothes and washcloths and food and things like that. I actually have a chapter of a book. I'm not making a plug because I don't make any money on this, coming out this month on interstellar life support systems. And I do have the controversial statement, will you need clothes? I'm not turning this into an X-rated program here. And then the waste management itself, I think it's an unspoken secret, not really an unspoken secret, that no toilet works in space or has worked how people expect them to. That's a big area for us. And then finally, thermal control. Once you keep an astronaut breathing, they want to be at the right temperature, and they're pretty picky about that. In fact, much pickier than electronics. A person is a lot harder to keep at the right temperature than a piece of electronics. So that kind of gives you your idea of the major elements. One of the things we get a lot is, haven't we done this before? ISS has been flown for 24 years. We've got a life support system. Just talk to Robin Gaines or anybody else. There's been a problem with life support system every 3 to, I think, outside 8 months on something gone wrong. The other thing is that none of them, only about 80% of what's gone wrong in the life support system would have become evident on a ground-based test because of the microgravity environment. So your microgravity is a function that just messes up biology in different ways. And then finally, you can't really test a life support system in an accelerated environment. If you want one to last for 3 years, you need to test it for 3, 5, 7, 8 years, because biology doesn't speed up just for you. Yeah, there's some, you can raise the temperature a little bit and biological growth happens a little faster, but you don't know about the fouling and the chemical makeup of the water changing over time and eating away a heat exchanger or something like that. You don't find that out until you do it, and it's very, very hard to accelerate. So when we talk about long poles, that testing regime that gets up to the point where you can say, yes, I can convince the astronauts and I can convince myself that ethically I can send these people to Mars because they have as good a chance as I can give them to make it there and back. That takes some testing and some confidence behind you, and you have to be able to do that. So that's really all I wanted to say, but I look forward to questions.
Great. Well, thank you very much, all of you. So I'm going to shift over a little bit now to the portion of the panel where I'll ask some questions of the presenters. We are going to leave a little bit of time at the end, so be thinking now of what questions you might have as well. So I'm going to start with you, Grant, and work our way backwards, and then we'll just bounce back and forth. So what do you consider the measure of success for a Mars-capable life support system?
I would say the measure of success is consistency and non-drift. Really what happens with life support systems, they drift over time. The pH starts to move in certain things. Your food system, what you took up there and you're eating at day 6 has the same nutritional value as something at 9 months down the line. That's really where I see that going, and also the recycling aspect, what's called the closure. How much can you recycle? There are some very big sweet spots in there. Paragon long ago in our 30 years said, okay, concentrate on water first, then oxygen, whether it's going for that extra carbon molecule by getting out the CO2, or at least just being able to recycle the oxygen in general. And go down the hierarchy of those and do the ones that make sense and don't do the ones that don't make sense. If you have a recycling or reclosure system that is so complex that you're going to end up repairing it all the time on the way to the moon, on the way to Mars, that is not a good trade.
Right.
I'd rather do the extra 100 pounds or...
Kind of like buying the car with all the bells and whistles on it to brake all the time, rather than just the standard car.
Yeah, and that's, I will say, I'm not an autonomy fan. I'm especially not an AI fan on board for a whole bunch of reasons, mainly because they're really good for coming up with fixing the things that you thought about. They're extremely bad in what we call black swan events. They do not do well. The human mind is the greatest thing for a black swan event. The intuitional, okay, what do we do? And another controversial thing I say is there is no mission control after you're 5 seconds from Earth.
Yeah. Well, that's a great segue. I was going to ask Jancy this question. Given how far away the crew is going to be on the mission to Mars, what are some of the concerns that you would have for human crew members in terms of, being that far away and not having that direct link? Could you speak to that a little bit?
So that does get at the autonomy and our need to have very clear roles and responsibilities between the human and all the devices and the tools that we're going to have on board, and exactly, it's the human system interface. What are we providing? How user-friendly is it? Are we going to be able to distinguish the thermal control from the eject button? These things are very, very important. And so that's crucial. It's a long trip, so it's going to be very important to have refreshers. To have a little just-in-time training. Let's say there's a medical event and, oh my goodness, I haven't figured out how to use the ultrasound for over a year, since pre-training. I need a little refresher here, a little bit of autonomous guidance, because it may be an emergency situation and I can't call home. I'm going to need some decision support.
Do you think you'll do like fire drills and things like that, practices for some off-nominal events?
We already do those, even for the missions that we're already working on. It's a pretty famous thing to try to challenge the crew and help them to understand how to use their tools in sort of everyone's worst nightmare scenario. To your point, though, we can't anticipate everything. Right. So to a certain extent, they have to train in a broad perspective so that when the unique situation comes up, they're ready and they're prepared.
Great. Thank you. Chris, for you, maybe, how critical is precision landing? You mentioned that as one of your areas to being able to set up a base on either the moon or Mars.
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, I think, given how little we really know about Mars compared to other, say, the moon or something else, I mean, I think being able to accurately land where we need to be, whether it's, near resources or, near the other assets that we've put down there, becomes increasingly important because, when we first get there, there's going to be limited opportunity for movement or correction for errors associated with missteps in landing. So the further away you are and the more of an unexplored, realm that you're going to, just ups the game that much more associated with how precisely we have to execute. And it goes to the human element as well. I mean, any cost associated with that human needing to travel further in order to get to, the resources,
yeah. Right.
Those might be costs that can't be endured given the resources that they brought with them, or, what state they're in when they finally get there. So it couldn't be more important, especially when you're taking into account the human element.
Oh yeah, we all remember what Matt Damon had to go through in The Martian.
Yes.
Yeah. So Angela, you mentioned earlier some of the work that we're doing in human-class Mars transit capabilities. How is NASA investing in technologies right now to build up those capabilities?
Yeah, so since we don't have a decision yet on what that transportation system's going to be, and we have a very limited budget, we're trying to be smart about how we make those investments, where we can invest across the wide variety of technology areas, but also leverage our partners and leverage other government agencies and industry to invest in ways that can be useful near term and then can be expanded later to eventually lead to a Mars mission. So some examples, we have an investment with solar electric propulsion that's going to be used for the Gateway boost stage, and so that could be extensible eventually to a Mars mission. We also have a partnership with DARPA to do the Draco mission, which is a nuclear thermal propulsion engine that should be going in the next couple of years. And then, as I mentioned, in all of the trade options, there is a chemical stage component, so that's going to require cryogenic fluid management technologies. We have 4 different tipping points with industry partners to develop and demonstrate some of those cryo fluid management technologies that we've been developing over the last 10 or so years. SpaceX recently did a successful demonstration of a cryogenic transfer in space. And then we've got 3 more partners that are going to be doing some other missions to demonstrate some of that cryo technology in the coming year or two.
So quite a bit going on, actually.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
That's great. Well, I'm gonna swing back this way now, so I'll give you a follow-up one here. The NASA ULA partnered low Earth orbit flight test of an inflatable decelerator, or LOFTED project, recently had a successful test. Could you tell us a little bit about that and how that might feed forward to a human Mars mission?
Yeah, so Prasun talked about that a little bit this morning. You guys got to see the video, so that was a very, very positive outcome demonstration a little over a year ago. The HIAD was able to demonstrate both that it was, it was packed in real tight and it was able to deploy properly without any issues. It inflated to the right pressure, it inflated in the right time frame, didn't have any concerns there. When it went through re-entry, it got to the temperatures expected and performed very well. And so, yeah, that was a really significant step in the right direction. But as I mentioned, it is a smaller scale than what we'll need for a Mars mission, right? So, again, trying to leverage those industry interests and partnerships to try to build up the capability to take the next step into making it a little bit bigger and more capable so that we can eventually get into the range of 25 tons, capable of landing on Mars. And the other thing about the HIAD is it does have some potential application in other missions as well. So trying to work with SMD and the folks there to make sure that we're pursuing all of the potential applications for that technology.
Great, super. Chris, what do you think the Artemis program plan can do to help us burn down the risk for precision landing at Mars?
Yeah, thanks for that. And I'll just expand the question, I guess, a little bit, maybe to include the CLIPS program. I know, obviously they're discrete programs, but they're obviously supporting one another. So, I mean, robotic landing on the moon, making that a more routine element, as CLIPS is attempting to do with a broader, provider base, right, to include the commercial industry, I think will go a long way at maturing technologies at a pace that, just kind of one-off, NASA-funded missions won't be able to do. And a lot of those technologies will be, applicable to what we're trying to do on Mars and other planets, right? But in general, the work we're doing on Artemis as well, that is to bring humans to the surface of the moon. And I think, a lot has changed since Apollo. I think, when astronauts were landing on the moon then, they were in control largely, not entirely, of the mission. And I think, the paradigm of how much the human remains in the loop for and how much they even have direct visibility into, the surface they're trying to land on is, I think, what NASA and the Artemis program is wrestling with now. I'm hopeful that those advances will help kind of get that new paradigm in place for when we do decide to move towards Mars, and that we're not yet again trying to take a big leap in terms of, what the, 60 years that passed between the times that we landed humans on the moon, right? So I think both the CLIPS program and Artemis will do a lot to serve and be able to leverage that learning for putting humans on Mars.
Great. Back to you, Jancy. You mentioned earlier if things didn't go right, so, you know, if you're in a situation and you're on your landing and maybe something's a little bit askew, what concerns do you have about that in terms of the human, you know, then needing to do something on a planetary surface?
So one of the big concerns, of course, is there are changes to our sensory motor systems during these long trips in microgravity. And then we have very little information about what will happen at 3/8 G as well. Will it feel to the human system more like microgravity or more like 1G on Earth? And we have some suspicions, but no evidence as to exactly what that's going to be like. So as I mentioned earlier, some of the plans are to basically try to build a rest period into the architecture. But if that doesn't go exactly right, will we need to be able to put our suits on and go outside and check on something or deploy something? Will we be okay, but our crew member perhaps is not feeling so good? And is he or she getting dehydrated? And, you know, perhaps we need to help them put an IV in there. And it's you know, there's some changes early on, you know, in those shifts between different gravitational levels in kind of our motor control systems as well. You know, we even be able to apply an IV when it's really needed. So these are a lot of the things that we'd like to test, and, you know, not to talk about the low Earth orbit world, but we do have a lot more opportunities to test some of these capabilities in simulated situations. And there is actually an international movement to try to use the ISS as a test bed for Mars. So that includes on orbit, being able to do medical capabilities, and also shortly after landing and returning to 1G, which may turn out to be sort of similar to 3/8 G. You know, we'll only know when we get there. Right. So there will be a lot of testing to try to identify what can we do. You know, if resting is not the option, to help each other, because everyone has a slightly different response to the space environment. How can we facilitate our recovery? Things like that.
Great. All right, Grant. I want to pull on a thread that you started a little bit ago when you showed your chart. Why is thinking about the ecosystem early in a design cycle important?
We are the payload. I mean, ultimately, you never send a human into space without an ecosystem around them. It's a really short, ugly trip. So, but you will send an ecosystem out for a test flight without a human. We have found, and one of the things that Paragon's excelled in, is we are systems engineers, ultimate system engineers, because we touch everybody. So thinking about what the life support system is going to do, and I mean in totality, there's a seminal paper I wrote with Dr. Leslie Wickman back 20 years ago now on activities-based design of spacecraft. In other words, you figure out what you're going to do in the spacecraft, then you figure out the space you need. And in the past, it's been more of the spacecraft has to be shaped by this for aerodynamic reasons or whatever else, and therefore, you know, now cram the life support system into it. But then even more, you know, getting back to psychological aspects and everything else, the human is a complex system inside a complex system. And we're talking about testing a complex system of the spacecraft. One of the things, and this is a little segue, but I'm worried about the human system. What happens, we've talked about, we don't know what long-term effects are. I would say that we're at a point where human physiology studies in space are 20% hypothesis-based science and 80% discovery-based science. The body is highly adaptable. I've been an epigenetics freak for 20 years. When I first heard about it, epigenetics is essentially the selective change in turning on and off of genes in your body as you adapt to stuff. I'm really worried the human's going to start adapting as we're going out there and coming back and being on Mars. And we're going to see things that pop up we've never even seen on Earth before. So that was maybe a little bit farther than where you want me to go, but I'm really worried about that. But so the we can do is
It's a little hard to know exactly what to design for if things are changing all the time.
Changing all the time.
Right.
And yes, no, it's not an automatic adaptation, but there's very subtle things that start happening immediately when humans are exposed to an extreme environment of one type or another. So going back to what you asked, if you're not thinking about the life support in the totality, psychology and human factors and everything else from the beginning, you don't end up with a good design. You end up with a kludge. And then humans are extremely good at adapting to kludges, making it work anyway, sort of that can-do attitude. But the more you do that, the more stress you put on them psychologically. So there's a lot of reasons besides just the physics and the chemistry and the biology of life support, why you need to think about it really early.
All right, at this point, I would like to open it up to questions from the audience. And could I ask that you get a microphone, because we've got people online. So Jim, or just if you wouldn't mind, yeah, could you just make your way to the microphone? Thank you.
So this question's for Yancey. So Chris Mason was involved in the twin study, and he's written a fabulous book called The Next 500 Years, okay? So cutting to the chase, his idea is that those astronauts, the first ones to go to Mars, will be genetically selected and genetically engineered and repaired by CRISPR. Okay, so is there any of those ideas that he has brought forward in his book being considered and thought about in the program?
So we are working, we at NASA in the Human Research Program are also doing omics studies on a regular basis. So we are very interested in some of the things that Grant brought up as well. What are the potential changes, long-term environment? We are also very interested not just in the average human response to space, but also in the individualized human response to space. And the more that we understand that by collecting continual, he's referring to omics data. It sounds, but it basically means studying the genetic changes in the genetic material, the proteins, and all the different molecules from gene to operations, not just looking at the final outcome, which is the performance or the health indicators, but all of the steps that lead to those big outcomes. To really understand how do we monitor at all levels of change, as well as anticipate those changes and know when we might need to act. So we are indeed doing that as well. One of the interesting possibilities by being able to study things more at that genetic level and small molecule level is that we might be able to determine when, let's say, someone has an inability to metabolize a certain drug in space, and that's the one that is going in the general med kit. Well, you can now send that person with an alternate drug that they are better able to use in the event of having whatever syndrome it is that was, encouraging them to want to take that medication. Similarly, there are variations in people's sensitivity to radiation. We might be able to recommend additional countermeasures for someone who is showing some sort of genetic level of sensitivity. So at this time, we are generally not considering that detailed understanding at the omics level as so much as a selection basis, but more as a countermeasure support basis. The more we can understand everyone's response all the way down to the omics level and counteract that response, anticipate their response, anticipate their unique needs, the better. So that work is really, really important and is something that we are considering as well.
Other questions? Let's see, got one there in the second row. Third row, sorry. It's hard to see with the lights.
Hi, this question is for Angela. We're specifically kind of talking about the idea of like fission as an energy source. Because I already know on Earth, it's kind of like we're having a hard time getting on the same page of like moving towards fission as an energy source. Is that kind of the same thing in space, or is it kind of like a general understanding of like this is kind of the way we want to go in terms of like sustainable energy? Because again, like we have a hard time agreeing about that on Earth as an energy source.
Yeah, great question. So with all of our goals and objectives on the lunar surface, we're actually going to be developing a variety of power generation because in certain circumstances, some options are better than others. So we are looking at fission power, but also vertical solar arrays and other radioisotope options. There is also a growing interest terrestrially in terms of fission surface power that is potentially mobile, so on the 10 to 20, 30 kilowatt scale. And so I think with that growing terrestrial interest, that's also adding the momentum to be able to help make those advancements so that we could use them on the moon. And then when we get ready to go to Mars, we'll have hopefully develop the full range of possibilities. And then when we decide on the primary power generation technology, we'll have opportunities there to choose from. So.
All right, I think we have another one here in the front row.
Could Joe and the rest of the panel share with us what inspired their interest in science and space?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll start. My mom, number one, who put me in front of the TV during the Mercury program, but then obviously growing up in Apollo, so.
I work for headquarters right now, but I live in Florida. I grew up in Florida. I work at Kennedy Space Center. And so when I was growing up, I was watching space shuttle launches all the time, and it captured my imagination young, and I never grew out of it. So.
Yeah, similar. Space shuttle, watching the launches when I was younger, to include the ones that didn't go so well. I mean, really stuck with me, and wanted me to bring myself forward to help make sure that we have as successful missions as possible.
The original Star Trek. That's what inspired me, and that very positive attitude about collaborating together as the human race to continue to explore space.
I would say middle school science class. My textbook for the human body was Asimov's textbook, which I thought was cool. I knew him as a science fiction writer, but he actually wrote my textbook for biology. Wow. And that combined with an absolute obsession of airplanes, I would say, and that then went on to being the shuttle. And I remember reading Mike Collins' book about the shuttle that came out in like '78 about what it was going to do. So I think that was all of that put together.
I don't see Chris yet, so let's take one more.
I have a question for Jancy and Grant. So for the life support systems, and with the recent BPS survey that came out, the decadal, do you see a biological life support system as being the key to Mars habitats, or will it be more focused on how the ISS operates today?
Why don't you go with that one?
Okay. Yeah, really this is the physiochemical systems versus biological systems. I can tell you what's not going to happen. We're not going to be growing plants for food in space. It's extremely inefficient. I know somebody asked that question over there, and the last thing, you got to bring the matter from somewhere anyway. And yeah, you can talk about the in situ resources. I'd have a little trouble. We actually designed an experiment for NASA to test seed growth in Martian soil on the Mars 2001 lander that didn't make it. But where biological comes in fact, in this book chapter that's coming out, and again, I don't make money on it, it comes out the end of this month by Elsevier, I think, I say the life support system will look a lot more like a brewery than a farm for a really long duration. I believe there's a nexus of genetically engineered microorganisms producing the fundamental things that will produce your food. In fact, I love to say things that just kind of poke people, and you call me wise or a pedantic asshole, one of the two. Oh, I'm not allowed to say that. Sorry about that.
Hopefully we got that.
But Bleep. That nexus of being able to generate those things means the number one 3D printer in space will be the food printer, I think.
Thank you.
How's that?
Well, listen, I think we're out of time, but help me thank our panel. It was kind of under your breath.
Good morning, everyone. Why don't we stand up for a second and take a quick Mars stretch together? On your feet. There's a big one in the back. I like it. All right, big folks at home, you get to take a Mars stretch too. All right. We've had a lot of really amazing programming this morning, haven't we? Now it's my distinct pleasure to introduce the moderator for our next panel. The panel is entitled, How Can We Most Effectively Protect the Physical and Mental Health of Astronauts Voyaging to and from Mars? So let's welcome Dr. Eric Antonsen. He's a distinguished figure at the nexus of medicine and engineering. As an associate physician at Mass General Hospital and a lecturer at MIT's Aero-Astro Engineering Department, Dr. Antonsen is at the forefront of pioneering aerospace physiology and life support systems education. His academic journey includes significant tenures at Baylor College of Medicine as an associate professor of space medicine and emergency medicine. He's also had a robust tenure at NASA, including as the element scientist for exploration medical capabilities and later as the assistant director for human system risk management. Eric has been instrumental in shaping the future of space medicine through his involvement in developing medical systems and managing human health risks in space, and that includes his editorial work on the groundbreaking book, Systems Medicine for Human Spaceflight. And that's just your moderator, friends. Join me to welcome Eric and the other distinguished members of this panel, which is sure to be an exciting one.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much for that introduction. Now, please excuse me while we have a distinguished panel, and I can't remember all of the exact words for the introductions that I need to do, so please excuse me while I use my phone. We have Mr. Shandy McMillan with us, who is the Senior Safety and Mission Assurance Advisor for Exploration Systems Development in the Office of Safety and Mission Assurance at NASA headquarters. When I looked through his bio, there were so many different positions that he'd had at NASA, it was impossible to kind of go through them all. He has served at SMA since 1999 and worked, among those things, 13 years with Space Shuttle and Constellation, as well as a whole pile of other things that it would be just too much to get into. I will say he's received the NASA Exceptional Service Medal Award, among other honors, and it is with great thanks that I welcome you here, and thank you for joining us. This is Mr. Shandy McMillan. I'm also going to introduce Dr. Jancy McPhee, who was here for the prior panel, and so I will briefly just touch on that she is the Associate Chief Scientist for the NASA Human Research Program, and that program's goal is to safeguard the health and performance of the astronauts. I think you all heard about her on the last panel, so thank you for being here. Dr. Shauna Pandya is with us. She's a physician scientist with the International Institute for Astronautical Sciences. She is the director of IIAS's Space Medicine Group. She's a VP for Immersive Medicine with Luxonic Technologies. She's worked in Earth-based analogs and was PI for several commercial spaceflight scientific payloads. The list goes on and on. Thank you very much for being here. And finally, Dr. Lauren Blackwell-Landon. She is the Team Risk Discipline Scientist in the Human Factors and Behavioral Performance element, that's a mouthful, in NASA's Human Research Program. And she's a scientist in the Behavioral Health and Performance Laboratory at Johnson Space Center. And I have had the pleasure of working with Dr. Landon for a number of years in roles at NASA. And she's a fantastic speaker and an amazing scientist, as are all of our panel members. So I want to thank all of you for being here and making time for this. And I'm going to do a little bit of an introduction to set the table here. Let's see. This is not advancing. Well, the introduction that I will set despite this, oh, I went too far now. Let me go back. Took too much time. There we go. One of the biggest assumptions that we make in our planning for Mars and for other missions is that the humans are going to function when they get to the places that we're sending them. It's baked into our psyche, really, because of things like the right stuff and the selection processes that we've seen. And the simple fact of the matter is, as we go from low Earth orbit to Moon to the Mars, those missions start experiencing all the hazards of spaceflight that Dr. McPhee pointed out in the earlier panel. And it's not just about survivability. It's about deconditioning. It's about how that changes the body and how it functions. It's about whether or not they will be fit from a cognitive and physical perspective to do the jobs that we send them to do. And that is not a given when we talk about a Mars mission. Because we've been spoiled in low Earth orbit with a whole pile of advantages that you can kind of see here, every step we take that goes further out is going to be learning something new. And we can no longer take for granted those advantages that we've had in low Earth orbit. So I've asked each of them to talk about, with one slide very briefly, what they think are the biggest issues that face the concept of thriving in space. And I kind of hate the word thriving because it sounds like it's extra, right? It sounds like, oh, we're going on this mission and we're going to make them super comfortable. And really, the way that I like to frame it is, are we going to keep them functioning? Are we going to be able to have them doing their jobs when they get to where we send them? Or is all of that pressure from the environment going to be something that wears them down so much that maybe we start losing mission objectives? Or maybe we lose an entire mission even without losing a crew member because they died. So that's where we're headed. So Mr. McMillan, you had the first slide, and I just wanted to ask you to chat for just a few minutes about what you see as the challenges in that domain.
Well, I think you've hit upon a few of them there. I mean, this is a different environment, much longer than our previous missions. We're not in low Earth orbit anymore with our we're like we are in ISS, or even at the moon, where we can just, I mean, we aren't used to this. So one of the big challenges we're going to face is maintainability, reliability. We're going to have a limited mass for spares. That's a challenge right now. How do we determine what systems are the most risky, and what spares do we carry? Our crew size, well, it's better for us as we increase the crew size, but at the same time, that decreases our ability to carry spare parts. So we're going to have to figure out what are the most risky areas, test those out the best we can, and there are other strategies I'll go through a little bit lower down, but I initially wanted to hit back on that specific point. We're also going to have limited flight test capability in these Mars mission capabilities. And this is we try to test our hardware and software as best we can. I think this is of most importance when it comes to a Mars ascent. We've never really sent a vehicle down and up, particularly with a human person, back up into through the Mars atmosphere. So this is totally new for us. It's going to be a challenge. I mean, it's challenging for us on the moon. We've done that before. We have not done anything like this before. So that's one of my just biggest, I don't want to say fears, but we can do it, but it's going to be very risky. The other thing, lack of abort opportunities. So that's going to drive us to do more, as we say, creative things for crew survival. Yes, I think we can keep our crew alive, but we're not just going to be able to rush home. In the past and in the future, we're going to set what we call a loss of crew number, a risk appetite that NASA is willing to accept. In order to meet that in the past, we've been able to just say, hey, we're going to abort the mission, come home after a failure. We can't do that on Mars. After about 30 days, our studies have shown us, well, 30 to 40 days into the mission, it's always going to take us a year or more to get home, regardless of what method of propulsion we have. So we're going to have to endure for that long, no matter what type of failure we have after that. So it's a challenge. It's a new mentality that we're going to have to think about and react to and incorporate that philosophy into our systems. And along those opportunities, when I talk about more creative survival methods, we're going to need a renewed focus upon in-space maintainability. You know, like I talked about spares, designing our systems such that we replace the right parts. Human reliability is going to decrease, so we're going to need more focus, I believe, upon artificial intelligence and robotics and helping our humans to do that reliably. I talked about usage of common parts on my slide. In-space 3D parts manufacturing, another way to help us with that. Again, and this is where I talk, it goes back to that limited mass. We're going to have to find creative methods to be able to react to potential failures that occur on flights. And the third point, and I believe this was actually brought up during the last discussion as well, operating independently from Earth. It's something we're not used to. And you brought it up on your last slide. We're used to being monitored constantly by mission control. Just by trajectories alone, I mean, if we don't have a new communications relay to help us out, our crew is going to be blocked out from any direct Earth communication for around 2 weeks. It's going to be a challenge for us that we really need to overcome. And we're going to have to work on it. And I believe our science and technology mission directorate is doing that, but it's going to be tough. And I'll say those are some of our, from my perspective, those are the 3 major obstacles.
Okay. Dr. McPhee.
All right, so I apologize if this slide looks hauntingly familiar. And so let me, instead of repeating myself, why don't I emphasize a couple of things that we didn't have an opportunity to talk about, and some of the topics of great personal importance, because I am a neuroscientist by training, are the things that my colleagues will focus on, which is individual mental welfare and also the interaction between the crew members as well. But I want to pull on some of the things that both of you were talking about, which includes the fact that we've done a really good job for over 20 years on characterizing the human response to the environment in low Earth orbit with the mission as it is currently designed, with the vehicles that we currently have in place. And although we don't have all the details yet, I am anticipating that the International Space Station is going to look like a luxury hotel compared to some of the capabilities that we have en route to Mars and at the surface. So just pulling on one of the items here, the exploration exercise. Exercise is not only important for keeping our physiological health, our ability to perform, especially in different gravitational environments, but it is also a mental health countermeasure for many people as well. And it is unclear that we're going to be able to use the same exploration exercise countermeasures that we are currently enjoying on the International Space Station. So we have to remember we've learned a lot, and we've gotten a lot of really great tools in place, but they may have to be different as we're going to Mars. So I will stop there for now.
Okay. Dr. Pandya.
Perfect. So I don't think, is this on? Yeah? Okay. All right. I'm just going to hold this up here. Okay, so Eric, you were talking about not being too extra in your introduction. I am very extra, so I'm going to lean in all the way onto this. So I see I'm the only one who went all in on the red Mars theme slide here. So when I think about how we go into this idea of extra, not just getting there, not just not dying on the way to Mars, but actually performing, achieving our mission objectives, I want to think about the performance side when it comes to physical health, as well as cognitive performance, right? You know, not just getting there and, you know, feeling really off, feeling really decompensated and saying, okay, I'm an astronaut, I have that resilience, I'm going to push through, and I'm going to achieve my mission objectives, because astronauts are human after all. So when I think about the barriers on mission 1 to Mars that pose a risk to not just getting there, but that extra, that thriving, I like to break it down into 3 very familiar aspects. And so taking the first one is boredom and austerity, right? If you don't plan for that downtime, if you don't plan for that very long 6 to 9 month transit to Mars, first of all, you're losing important time for science, for using countermeasures to prevent decompensation, to reskill in skills that you may have learned on Earth months earlier. And then the question I like to ask is, how do we make an austere environment less austere? Like, the Italians really leaned into this idea and brought an espresso machine to ISS, which I am all in for. Like, if you bring coffee to Mars, call it Mars Bucks, but bring coffee to Mars, for God's sake. And there was this great paper from ISS looking at caffeine consumption amongst astronauts. And I am very happy to say that, they also lean into this concept. So looking into how do we bring some of our creature comforts, we can't bring all of it with us due to mass and volume constraints, but we should kind of find that balance between how austere is too austere, what is going to make the crew go mad. If you only have coffee for 1 week into a 9-month mission, that's probably grounds for murder. And I don't think a jury would convict them. Okay, so put me on that mission. I'm just saying it here and now. Give me enough caffeine. So then the second part of that is the interpersonal dynamics, and that does start with selection. That starts with this idea of the person who leans into this austere environment. There's this concept in positive psychology called salutogenesis, and it's the idea of looking into austerity as a growth opportunity, rising to the occasion, accomplishing something against all odds. You want that kind of person who has that experience, who's been on submarines, who's been on Antarctic deployments. And then we also want to look at, even if we are far away, how do we maintain and strengthen those ties with our crew? How do we do that with our loved ones back home? Because I've been on a few analog environment missions, and I've managed to strengthen my ties with my loved ones back home, which was a surprise. It wasn't what I expected, but having in-depth asynchronous conversations was a really critical part of that. So we can do it. We just need to plan for it. And then, also looking inwardly at the crew, at the potential for conflict, at the potential for dissonance, and planning for conflict resolution, dealing with that ahead of time. And then finally, looking at the skills and the performance part of the mission is how do we make sure our astronauts aren't de-skilling? How do we make sure that they are not too decompensated to perform what they need to do to build up science experiments, build up habitats on Mars? How do we prevent de-skilling? And you can see here on my slide, I have that vertical of enabling technologies. There are so many emerging technologies. Shandy had mentioned 3D printing and additive manufacturing. My own background is in VR. We definitely have done that, created modules for the Canadian Space Agency to allow astronauts to maintain their medical skills for procedures so they're not losing that muscle memory. So there's a lot to consider there, but I think it's a really productive description or a productive way of looking at this discussion to say, well, these are hurdles, but how do we overcome them? What can we do to catalyze overcoming that activation energy to get from here to there, and there being Mars? And I think we're on a good track having this discussion today.
All right, thank you. And Dr. Landon.
All right. So I'm a teams researcher. So it's a little bit different than some of these other folks here that study more of the biological or physiological side of things. So mine is much more in the realm of behavior. So if we have a working brain and we have a working body, what are the behaviors that are manifesting? And then how are those different people coming together to get things done on the mission? That's really kind of what I care about. And so, of course, to get things done on the mission, they're often coordinating with the folks back on Earth. So we have a deep bench of experts in mission control. And a lot of attention goes to the astronaut corps for obvious reasons, but we can't neglect the fact that all of these folks on the ground are helping that mission succeed. If there's something that needs to be monitored or understood or tested, all of these folks that have spent years and years in their particular systems with their engineering backgrounds, they're going to help those astronauts be successful in space. And so when you introduce the idea of comm delay, especially a Mars comm delay of over 20 minutes, that's an entirely different paradigm to approach how things are getting done in space. And so you have to think about how we're going to maybe train up the crew in a different way, but they're only humans and have only so much time to train for this mission. So we have to think about other technologies that could support it, augmented reality systems, AI. There's a lot of promise with AI, but how far can we really take that? And then you can't really take mission control and put it into a black box and send it to Mars. So there's a lot of things that we have to uncover about the black box that maybe we can replicate. Maybe we need to figure out exactly what tasks we need that real-time comm for, and then try to engineer around those particular tasks. So there's a lot of unanswered questions there. And that's the teamwork side of the house. And we also have the cohesion part, right?
So as you're working through communication delays, you start to see teams sort of drift apart. So the folks that they're close with back on Earth, their families and friends, but also the folks that they're working with in mission control. And we've seen in some of our analog studies that folks kind of start doing this in-group, out-group stuff where they will start blaming things on the other teams, their out-groups. And so we have to be careful about that. And then, of course, if you have long communication delays, you don't have that real-time comm to sort of work out your issues. So it's exacerbating a lot of those kind of natural frictions that happen. And that's my second point here, is that friction will happen. We select amazing people. They're all resilient, and we've done a really good job in the past decade of thinking about team orientation when we're selecting people. And then we train them up to be even better, and they go off and do these really grueling team excursions together, survival training. They're able to practice their team skills, but also practice caring for each other. Hey, you look tired. Why don't I let you have a nap, and we'll pick up the slack for you that day. So there's a lot of kind of nuance that goes into working on these operational teams. That said, they're humans. And so we try to prevent and predict when things are likely to happen so we can head those off at the pass. But inevitably, there will be some frictions, tensions, and eventually maybe some larger conflicts on board. So how do we repair those relationships? How do we give the astronauts the tools to repair those relationships? How can we make sure the space-to-ground relationship remains intact over these really long multi-year missions? That's a tricky endeavor. And then my final point, this is really kind of my personal thing that I always try to hit home, is the behavioral biology of teams. So we have all these physiological systems underlying the team. We have them in a closed system, right? So everything around them is influencing that human body, that human system. Well, if you're tired, you're probably going to be grouchy, and you might be interacting with your teammates in a different way. So what can we do to alleviate fatigue? What can we do to give them good nutritional systems that can actually influence the way that their social dynamics play out, that encourage certain neurotransmitters within the body that are going to help them become more socially oriented? So there's really a lot of research that I think needs to go into this kind of behavioral realm that's looking at the biological side of things that's underlying that behavior. I'll leave it at that.
So you made an interesting comment there, starting with the idea that you actually have functioning brains and bodies, then we get to the team problem. Dr. McPhee, are we going to have functioning brains and bodies? I mean, a lot of what I've seen in the media is, radiation. We're going to cook our astronauts. We're not going to make it. All that sort of stuff. It's going to be too dangerous. It sounds like this is all of those different aspects of all of these risks that NASA looks at coming together and being experienced for the first time in this type of mission. So, do we get to that first step?
So I think you're hitting on one of my favorite topics, which is that we can't think about the human as any aspect of the human as isolated, and the human as isolated from all the other systems on the mission. And so, we've learned a lot over the years of, studying just the cardiovascular system, just the bone, just the muscle, just cognition. The truth is that the human is an incredibly interesting, complicated, integrated, interplaying system. And so and really good at compensating. So we are amazing at surviving and thriving. But I do think that we need to look at the interplay. And we are actually using that term, a crew health and performance system, and it doesn't just mean across the different physiology aspects of the human, but how the human interplays with the vehicles that we have, the items that we have for them to relieve their stress or to get support when they're not doing well with the crew member. How difficult and frustrating the tools and the equipment are. Can we make it easier so that the stress is not the interface that they're dealing with? Is the food going to help them? Because I mean, maybe some of you out there don't sometimes turn to food as a particular mental health helper, But it is a common thing that food can be a very important system for people. So we've got to have that big, complicated, integrated picture. And I remember when you were also at NASA, and one of your roles was actually to look at the interaction and interplay between all the aspects of the human system, and that work, it needs to continue and is very important. And that's one of the things we've learned after 50 or 60 years of research.
So when you frame this, and when Mr. McMillan frames it, there's some different words being used. One of the things, Shandy, that you used was human reliability, which I think is a fascinating term as an engineer to bring forward. And then when we hear some of the folks looking at physiology and behavior, reliability of the human is an interesting term to use. How do we make sure that that human aspect of things is actually integrated into these systems? You tied into maintainability and spares and reliability as a part of what's going to make sure that these missions are successful. But it seems like it's a much larger enterprise than that. And can you talk about the system and how it supports that human reliability from the design aspect and from the safety aspect?
Well, we're going to have to take into account like all of these physiological factors when we design these systems. There's an extensive amount of human system testing that we do. We're going to have to put them, we are planning, for example, what we call use cases. We're planning to practice some of this in the lunar environment. So some of these, but we're going to have to, I think, somehow assume worst case human reliability during transit for some of these operations. And I think we're going to definitely have to take full advantage, understanding that, take full advantage of the advantages technology can give us in enhancing their reliability.
When you say we need to test these things out, when we test them today, we're testing them on people who are not deconditioned. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So we struggle with already making some of the connections to what are they going to be like as they decondition. Is that fair to say?
I think that's fair to say.
How do you see technology helping us get there?
Well, like we talked about the artificial intelligence enhancements. In some cases, robotics can do things for us. There are concepts about intravehicular robotics actually helping us with performing some of these operations. I do struggle, we're definitely going to struggle with not having mission control there to guide the crew step by step through things. I do think that computers can help do those steps for them, but they're going to have to develop trust in that system. And believe me, things are going to go wrong that may make the crew distrust that computer system during the Mars mission. So that's going to have to build up. I've been in some talks, or it was at IAASS during one of our workshops, and this is a particular thing that was hit upon. We're going to struggle with, the crew is going to have to develop trust in the artificial intelligence system, the computer systems we use, particularly during times of no communication. And I think the crew is also going to have to, it's going to be a struggle, and I don't know what any of our other panel members have to say about that. I can definitely see our crew members thinking about 2001 and what HAL 9000 did.
So one of the ways that we develop trust in both our teams and our systems is to test them out in analogs. And that allows a pathway for both device and technology development, climbing the TRL ladder, as we say. It also allows an opportunity to say, hey, this didn't work the way I thought it would or that I liked, and give feedback into the system. Dr. Pandya, you've spent a lot of time in analogs. You've been an aquanaut, you've done zero-G testing for different suits and things like that. How can we leverage the analogs that are out there to help offload some of this work that we need to do from the Moon to Mars portion of this and potentially mature these systems before we get to some of those testing and validation phases?
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question, Eric. I'm very Canadian, so I'm going to quote Chris Hadfield here, and he says, no astronaut ever straps themselves to a rocket, crossing their fingers, saying, I hope this goes right. And so when we talk about how we mitigate risk for something as ambitious as Mars, it's all about risk mitigation. You know, to sum it up, space is expensive, space is risky, and space is trying to kill us. Right? So then how do we mitigate that risk? And I know there's lots of engineers in the audience, and you know as well as we do that when we look at a human mission profile, or when we look at any mission profile, we have that risk matrix, and we look at the likelihood versus consequence. So if something is high likelihood, high consequence, it is mission deleterious, and it needs to be mitigated before we can proceed. So if it's less likely but deleterious, we don't waste resources on that. So if we think about something like performing a C-section in space, probably not likely at this point juncture, probably.
I was going to say, on the first mission to Mars, that's ambitious.
I mean, hopefully not. There will be questions to answer, I'm sure, if that happens. But the question is, so then how are we mitigating the risks? And what then, how are we preparing for that on like environments on Earth? And that's where the value of all of these analogs and test beds come in. And, you know, I've been lucky enough to be in neutral buoyancy labs, in gravity offset, in microgravity, parabolic flight campaigns, and underwater analogs on Mars simulations. And the short answer is every single one of these, to translate this to engineering terms, offers some sort of trade-off in that, you know, it will replicate some aspect of the fidelity of the space flight environment, but not all of it. And so it's sort of what offers us the best bang for what we're trying to test. And a really good example is when we compare gravity offset versus parabolic flight, for example. So parabolic flight, the Vomit Comet, will give us 20 seconds of 0G at a time, which is great for testing very specific technologies. For example, if we're testing the mobility of a spacesuit, that's great. But if we want an extended period of altered gravity, we may look at something like gravity offset. And then if we want to coming back to the very crux of this whole panel, is how are the humans performing? How are they performing with their environment? How are they performing when they're resource limited? How are they performing with each other? Then that's where the value of these simulated mission environments that are removed from all the creature comforts of Earth. So that's where we're looking at the Mars analogs. That's where we're looking at the underwater analogs. And NASA does this too. The Big Five do it too. CSA send their astronauts to NEMO, the NASA Extreme Environment Mission Operations, to build those crew dynamics, to advance those technology readiness levels, to do science in austere environments. And the crew cohesion, the crew capacity, it still comes down to those principles of forming, storming, norming, and the performing. So if you can figure that out before you get to this high-risk spaceflight environment, you're setting your crew and your mission a step ahead for success on the mission.
NASA started, we heard earlier today about the CHAPEA mission a little bit, right? They've put folks into one of these analogs for a year, and they're looking at a whole pile of things there. But as you mentioned, not every analog gets it, the fidelity right in all of these domains. With that and other ones that they've done, and Dr. Landon, I want to ask you, focus on some of your background on this. Do these analogs give us an opportunity to really experience the autonomy that we're expecting of the crew? And to a limited extent, whether they do or don't, when we start to change that paradigm into more autonomous functionality of the crew, what's the good and the bad of that? What does that, how does that change not just the paradigm, but it's always a trade, right? What are we losing and what are we gaining from trying to do that?
Yeah. So first I want to thank Shauna for doing all these crazy analog experiments and being a crew member, because you're our data point. So I appreciate
crazy's
that.
my jam.
Yes, all the folks that devote, the CHAPEA folks are in there for a whole year away from their families and friends doing this experiment for us. So kudos to those folks. So I've been lucky enough to oversee or be involved in studies in lots of different analogs. So we have HERA 45 days, we have CHAPEA for a year. We did some high seas where it was 4 months to 8 months. We also have our Russian colleagues, we partner with them to do a 4-month, 8-month analog. So all of these different environments bring to the table different kind of positives and negatives. So what they tried to do is have a good high fidelity communication delay. And so through that communication delay, it forces some autonomy on the crew. And we've also looked at manipulating some of that autonomy. So
For example, you can say, okay, crew, you're on your own, you make your own decisions, you just let us know what happened, back in mission control. Or you can say to the crew, make sure you get permission before you do anything, and so you're lowering that autonomy. And what we find, and we look at spaceflight, crews like autonomy. It's very psychologically beneficial for them. I'm sure everybody in their own careers can think about how annoying it might be to have someone over your shoulder telling you what to do all the time, checking in, right? You don't want that. So crew members are the same way. They want autonomy. They want to feel like they're trusted to do their jobs. They're professionals. They're trained well. They can take care of themselves. But at the same time, when we go into some sort of off-nominal emergency situation, that's when that autonomy maybe needs to be lessened because perhaps the crew doesn't have all the expertise they need with them to get things done. And so we want to rely again on that deep bench of expert in mission control, but now they're comm delayed 20 minutes. And so we have to think about how autonomy can be beneficial. We let the crew have that autonomy, but also in the situations where maybe they need extra support or they need extra expertise, how can we sort of engineer ourselves around those critical situations? So, there's always good with the bad.
Well, you mentioned training before, and this is probably an open question, right? Can we talk a little bit about how crews are trained today? And you mentioned the loss of skills. As a physician, we call it practicing medicine because it is very easy to lose skills if you're not using them. So the training today, what does it look like, and does it apply to the missions of tomorrow to Mars? It's kind of an open question.
I would say for teams, we do a pretty good job. Teams are teams. You throw in the comm delay layer, but every team is going to have frictions and think about cohesion, but also the teamwork side of things where you're communicating. We also talk a lot about shared leadership at NASA. So every person on that team is an expert in their own right, usually in different areas, to kind of map out across the different things that are needed for that mission. And so you can practice leadership on any team. You can also practice followership when you need to step back and let somebody else be the leader. Not everyone can do that well. We select for that. And so I think in the team realm, we have a lot of things figured out, and now we need to figure out that added layer of communication delay. So how are we going to work with these multi-team systems and mission control to support that crew?
I can chime in for the practical part of the skills deterioration. And so I alluded to this in my opening statement. So when we talk about critical skills for Mars, if you're a crew medical officer, or if you're part of the medically trained personnel, the analogy or the story I used to often use is, imagine you're a crew medical officer but had no prior medical training. And then you learned to stick an IV on Earth, and then you weren't called upon to use that skill until you were on the red planet 9 months later. And without practicing that skill, you would lose that muscle memory, and your poor patient would look like a pincushion. And I was actually telling that to one of the retired NASA astros, and he started laughing because he said that's literally what happened on my mission because I didn't practice that skill until it was time to stick that IV. And he's like, the other guy was just not impressed. Fair enough. So when we talk about enabling technologies, I come from the immersive world. So when we say immersive, we mean virtual reality, augmented reality, 360 video, mixed reality. So we've created this entire library of medical procedural skills for the Canadian Space Agency, for their astros to use on long-duration missions to do exactly that. Know the steps, practice that muscle memory, retire risk, practice unlikely scenarios so you're prepared for them. Because again, coming back to this idea, it is about being prepared. It is about retiring risk. So this is an example of a technology that also fits the design constraints for Mars. It's low mass, low volume, low power, easy to use, that can help enable us for staying skilled and prepared for the red planet.
Can I
Go ahead.
just add something? It's slightly tangential, but I want to be sure that we mention it at some point. It's very important that we have all of these simulation opportunities, these training opportunities, these assessments of how well did we do as an individual and performance. But another aspect of a simulation is if it's completely fabricated and controlled versus is it actually naturally dangerous? So one of the other things that my colleagues can speak very eloquently on, is that we will also take advantage of, for instance, doing some measures and assessments with people who are living and working in Antarctica over the long winter. And that's real danger. And although we can't control it as well, we can collect data to see what happened in reality. And it is the suite of all of these different kinds of analogs together that help inform exactly what do we expect from response, what can we offer as the countermeasures, what do we need to provide for the training and all of that. So I think it's important that the community works collaboratively looking at all of these different kinds of simulation opportunities.
So while we have a few minutes, I do want to ask and see if there are questions from the audience that we can invite, and it looks like there are a couple.
Okay, so indeed there are several hospitals in the United States that's using virtual reality, extended reality, to do research in fighting loneliness and depression, and they're making great progress. The concept is those people have bad thoughts all the time. You put on a VR system, and other areas of the mind light up, and their attitude completely changes. So it's like the holodeck. Star Trek had the holodeck to do exactly the mental repair and refreshment of walking into huge areas versus being in a can. So are we doing any research in that particular area to, like creating a holodeck environment for those that are in Chapia to then have them come back and say, hey, this was very helpful that I could walk into a forest and sit down and read, even though they're confined in a building at JSC.
So you want to ask specifically NASA, or you want to turn to the VR immersion expert? Yeah.
I can comment on that. And so this is actually a joint immersive and NASA-ish answer because TRISH, the Translational Research Institute for Space Health, I like to call them Space Medicine DARPA because they just invest in technologies that are future-oriented that can help promote astronaut health and well-being and performance going forward. And so they've long invested in VR and immersive technologies that can help maintain mental health. And a few years ago, they were looking at virtual pets that would provide that morale, provide that boost. Because who doesn't love a puppy? Like I would love to bring my parrot to Mars, but there might be constraints and increased mass and volume and consumables to worry about. But if you're having your pet avatar in VR, it is a morale boost. You don't have to worry about, the morale dump if that pet should die, because that's always a bummer on Mars. So there's ways that we can use enabling technologies to help create that morale, that cohesion, to create that mental health and those ties and those bonds, and use that to enable the crew well-being overall.
New meaning for canary in the coal mine.
What was that?
New meaning for canary in the coal mine.
Canary on Mars, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we are exploring using these systems not only to increase the fidelity of a simulation. How do you really feel like you've been in a capsule for a long time, and then we're going to simulate doing something on the moon or Mars. We can use these tools to increase the fidelity of the scenario. But we can also explore how those tools will help with mental well-being as well, which gets at a point that I made earlier this morning. What works for one person isn't going to work for everyone. And so the ability to be able to use these tools in a versatile way is also very important, because what works for me may not be the same thing that works for Shauna. I'm a cat person. She's a parrot person. So, we need to be able to have things that are a little bit more individually supportive as well. And so there's great potential in those tools.
And having a system like that on board, if you had something, you could modify it, have different modules put on. So you could do a mental health module. You could have something where you're running alongside your spouse and their avatar, and you're doing your exercise, and it's benefiting your connectedness and your motivation to get your exercise done. You could go into there as a team and do a team training activity. So that's helping the team practice their team skills and also build cohesion and get things done in this other kind of sensory stimulation space.
Do
So
these,
there's a lot of things you could do.
do these survive the trade space analysis in what we need to send to Mars with the limitations in mass, power, volume? I mean, this is one of the fundamental challenges that we faced in human health and performance all the way through, is that the humans are historically a place where we dump risk because they're flexible and because they can absorb it. Is that going to affect how we make these trades for Mars too?
It's all going to be a trade. And so we will have to consider all of those. But in the end, it's a long trip. And if some of those things are working, we're going to need to make sure that they can be included in some way.
I think,
as Grant pointed out in the last session, in-space plant growth, crop production is not, or does not appear to be at this stage, an efficient way to feed the crew for crew nutrition. But can an argument be made that having access, albeit a limited access, to fresh vegetables in your diet and just having plants in your habitat for such a long duration mission would be beneficial to crew psychology and crew health?
So I'll start there, and then we can go around. Indeed, I agree with you. There's already evidence. The astronauts love tending the plants. Having the opportunity for a fresh leaf is really great for, you know, the welfare of the crew. I think the point that Grant was probably making, don't want to speak for him, was that we don't want to depend on it, because we're not ready there. The reliability is unlikely to be in place at that point. But that doesn't mean that there couldn't be all the other benefits as, you know, a secondary system.
So I'm on the veggie research project, and we have, you know, people that are looking at the botany side and people that are looking at the food nutrition side. And our lab is looking at the behavioral health side. It is incredibly supportive to be able to connect with nature, tend to something. Meaningful work is incredibly important. A lot of people see that as a meaningful task to do while they're on board. But then there's the downside of perhaps the plants are struggling and they die. And so we're actually crunching the numbers right now on some recent research that we just finished up. So we'll let you know in about 6 months with that paper.
One more question?
Just one more question. This one's primarily directed to you, Eric. I'm in the healthcare space, but also very interested to hear how, I'll call it the more mainstream healthcare space, is partnering with the space industry, especially given the generally fundamental difference in time span that we need for this type of research. Are you seeing the healthcare industry as a whole, or maybe specific examples leaning in?
Yes. I think that for many years, and when I was working at NASA as the element scientist for EXMC, sometimes the interactions with the larger healthcare industry were challenging. For example, when we would go to the pharmaceutical industry and try to understand drug degradation, NASA was not a big enough customer to interest them, believe it or not. Now, especially as commercial spaceflight is growing, and that is opening up new doors, that there are now companies that are looking at putting up space station replacements for the ISS, we are seeing kind of a blossoming of partnerships across some of the larger academic centers. So my own home institution at Massachusetts General Hospital has a SPEAR medicine division now, space, ecological, Arctic, and remote medicine. UCLA, University of Texas Houston, Baylor College of Medicine, these have all started new space medicine training fellowships for physicians. So we are starting to see some of these larger healthcare systems step into this space that in the past was very niche. And I think that the survival of that is going to depend primarily on the success of the commercial spaceflight industry. Mars, there's a lot of people who want to work on things like the challenges for Mars. At the moment, the amount of funding that is available, I would say, is probably not sufficient to attract huge amounts of investment from the larger healthcare industry. But I think it's important to realize that the commercial spaceflight industry is projected to be, $9 trillion industry in a few years, and biotechnology and the things that we're talking about advancing and relying on for a Mars mission are a $32 trillion industry, and they kind of go hand in hand, right? They are a testing and development field for each other. There's a two-way street back and forth from space to the healthcare industry on Earth. A lot of things that we learn about in space can help inform how we do healthcare on Earth, and a huge amount of what we do on Earth underlies and forms the foundation and bedrock for what we're looking to do in space in terms of protecting health, being able to provide medical care, designing the systems, and helping our astronauts thrive. So thank you for the question. I think we are about out of time and we need to wrap up, so I would like to thank our panelists for being here and providing their expertise. Thank you very much for making time for this. I don't know if there's any ceremonial way for us to get off the stage, but.
Hello again, everyone. So let's take a quick pulse check while we've got a couple of minutes together. Think for a minute now, based on what you've heard this morning, what decade do you think we're first going to see humans on Mars? Okay, everyone get that number in their head. Now, I'm going to ask you to raise your hands, and when you hear the right number, put your hand down, okay? Hands up, I can see you, so we can't get, okay. If you think we'll first see humans on Mars in the 2060s, keep your hand up. 2050s, 2040s, don't watch me, watch each other. 2030s. Okay. So I think it's really important for us to be thinking about these long timelines, because when we're talking about a sustainable human presence on Mars, we're pushing ourselves further and further out of our ability to think about the present and thinking about what that will look like in the future. And we're going to see many more sessions over the next day and two that really get at this idea of how much we can, how soon we can expect to see these things and what kinds of innovations we need to get us there. So I'll just take a brief second and plug the Innovation Networking Coffee that we will be having Thursday morning at 8:30 a.m. If your schedule permits, we would absolutely love to see you there. I will be there, and we're going to have several of our innovators from various industries joining us to just talk about what needs to happen to get us from here to there. So I think I just caught sight of this spacesuit over my shoulder, and I was like, wow, I'm getting booed off already. Okay, now we have a lightning talk. I'm really delighted to welcome Ryan Scirocco, the Collins Aerospace Space Systems Business Development Lead for the next generation spacesuit. Collins Aerospace is currently on contract with NASA to develop the next generation spacesuit for the International Space Station and Artemis missions, paving the way for commercial space exploration. Prior to joining Collins Aerospace, Ryan served as the business development lead inside Collins Military Avionics and Raytheon Missiles and Defense. Ryan earned her MBA from Georgetown University and was an active duty U.S. Navy surface warfare officer. She lives in Alexandria with her husband and 3 young children, and 1 more on the way. Let's welcome Ryan.
We have always been drawn to the unknown. It feeds our imagination. We look to the night sky and wonder, what's out there? Can we go there? For the past 50 years, the people at Collins Aerospace have supported life in space and made it our mission to go there, time and time again. Now we are looking to the future, and once again, what lies above. Through years of open collaboration with industry experts, Collins has created a suit that is ready for today's dynamic missions. Introducing the next-gen spacesuit, developed for astronauts by astronauts, who aim to explore like never before. We designed our suit with first-hand knowledge and understanding of what astronauts need most: mobility, versatility, and safety. We want to give everyone access to space, so we developed a suit that protects all body types while they navigate the unknown. This is Collins' most innovative design yet, housing technology developed by the brightest, most experienced minds on Earth. We incorporated a heads-up display to relay vital information. The user interface increases situational awareness, lowering the overall mission user task load. Our smart gloves improve dexterity and accuracy in a range of scenarios. The primary life support system provides over 8 hours of spacewalk time. It's our lightest suit to date, weighing 45 pounds less than our previous design, lowering the cost to orbit by a substantial amount. When it comes to mobility, the suit is unmatched. This maneuverability protects the wearer with a flexible barrier that moves with them through the harsh conditions of space, substantially reducing the risk of injury during use. Our versatile suit design can adapt to meet the needs of the mission at hand, integrating into current and future systems without conflict. It's also compatible with many third-party space accessories, including lunar terrain vehicles. We hope our next-gen spacesuit will inspire future dreamers to become resilient explorers who live, work, and play in space.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. It is really great to be here at the Humans to Mars Summit and to hear all the incredible speakers and the panels. It's really been a fantastic morning so far, and there's just a few speakers left before lunch, so I won't belabor it. I'll just get right on in. I will say, first warning, if this spacesuit starts to move behind me, I need a heads up. So just, first front row, just flag me down, and we'll jump off the stage. Someone's gonna have to catch me. So I really like to start these types of talks, introductions about our spacesuit, with that video. Because I think in addition to describing our next generation spacesuit, it also gives a little bit of perspective of who we are as Collins Aerospace, RTX, and in a broader sense, who we are as a part of the space industry and the space community. And what's really important in there is the mission and the purpose behind what we do. And I think sometimes that can get lost. But it really does drive our technology and our innovation and the engineering behind what we do. And so I'm going to dig a little bit more into that. But I think representing ourselves as people who are forward-looking, engaged in space, and always thinking about the safety of humankind and how we can help people explore and do more is really at the heart of what we do. Now, what a lot of people don't know is that even though Collins Aerospace is on contract right now with NASA to develop the next generation spacesuit for the International Space Station and the Artemis mission series, we have also been providing NASA spacesuit technology and support for over 50 years. So today I'm going to talk about 3 things. The first is our legacy in spacesuit technology and operations. The second is our commitment to safety, which is at the core of everything we do. And finally, 3, and I think this part is really exciting, is I'm going to peel back the curtain a little bit into the cutting-edge technology that we're developing for our spacesuit. A few of the items were briefly touched on in the video, but we'll dig just a little bit deeper. And if there's not time for questions, I look forward to speaking with all of you or a few of you afterwards in any of the breaks or during the lunch period. All righty. Now, like I mentioned, we have an extensive history supporting NASA with spacesuit technology and spacesuit operations. In fact, we have been providing NASA spacesuit technology and support for over 50 years. We've done incredible things in space, from enabling the Apollo mission moonwalks, Hubble Space Telescope repairs, and more recently, International Space Station development, repair, and maintenance. To date, we've supported 111 missions, 553 EVA crew members, 281 spacewalks, and facilitated the longest spacewalk on record at 8 hours and 56 minutes. And if you ask that astronaut, that was a long day, and we were there for it, and we're really excited to support that. Now, over the past 50 years, we have not been stagnant in our support of spacesuits and of NASA. Very far from it, much like this picture will make you feel. This is not a stagnant moment in that astronaut's life. We continuously study, iterate, repair, and improve the spacesuit. And while we're doing that, especially over the past 50 years, we've been keeping a laundry list of technologies that we want to incorporate and develop into the next generation spacesuit, thinking of ways that we can improve safety, but also take the cutting edge technology that we all get to use in our day-to-day lives and provide that in the space environment. Now, what a lot of people ask me is, well, what's different between the existing EMU and the Next Generation Spacesuit, or XEVAS. And I tell them the easiest way to think of it actually is what's the same between them. And the only things that are really the same is that it's white and it has 2 arms and 2 legs. But beyond that, from the ground up, it has been completely redesigned. And so I'm going to dig in a little bit into what some of those elements of that design are. First and foremost, our design has been focused on safety. What can we do to incorporate the safest elements to make sure that we are not only supporting our astronauts to stay alive in the vacuum of space, but also help them carry out their activities and their missions and reduce their risk of injury? And if you've talked to any astronauts, the injuries that they've experienced are significant. So 3 elements that we focus on for safety. The first is the widest anthropometric range ever designed. The second is mobility and flexibility. And the third, and this is no small thing, and the pun is totally intended here, is lower mass and volume. Now, when I talk about the widest anthropometric range, NASA gave us a requirement to create a spacesuit that fit the 5th to 95th percentile of the human population. And this element is so critically important that we decided to go beyond that requirement and designed our suit to fit the 1st to 99th percentile of the human population. And we did that for 2 reasons. First and foremost, to increase the safety of our suit and reduce the risk. What we found with our astronauts is that they've experienced a lot of injuries to their neck, their shoulders, and their lower back due to the fit of spacesuits. And so if we could create a suit that fit a larger range of people, we could reduce those injuries. And the second is that we want to do everything we can to support the widest range and the most diverse population of people to go to space, realize their dream of exploring humankind in space. And I think that touches on a lot of the themes that we've already heard throughout the morning. We'll continue to hear throughout today and tomorrow about people wanting to go to space, further human exploration, and do so in the endeavor to go to Mars. Another way that we've increased safety is through our efforts to increase mobility and flexibility, and a lot of work has gone into this as well. We work with our partners ILC Dover, who provides the pressure garment element of the spacesuit, to increase the reach, decrease the joint torque, and increase the dexterity of our spacesuit. Once again, with an eye towards what can we do for our astronauts to improve their ability to achieve their tasks, achieve their missions, and do so in a reduced risk environment. And finally, 3 is our lower mass and volume. As mentioned in the video, we reduced the size of the spacesuit by 45 pounds less mass. And what this enabled us to do was, first and foremost, reduce the fatigue for our astronauts, thereby reducing their risk. We also increased the ease of access inside and outside of airlocks and vehicle structures. And finally, this smaller suit will require less storage space and also cost less to get to orbit. Now, these improvements to the suit are major and are just a few of the ways that we've redesigned the spacesuits to be for astronauts and by astronauts. Now, as I mentioned, our legacy and history of incorporating feedback from astronauts and NASA, coupled with our commitment to safety, has taken our journey in spacesuit development farther than we ever imagined it could be. And to that end, there's a lot of exciting efforts and energy and technology that we're able to incorporate into the spacesuit, using not only the technology incumbent inside Collins Aerospace, but from a broader perspective of being part of the RTX family. So one of the few of the ways that we've improved the technology of our suit, first and foremost, is a rapid cycle amine. This is a chemical that enables the deabsorption of CO2 to provide astronauts regenerative oxygen and allows astronauts to use the vacuum of space of CO2 as a resource. The second is a suit water membrane evaporator, also known as a SWIMI. And this is an advanced heat transfer system to help astronauts regulate their temperature within the spacesuit and mitigate major stress inflection points, which we've spent a lot of energy and attention to really understand how can we mitigate those stress inflection points and make our astronauts as comfortable as possible and also reduce their risk as much as possible. And then another one is our heads-up display technology. Working to develop a visor display that can allow our astronauts to make better and faster decisions about their environment and their suit system. And then finally, our smart glove technology. Here we are working to develop a suit interface that can communicate across suit systems through hand motions to improve communication, navigation, and system interfaces. If you can imagine an astronaut being on the surface of the moon or the surface of the Mars and being able to speak directly to his or her smart glove to ask for navigation routes or to improve any of the performance of the major spacesuit systems. We're really leaning forward into our advanced technology, and the whole point of it is to make sure that we are designing and developing the most safe spacesuit ever designed to enable humankind to not just live, work, but also play in space. And we're doing it all from the perspective of making sure that our spacesuit is designed for astronauts, whoever they want to be, by astronauts. So thank you for this time. Thank you for engaging in the spacesuit with me. It's something that we are incredibly excited and passionate about, and it touches right back to what our purpose and our mission is at Collins Aerospace. And I look forward to speaking with you all afterwards and all of the exploration that we'll continue to discuss today and into tomorrow. So thank you.
Thanks. Hello, everyone. Is my mic on? I can't actually tell from where I'm sitting. Yeah? Okay, perfect. So our next session is going to be a really fantastic one. I'm here today in conversation with Kelly Weinersmith, who is one of the authors of a wonderful book called A City on Mars. Hands raised if you've read it already. Don't worry, she won't chase you if you haven't. Excellent. So Kelly is an accomplished author and adjunct assistant professor at Rice University. Her fascinating research spans from parasites infecting fish brains to wasps orchestrating the fate of their fellow insects. And I have to say, as a biologist, every bone in my body wants to lean into that, but not today. We'll do that another day. Alongside her partner, the renowned cartoonist Zach Weinersmith, she co-authored the acclaimed bestseller Soonish. Now in their latest work, A City on Mars, the Weinersmiths explore the allure and potential perils of human expansion into space. The book delves into topics ranging from reproductive challenges in space to governance dilemmas in extraterrestrial settlements. The Weinersmiths provide a thought-provoking examination of the complexities and uncertainties that are inherent in the quest to become a multiplanetary species. And they use their trademark wit and expertise and the brilliant illustrations from Zach to navigate the profound questions that humanity faces as we venture beyond Earth's boundaries. Help me welcome Kelly. Thanks. So Kelly, I have to kick us off first by asking, what inspired you to write this book?
Well, so we had written a book called Soonish about emerging technologies, and two of those technologies were space related. So one was cheap access to space, and it had some more like out there things like space elevators, but it also was talking about how SpaceX was rapidly dropping the cost of launching mass to space. And then there was another chapter on asteroid mining where we became convinced that we were like pretty close to mining the asteroids and using those resources to start space settlements. And so, we've read a bunch of books in the, written many decades ago about how space settlements are right around the corner. And we were like, people have been saying this forever, but now it's true. And we're ready to write the book about how in like the next decade or two, we're going to be having families on Mars. And Elon Musk says we're going to have 1 million people there in the next 3 decades. So we got excited about that. And you know that that's not the book we wrote. So
that is not the book
That is not the book we wrote. So a couple years in, our editor very kindly told us, you should start again because you clearly don't believe the thesis that you set out to write initially. And so yeah, that's how we started on this book.
So that's interesting that you disbelieved your own thesis in the course of doing the research to support that thesis.
That's why research is important.
That's why research is super important.
Yeah.
And I'm curious as to what kind of reaction you've seen from the community since the book has been published.
So, to be honest, the reaction has been really nice, mostly. So we've gotten a lot of nice emails from people saying saying nice things. We won't go into detail. We've gotten a couple people who have called us like the enemy. There are some people who aren't happy, and that's fine. I prefer when the critiques are friendly and we can sit down and have a discussion about the data. That hasn't always been the case, but in general, it's been received well, I think.
And you call this out in your book as well, that the as scientists, we're taught to believe that the purpose of critique is to really dive into an idea and make sure it's a good idea, there's evidence to support it, and to open up avenues for what we could be doing differently. And you call that out in the book. It was a really important point. But we're at this interesting moment culturally where that doesn't always seem to be a touch point.
Yes, right. And I've spent too much time on Twitter, so I've had plenty of experience with people being angry and not wanting to have nice discussions. And you know, I get it, because like a lot of the people who are excited about space settlement, you know, so like the rotating space settlement community, they're excited because they think we're going to move a bunch of humans off of Earth into space, and that's going to reduce the impacts of humans on Earth, and we can move heavy industry into space. And I guess I'm not convinced that we can do those things fast enough to save us from some of the problems that are barreling down at us, like climate change right now. But I get that if you really think that this is the thing we need to be doing to save the planet, we need to do it now, when someone is sort of negative about it, I get why you've got a heated emotional response to that. But I do think we get more done when we talk to each other nicely.
We also, I think, when we have these types of conversations and we end up seeing these very personal and emotional reactions to the ideas, a lot of times people think that's us responding to the technology, but actually I think those conversations might tell us more about ourselves than they tell us about the technology. So what types of emotional responses have you been encouraging? You said this orbiting spaceship people, they are really excited about orbiting spaceships. What other topics in the book brought up this kind of strong response?
Well, there's a community that's really excited about the idea of space as a new frontier, like the American West. There's some of that in the Mars Society. And we originally had a whole chapter in the book about the use of the frontier metaphor and how historians currently sort of view what happened on the frontier and the benefits of a frontier and stuff like that. And there's actually a bunch of macroeconomists who used the definition initially put forth in the frontier thesis, which was by Frederick Jackson Turner, to try to measure things like, do you actually get more upward mobility? Are people nicer to their neighbors? What happens with childhood mortality in these areas? And anyway, there's data on this stuff now. And so you can evaluate the critique that the frontier is going to increase democracy and increase innovation and stuff like that. And so we don't think there's super great evidence for a lot of that based on what the macroeconomists and historians are saying. And so that also didn't make us some friends, but we published that in foreign policy. That's the other most heated discussion I think we have.
I think this theme came through really clearly in the book, that people are going to be people, whether they're on Earth or whether they're someplace else.
Yes, there's pretty good data on that, and we read every biography that we could read, and I taught myself a little Russian so that I could try to do the cosmonaut memoirs too. And to me, it is very clear that humans go to space, and they're humans up there, and then they're humans when they come back down, and that doesn't change. We're going to bring our problems with us into space.
I've done 3 analog Mars simulations, and my takeaway from that is the technology is not the issue, the people are the issue.
Yeah, but there's a lot of big problems to solve, but I think we can do it. We just need to make sure we're thinking through it all.
Since you mentioned big problems, I want to lean into what I think is one of the real unique selling propositions of this book, which is that you all don't stop at rockets and radiation shielding. You take us on a much longer term journey to look at things like a little bit of economy. I think you had a footnote that your editor said that you should not to have too much economics in this book. I was a little disappointed, but
we still got plenty.
You still got some economy in there,
yeah,
as well as big questions about governance. So I think let's talk about both. Let's talk about the economic part first. One of the arguments that I hear and that frankly I make has to do with the market potential, the economic potential for expanding a human presence on Mars. What are the jobs going to be like on Earth? What new markets open? How do you feel about those types of arguments? Or I shouldn't ask about your feelings. What kind of evidence have you seen in favor or not in favor of those arguments?
Yeah, so the economic proposals that I've read for Mars settlements in particular, some of them hinge on a virtual or a reality TV show as a way to sort of fund stuff. I think that's probably, the interest in the Apollo missions went down pretty quick. So like everybody watched Apollo 11, fewer people watched Apollo 12. There was almost no one tuning into Apollo 13 until the oxygen canister blew. And then we, dropped the last couple Apollo missions. And so I'm not sure that a reality TV show, like the reality of living on Mars is probably going to be a lot of like the toilet broke, we need to fix it. And like we need to do farming and stuff like that. I don't know that it's going to be high drama. It'll be high drama, but it'll also be a lot of like day-to-day stuff. Robert Zubrin says that there's going to be something like triangle trade, which makes me cringe every time I read that phrase, but something about extracting resources from the asteroids and maybe they get processed at Earth and Mars is somehow involved in that. I'm not quite sure that is a super convincing argument for economics because the stuff in the asteroids you could find on Earth, I'm not sure the economics works out yet given technologies in the near term. What are some of the best arguments that you've seen?
Well, I've seen things for jobs on Earth. I like those arguments quite a bit because if you widen the innovation ecosystem to think beyond rockets, what are we going to need for humans to not just survive but thrive off Earth?
Sure.
Then there's potential educational and job opportunities, health, food, energy, water, air, radiation, and.
Yeah.
And in my mind, this is a vast simplification, but to your point that space is really hard, space to me is fundamentally a sustainability problem. So when we see all of this excitement, particularly in younger generations right now about solving sustainability challenges, one of the things that I go out in the world and do, and that I would like to encourage all of you to do as well, is to say, hey, you know what? The space community also needs people who are interested in these various pieces of sustainability efforts, sustainability innovation. There's the innovation piece, and then of course there's the delivery piece, right? So at Explore Mars, we've got this wonderful trades program going on right now. No one ever talks about the plumbers or the electricians or the welders who make all this magic happen.
Yeah.
Those are jobs, and they're really important jobs. So from my point of view, because I spend so much time in the technology space, there's this narrative about the robots taking our jobs or the AI taking our jobs. And what I'm out there trying to say is new jobs, new capabilities. And so changing that cultural mindset from danger to opportunity is a really important thing that I think we need to be doing today.
Yeah, those jobs will be critical. I mean, like on the International Space Station, there's always stories about problems with the toilet. I think Peggy Whitson has a quote about needing to put a glove on to push the biomass down every once in a while. Like
biomass.
That
was very classy.
Yes, if your toilet breaks in space, it's going to really be a problem. Like you've got a lot of problems with sterilization, especially in a place like the International Space Station, where if biological waste escapes, it's something you're breathing in. Getting this stuff right is critical. Life-saving.
And again, I'm really tempted to lean into this from my analog experience with toilets, but I'm going to pass on that since we're heading to lunch pretty soon. Come see me later if you want to talk about that. So that's a piece of the economics piece. Now let's talk about the governance piece. And I think we don't talk about this a lot because, in my mind, for the foreseeable future, we're talking about very small communities off Earth. But for governance, that's going to need to kick in before there's a large enough group of people to actually need governance. So how do you view the governance issue? I'm sure there's a lot of moving parts.
Yeah, there's a lot of different directions it could go in, but so often when you talk to folks who are excited about space settlements, they'll either say that the first settlements are going to be a company town, because you're going to have a company starting a mining company, and that because you're so far away from everything, it's going to be the most extreme example of a mining or a company town ever, because they're going to have to provide not just like the sanitation and the education, the facilities for religious meetings, but also like the air that you breathe. So way more intense, but also quite unlike company towns on Earth. In some cases, you can't go home at all. So one of the things that economists say made company towns less bad, and of course we can all think of examples of company towns that went very bad, but some actually were pretty good, is labor mobility. So if your employer is treating you poorly, you can leave. If you're on Mars, maybe you have to wait until the next window because of orbital mechanics to leave, and then maybe, we don't really know how the human body is going to respond to 40% gravity. If you've been there for a decade, maybe you don't have the option of going home, or if you were born on Mars, maybe you don't have the option of going home. And so we've got a whole chapter on company towns. We also, the other most common sort of governance method that we came across in our research was communal living, and in particular, just how do you make communes work? And we quite often we'd come across people who would say like, oh, well, early communities in space are going to be communes. And we'd be like, oh, well, what will that be like? And they'd be like, well, we don't know. And we're like, but there's tons of literature on this. And so, and I understand the argument that, well, it's so far away that we haven't had to think about that yet. But now seems like a good time to start thinking about it as stuff is heating up. And so we reached out to some other scholars of communal movements, so the kibbutzim and the Hutterites and the 60s era communes. And it turns out that all of those communal movements have some pretty similar problems that they had to deal with in terms of how do you select members? When you have members, how do you keep them contributing equally to the group? Like what kind of punishments do you use to sort of get them back in line?
Space jail?
No space jail. Usually it's shaming, and which has some interesting psychological implications in an environment as harsh. And so like in the Hutterites, if you aren't doing your part or you're not sort of like following all of the rules, sometimes they'll like make adults go sleep with the children, or like their wives and the rest of the family are not allowed to talk to them, or they have to stand in the back of the church and nobody's allowed to talk to them. And you know, that level of shunning is painful, and maybe even more painful if you're on Mars and like you can't, you know, call your mom back home because there's a 20-minute delay, and so like that could be even more isolating. But yeah, there's a lot of social sciences research that I think is applicable to space that I'd hopefully see more people getting into these days. Because every time I would write a researcher and be like, you know, monopsony in space or communes in space, like I immediately got a response from professors, and they'd be like, yes, I totally want to like talk to you about what this would be like. And so I think there's a lot of people who are open to collaboration, and now's a good time to reach out to them, I think.
Quick pulse check.
Yeah.
Engineer that system before you go, or self-organize in situ as folks are really living the life?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So we also thought about writing a chapter on how to construct constitutions, and we ended up deciding that that is too far in the future. But we did start talking to constitutional scholars, and they said that there's like a bunch of factors that are correlated with your constitution sticking around. And when a constitution fails, there's usually violence afterwards. So you want a constitution that sticks around. And the constitutions that tend to stick around are the ones that are created by the people who are there and have buy-in, and their values are reflected in the document. So there's things you can do to plan ahead of time, but there are things probably like constitutions where it's going to depend on who goes, and that's something that you might have to make later in the process. But you know, there's scholars who can give you tips on what you should be doing when.
And your book contains a whole bunch of examples that we should be looking to on Earth, not just the analog Mars simulations, but as you said, these various communities that have already existed, or places where governance has actually worked here on Earth from an international collaboration. You point out two of those in particular. Why don't we share those? Because I always like it when we can say something really positive. Earth did something right.
Yes. So there are some good examples. So Antarctica, the deep seabed, and space all sort of started opening up at the same time as technology made these places more livable. In Antarctica, things were actually getting pretty tense after World War II. There's a chunk of Antarctica that's sort of pizza pie or pizza wedge shaped, where Britain, Chile, and Argentina had all made claims on the same chunk of land. And things were heating up, shots were fired, and other countries had made claims as well. But we were all able to come together and say, okay, we don't want to fight over this like frosty wasteland. So we don't need to start a World War III. World War II was pretty unpleasant. So they came up with the Antarctic Treaty System. And so right now, you're not allowed to extract resources from Antarctica. This was part of the Madrid Protocol. And so that's a bummer for a lot of people who think that that's a missed opportunity, which I get. Those resources could be used by people that could be important. But on the other hand, we came across this situation where maybe we were going to start having conflict, and we found a peaceful way to coexist. And science gets done, and peace prevails, and there's still like extraction of krill in the waters around Antarctica. But it gives me hope that if we do end up in a situation where, you know, maybe China and the US are in a bit of a race for like the poles, where you've got the peaks of eternal light and the craters of eternal darkness with the water, that we could, even if things are getting tense, we could pull back and say, okay, let's come up with a system where we can do this peacefully and prioritize science and peace. And then the deep seabed is a place where it's like an area that's also supposed to belong to everybody. And recently, the international seabed has started to establish rules for who can extract what, and how profits from that extraction may or may not be shared, and what's going to happen with technology transfer. So that's another case where there were resources, and we have managed to like peacefully come up with a system for deciding well, we're in the process of trying to come up with that system, but no shots have been fired yet. So there's lots of reason to be optimistic that we can do this peacefully, but I think we need to be planning for conflict that could come in the future and thinking about how we can try to reduce violent conflict, especially if, I don't want a new space race with China because they're a nuclear power, and it would be nice if we could avoid another Cold War.
Yes, and your book really does go into the conflict issues. Nukes in space, scary.
Scary, currently not prohibited through the UN Outer Space Treaty. There was some talk recently of Russia maybe wanting to put a nuke in space. I think that maybe that was misinterpreted, or it was like some lone person who got quoted. Anyway, but yes, we do not want nukes in space, and currently that's would be violating international treaties.
And that's why the decisions we make today in terms of our international partnerships and the norms and regulations and laws that get put in place today are so important, because they're going to reverberate for decades to come into the future as the human presence off Earth becomes larger and more sustained.
Yeah, and when I talk to young people and they ask me, like, what field should I go into, I try to convince a lot of them that, like, okay, I know international law sounds boring, and we had to convince our editor that 5 chapters wasn't too much on international law, and so we tried to put as many jokes and fun stories in there as we could. But yeah, if you're one of the people who sort of figures out the path that humanity is going to take as we move out into space, like, you could be impacting humanity's future for hundreds, thousands of years to come.
I mean, international lawyer might sound a little boring, but space lawyer.
Space lawyer.
That's super sexy, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
that exists.
That
Like
exists.
outside of sci-fi movies and stuff. I was surprised to learn that.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So a lot of the concepts we just talked about are brilliantly and hilariously illustrated in the book. Tell us a little bit about the decision to include those illustrations, and what kind of negotiations did you and your co-author / husband have to go through to decide what would actually end up being illustrated?
Well, so it was my husband and me and our editor. And so our editor wanted more illustrations. So our first book together had a lot of illustrations, and they also, they were sort of added jokes to the text. For A City on Mars, we wanted it to be a little bit more, the illustrations sort of help show concepts and explain things, so a little bit less of a joke and more of a assistance for some of the more difficult concepts. But our editor wanted fewer words and more pictures, and my husband and I could have written a 500,000 page book instead of a 100,000 page book. So we were pushing for fewer illustrations, and we were on the same page. But we'll write a chapter, and then my husband will put in brackets I think we could use an illustration here about this, that, or the other thing. And usually I'm just like, that's fine, that's great, because that's his domain of expertise, and he's great at it. So often I just kind of am like, yep, you got that. But every once in a while there'd be a joke where I'd be like, oh, that joke's not landing, or that concept doesn't really need an illustration, but this one does. And so yeah, it's back and forth. The whole process is back and forth. He did half the research, and we drafted chapters and sent them back and forth. And usually it wasn't too tense. And usually our children were not bored by our conversations about interpretation of international law. But my daughter did ask me to please not come to her class to talk about space.
My kid does that too. Mom, please don't.
Can you believe it?
I know. No
She's
gratitude.
in 4th grade, and she's like, no, you're going to talk about space law. And I was like, I would try not to. And she's like,
but no promises.
But no promises. And she's like, no, I know you. You're going to talk about the law.
In a moment, we're going to transition to Q&A. If you have a question for Kelly, I'd invite you to come down and line up in front of the microphone. We'll give you just a moment to come forward. So since we were talking about kids, you mentioned space lawyer, job of the future. What other jobs of the future would you tell people to go home and talk to their families about?
Oh, I mean, there's so many problems that need to be solved, and we're thinking of these as opportunities now.
That's right.
Yes, so I mean, I would love to see us learn a lot more about reproduction in space. So there have been some experiments that have been done on the International Space Station, but it's been more like, I can get a rat up there for 1/3 of its gestation, and it's going to go up and down, and so now it's not just microgravity, which is very stressful, and it doesn't have a lot of time to adapt, but it also has hypergravity as it falls back down to Earth. Probably all of those things are bad for pregnancy, and maybe much worse than just being in free fall constantly. And we know very little about how bodies respond to 40% gravity or the radiation in space beyond the magnetosphere. And so I think space reproduction is one of the more scary sort of ethical things that we're going to have to deal with. And so when Musk says we're going to have 1 million people on Mars in 2 to 3 decades. So he'll say, you don't have to do that through having reproduction. You can just send 1 million people there. But I've met people. And if you have 1 million of them, they're going to have some babies. And it would be good to know ahead of time if, how safe that's going to be and what kind of problems you can expect to have. So I'd love to see a research station on the moon, for example, where first we run through a couple generations of rodents and say, okay, that seems like it's going okay. Let's bring our dogs and other animals out there and just sort of confirm that things seem okay. And the moon has even less gravity than Mars, so if it works out on the moon, it's probably going to be okay on Mars. But
I had to laugh in the last panel where Shauna was saying, oh, if we have to do a space C-section, we have some questions. I'm like, really? You have questions? I feel like it's pretty clear what happened there.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
I'm happy to keep talking to Kelly about space babies, which I will do. Again, I'd like to invite you to come share your questions. This is a really wonderful opportunity. Come on down front to the mic. Oh, good. Yes, sir. Tell us your question.
Hello, my name's David Smith. I'm just curious what's your thinking around leisure and entertainment activities in a city on Mars. I mean, how important that would be, and do you foresee the potential for, movie theaters, stage theaters, and people, the ability to play sport, whether that's soccer fields, tennis courts, how important and how possible would all that be?
It's true. You missed a chapter on space sports.
Oh, we did. Michio Kaku has that covered in his book, a whole chapter on space sports and how they'll be probably more beautiful than on Earth, which does sound pretty awesome. So we originally had a chapter in the book where we had read a bunch of memoirs from polar expeditions that lasted many years, and it's a bunch of people in a small space. We also read a lot about life in Antarctic research stations where they've got the long winter and they're again in a confined space. They can't go outside much. And NASA, they've got this Human Integration Design Handbook where they've also gone through all of this stuff, and they have a lot of suggestions, like the food needs to be good for mental health. You should be able to contact loved ones. It's nice if resupplies include letters from loved ones. The smell of fresh fruit ends up being a bunch of memoirs that we read. They'd be like, oh, the Progress resupply came and you could smell the apples, and they get excited about onions and lemons and all sorts of things that we take for granted. But so, sports would be great. It takes a lot of pressurized space, and so I don't know if very early on we're likely to have tennis courts or something like that, but these sorts of ways to maintain mental health are really important, and there are a lot of places that NASA has already gone to sort of figure out what works. So yeah, we've got a system for that, and it's super important.
I'll just very quickly give a shout out to Explore Mars CEO Chris Carberry, who has written 2 pertinent books on these subjects, Alcohol in Space, which I highly recommend, and Music in Space. So if you're interested in entertainment and leisure offer, be sure to check out those books. Yes, hello.
I wanted to ask this at the last panel, but I'll ask you. I have not read the book yet, I apologize, I haven't though. Did the book cover at all the really angry people, the ones who would be willing to harm systems to harm others, and any countermeasures you do to stop that kind of thing?
Yeah, so Charles Kell is a UK researcher who's really interested in questions about how being in an environment where it would be so easy to harm a lot of people could change opportunities for liberty. So for example, if somebody is really mad at everybody, maybe you shunned the person in your commune and they had to sleep with the kids and they decided they were furious and they want to open the airlock. What happens when you're in an environment where one person can hurt everybody so easily? And so he was worried that there'd be a lot more risk of totalitarianism. So everybody being surveilled all the time, and if anybody is starting to act out of the ordinary, what would happen to them? And so he's been thinking about how you can design habitats to sort of support freedom, and so that you can still keep an eye on everyone, keep everybody safe, but while still allowing some individuality. We started on a chapter about punishments, looking at corporal punishment throughout the world. How likely is it that we'd end up having corporal punishment based on where we see it happening here? And then we were reading about the Navy in the era of flogging and how the transition when you decided it was no longer okay to flog worked out. And it was rather inconvenient because flogging is a quick thing that gets the person back. I'm not advocating for flogging, but it's a quick thing that gets the person back on the crew. Whereas if you need to put them in a prison cell, now they're out of commission, somebody has to watch them, that person's out of commission, the rest of the crew is feeling grumpy because that other person isn't working, and then you have to go out of your way to bring them somewhere else so that you can like drop them off somewhere at another prison so that you're not wasting that space. And so these sorts of questions could be difficult. They need to be planned for ahead of time. And I think it's good to plan ahead of time so you can try to find more humane ways to deal with these sorts of things.
And I could see someone saying, well, you just pre-screen for that kind of behavior, but you were very, very clear in your book about how much lying goes into those psychological screens.
Yeah, so astronauts lie a lot. And let's be clear, astronauts are like, they're better people than I am. They're more physically fit, they have better mental health, they're wonderful human beings. But if you read their memoirs, they admit to lying a lot. And it's because there's incredible incentive to lie. Like, you know, everybody when they're a kid wants to be an astronaut. These people have made it. And if they call down to mission control and they're like, I think I'm gonna have a panic attack, then maybe they don't get to go back up again. Or if they, you know, they're not gonna wanna call the flight surgeon and say, I think maybe I'm having a heart attack the night before a flight, which happened to some guy. He like went to a secret doctor because he thought he was having a heart attack, but he didn't tell anybody else. Mike Mullane, in the era before digital records, pulled the papers out of his medical records before handing it to the surgeon, like, because some sweet summer child decided it would be fun to, or it would be okay to give him his own records and let him hand them to the flight surgeon. And so he just pulled out anything that looked bad. And anyway,
bold move.
Bold move, that's right. Well, but he even says in his book, if somebody said, it looks like you have a glass eye, he's like, I would have said, prove it, even if I had a glass eye. Like, so some people are aggressive in their lies. And you find women admitting also that when they talk to the psychiatrists or psychologists saying, look, I'm not going to tell you if I'm not feeling great because I want to go to space and I've gotten this far. And so anyway, there's a lot of incentive to say you're fine, even if you're not fine. So we might not have great data on mental health in space. But if you look at Antarctic Research Station and submarines, when you take carefully screened people and you train them, they tend to do fairly well in isolated and confined environments. So the question to me is, what happens when you bring people like me up there who like wouldn't make it through that screening, or like the children of astronauts who, you know, who knows, maybe they wouldn't have made it through the screening. When you have settlements, you're just gonna have all of us, like all the rest of us with all of our problems. And so you're gonna need to plan for that.
Yes, and to make sure that we end on a positive note.
Sorry.
No, you're good. My fault as the moderator. Kelly, you and Zach end the book by talking about, despite all of these really strong challenges you've pointed out, you remain optimistic. Tell us why.
I mean, it's awesome. Like, I think it would be very cool if we did it, and a lot of the problems that we need to solve and the information we need to get before we make this happen, like, these are really interesting problems to research. And, you know, if you look at closed loop ecosystems and you figure out how to more efficiently use resources, that can only help us here on Earth. And so I think that the work that we still need to do is exciting, invigorating work. And maybe we won't have a settlement in Mars in my lifetime. And I brought it down again, and I'm supposed to bring it back up again, but there's cool work to do, so let's work on that.
Great. Kelly is going to be signing copies of her book for the next hour, half hour?
I think 30 minutes.
Foreseeable future.
Foreseeable future.
So if you have not already purchased a copy, you need to do that through the Eventbrite link. But this is a wonderful opportunity to get a personalized copy. And if you have any questions that you were too shy to ask at the mic, please make sure that you are having conversations with folks. Thank you so much, Kelly.
Thanks, Tiffany.
Thank you, Kelly and Tiffany. And you said everything I was going to say, but as Tiffany said, you can still purchase books on Eventbrite on our registration page. We're going to take a 1-hour lunch, so be back here at 2:15. See you soon. Take about a house back.
Hey, wasn't that fun? I can tell you the book is just as much fun, and it has those great cartoons by Kelly's husband, Zach Weinersmith. It's a city on Mars, and I recommend it highly. Got to talk to Zach a little bit about it for our Planetary Society Book Club. Well, we are into the lunch break on this first day of the Humans to Mars Summit, And we're going to pick up again in about an hour or so. And one of the people that you'll be hearing from when that happens, just shortly after the lunch break, is standing next to me, and that is Mac. Mac Milhowie.
Oh, I appreciate
Great to
it.
see you.
Great to see you too. Thanks. Always super excited to be here at Explore Mars.
You really are super excited whenever you are here, and you are a perennial guest here at Humans to Mars, and not just a guest. You're often working behind the scenes to help out.
Well, that's why I'm here. I was inspired by the people at Explore Mars in 2016, Janet Ivey and Lori Garver and Ellen Stofan really inspired me to be here with their energy. So I figured if I can inspire people with my energy, then I'm just paying it forward.
So I'm going to read at least some of your bio because it's one of the shortest ones, first of all. And of course, my iPad went far away from where we're supposed to be today. Give me a second here and I will get right back to it. Founder and president of Borderless Labs, Jordanian-American businessman, and then this is with exclamation points, learner, space nut, philanthropist, explorer, entrepreneur, and science fiction fan, on a mission to create online educational STEAM content for underserved communities in multiple languages worldwide while bringing access to space through inspiration by building science club, maker spaces, space camps, and analog astronaut experiences for those underserved communities. You're a busy guy, and I have seen the evidence of what you've been able to accomplish with this all over the world, right?
Absolutely. I mean, everyone who's ever gone to a space camp, it's changed their life forever. Yeah. And you've seen that before. Yes. But so many people around the world just don't have access to be able to do that. So if you make a very well-made documentary that inspires people to follow the journey of all those kids or even adults in space camp, well, you can change hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people's lives forever through that inspiration. I'm inspired by listening to these amazing panels over here. There are so many movies and documentaries that inspired me. I came here to Explore Mars 2016 for the first time because I was following an author, Andy Weir, who just wrote a book, The Martian, and I figured, he's in my hometown. He doesn't fly much, and he came here, and I got inspired by all these amazing talks. So that's the idea. If I can get inspired and do something, amazing people around the world can get inspired, listening to it in their own language as well.
And he's flying more now. Hey, Andy, if you're out there.
He was just here in D.C., actually, on Capitol Hill this week. Yeah.
All right, let's give a little tease for your presentation that's coming up roughly 2:25 today if we get back on schedule. What the heck is Blink, which is up there on your hat?
Well, Blink stands for Borderless Labs, Inc., and I started it in 2016 just as a way to inspire people to be part of the space community. I was just a fan. I came here following Bill Nye, Andy Weir, and Robert Picardo were here, and you were interviewing them over there, and I was just starstruck, wanting to follow these celebrities. But what I didn't discover is what really happened, which was as I was waiting for these inspirational figures to speak, I heard Janet Ivey. I heard Ellen Stofan. I heard Lori Garver. And it's like Apollo 8. We went to the moon, but discovered ourselves. We discovered the Earth. Yeah. And I came to Explore Mars trying to chase these celebrities. And then I discovered the inspiration that came from Ellen and Janet Ivey. And they inspired me to start Blink, which is, if I can be inspired, I can inspire others. I have the means to be able to do it. So I started to do these space camps, analog astronaut missions, and just inspirational outreach around the world. And then they told me that, this is nice and inspirational, but we don't get it. It's not in our language. And you're doing all these documentaries in English. There are thousands of documentaries in English. There are none in Arabic. There's 500 million people who speak Arabic. There are none in Hindi. There's 1 billion people who speak Hindi. And that's when I reorganized my whole company to be able to do outreach for people who've never seen this before. And that's what you're about to see, is how you watching on TV, you sitting over here, you can be a part of the space industry, just like I went from a fan to a professional in the field. And that's the opportunity I'm going to give everyone who's watching.
You mentioned my boss, Planetary Society CEO Bill Nye, the science guy. He likes to say, among other things, space brings out the best in us.
Absolutely. And not only does it bring out the best in us, this program that you're about to hear, it's going to do something that Bill Nye always talks about. And it's, dare I say it, Change the world!
He would love that.
Absolutely.
Mac, thank you. I look forward to hearing what you have to say, not very far off in this first day of Humans to Mars Summit.
Well, for me, it all started by listening to your podcast on Planetary Radio, and here I am now actually speaking to the man himself.
I am not quite speechless. I'm never speechless, but thank you, Mac. That means a lot to me.
You bet. Thank you.
All right, go get some lunch.
Will do.
So we are going to wrap this up, but we will be back at the just before we come back at the end of the lunch hour with some more interesting people to talk to. And I have a session coming up a little bit later today, just after 3 o'clock Eastern time. And that's going to be fun, too. We'll talk a little bit about international science, space science, that is, with some terrific spokespeople from NASA, Lori Glaze, who's the head of planetary science, but some representatives from Europe and Japan as well. So I hope that you'll be back with us for that. We will be picking up, and I think that we're going to have some great videos for you during this lunch hour. So stick around if you can, and we'll pick up again here on the first day of the 2024 Humans to Mars Summit, coming to you from George Washington University in Washington, D.C. I'm Matt Kaplan. We'll see you again soon.
Hello, my favorite Martians. This is the first time in 11 years that I have missed a summit. But family matters are pressing, and as we all know, family first, then Mars. A big hug from me to all of you. In an inspiring display of global collaboration and innovation, the Mars Innovation Challenge has brought together remarkable student teams from around the world. 8 countries, 245 students submitted innovations, all committed to aligning their projects with the sustainable development goals set by the United Nations. The competition saw entries from a range of locations, including Ukraine, Romania, Chile, Colombia, Japan, and many others, highlighting the universal appeal and importance of sustainable space exploration. This year's challenge was a breathtaking showcase of ingenuity and forward thinking from students ranging from kindergarten through 12th grade. The creativity displayed was not only impressive, but also a testament to the potential of young minds to contribute to complex space-related challenges. The top honor of the competition was awarded to Dust to Bloom, a team that captivated the judges with their revolutionary aeroponics tower design. The system is capable of producing up to 1 kilogram of harvest per day, equating to about 41.6 grams of food per hour, presenting a viable solution for sustainable food production on Mars. Their design will be featured in the Thrive on Mars game. Each entry reflects the incredible potential and innovative spirit of young minds dedicated to advancing human life on Mars. The full list of winners will be on our website soon, including honorable mentions in each category. All winners and honorable mentions have been notified via email, and everyone will receive their certificates after the H2M Summit, with instructions on a Zoom meeting with Mars experts per their winning innovations. We are pleased to have in our audience today the 3rd place winner, Jesus Estrada, in the 16 to 18-year-old category. I am so pleased to introduce Hunter Stanchik, who's going to tell you a little bit more about how the Dust to Bloom innovation will be a part of their game.
In outer space, finding sustainable solutions for food production is crucial for the success of long-duration space missions. Aeroponics is a cutting-edge agricultural method that involves spraying the roots of crops with a liquid consisting of water with different nutrients. This method has been chosen due to its reduced water consumption, faster growth rate, and space efficiency. NASA has spearheaded the movement towards integrating aeroponics into the extraterrestrial farming problem with the X-Roots experiment conducted in the controlled environment of the International Space Station. Let Us Grow, a private company, uses ultrasonic aeroponics, a refined variant that uses ultrasonic sound waves to agitate water into a fine mist. This method allows greater precision in delivering nutrients to the plant roots and enhances control over the growth environment. Their approach emphasizes not only sustainability, but also efficiency in resource utilization, exactly what we need. For the building of the towers, the team will use high-quality food-grade plastics such as acrylonitrile butadiene styrene, which is known for its durability and safety required for long-duration space missions. The assembly process on Mars will be simplified by transporting prefabricating components along with the necessary tools and equipment. The greenhouses will also house fish and algae tanks to ensure the crew has all the proteins needed.
To ensure the system is fully operational, in addition to solar panels, a modular nuclear reactor will be employed. The construction process can be structured in the following stages. Building the prefabricated parts on Earth, transporting them to Mars along with the necessary tools and equipment, assembling the greenhouses and towers, becoming operational. The prefabricated ABS tower components from Earth are designed for easy assembly on Mars, essentially being like pre-cut Lego bricks that snap together. The assembly drones take 30 minutes to complete one tower. For the exterior structure, prefabricated aluminum and glass walls are used to assemble them on the spot. Assembly drones will take up to 3 days to fully build one greenhouse. Alternative equipment such as construction rovers and harvesting robots will be brought to complete the integral building of one greenhouse. The Microecological Life Support System Alternative, MELISSA project, a European Space Agency project aiming to improve the International Space Station's ventilation system using wheatgrass and chlorella as lungs, will be used to improve the efficiency of the greenhouses.
The main issue that the towers will face is due to merchant dust, which contains compounds such as calcium perchlorate, which at its concentration is toxic to humans and plants. Dust-induced static storms can halt energy generation, leading to premature harvest or the death of plant early in their life. Harvesting plants with the utmost precision is of the highest importance to avoid harming the crops. ABS plastic aeroponics towers are a sustainable and efficient Mars food production option. Their modular design enables earth prefabrication and drone assembly upon arrival. Fish and algae tanks with the MELISSA recycling system create a closed-loop ecosystem that reduces earth dependence and promotes self-sufficiency. Design and automation may reduce merchant dust, static storms, and wind threats, ensuring that the farm's complex will be a reliable source of food for astronauts.
We're back at the Humans to Mars Summit for 2024. If you've only just joined us, well, you missed some really great sessions this morning, but we still have a day and a half to go, so stick around because there's just wonderful stuff coming up. I gave a plug for A City on Mars by Zach and Kelly Weinersmith when we were starting lunch. I didn't want to say because I wasn't absolutely sure it would happen, but I am delighted to say that I am now joined by Kelly Weinersmith. Hello there.
Hi, thanks for having me, Matt.
I love that. Great reaction. That was a terrific bit you did with Tiffany Vora backstage. I'm sorry, you planned it backstage and it showed on stage, but you covered so much of what was in the book, and both of you with such enthusiasm.
She's such a great interviewer. She made the conversation easy. Yeah, thanks. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
And with no notes. I hate her.
She's so good. She's so good. It shouldn't be legal.
So I'm going to give another plug to A City on Mars. It is so much fun. I am making up for the fact that when I interviewed Zach for the Planetary Society Book Club, you were unable to join us. So it's evened out a little bit now.
Fantastic.
And it was just perfect. I mean, his cartoons, as you said, are not just entertaining. They really help you to get across the concepts in the book.
Yeah, thanks. No, in general, it's great marrying an illustrator. And if you're trying to be a science communicator, it makes everything easier. And he just does a really great job.
You told me a few moments ago that your reception here at the H2M Summit has been pretty good, which I imagine you go into crowds like this with a little trepidation.
Oh yeah, no, I go into crowds like this with a lot of trepidation. I watched Daniel Dudney come before me. He wrote a book called Dark Skies, which is a pretty negative take on space, and he did not have a very nice reception, and that's what we expected. But people have been very nice and very upbeat, and that's been great. And had lots of fun conversations, even with people who disagree. You can have nice conversations with them.
You also told me that this is not your first H2M. You came in 2019. Mm-hmm. I'm guessing that your ideas had not evolved that far at that point.
Yeah, so actually the 2019 one was really important in sort of determining how I thought about space. There was a lot of pieces that hadn't really been on my radar that I saw in the different workshops. So there was a workshop on, growing cells in vats so that you could have, beef to eat without having the cow, because it's going to be really hard to have cows in space. And then there were analog workshops, and then somebody was talking about the space race with China, and there was all sorts of stuff I hadn't thought about that then we dug into much more deeply afterwards.
And I hope that people will, if they missed the conversation with Tiffany, we don't have time to go through all of it here, but if you did miss it live, all of this material will, of course, be available on demand. It may take a little bit, but Explore Mars will make all of this available, and you don't want to miss that conversation. With this reaction that you've gotten, I mean, it hasn't been entirely positive, but more so than one might have expected. I mean, you talk in the book right from the beginning about how you apologize to many of the people that you talk to, because even though I think that you and Zach still think of yourselves as space geeks, as real enthusiasts, maybe not everything in the book came out the way that those folks you talked to might have hoped.
Yeah, that's right. And we're cowards. And so we really didn't want to, come out swinging. And so we tried to bring as many facts to the table as we could and be, as polite as we could. There were still people we didn't make happy, and that's okay. We can still have, reasonable discussions about what we disagree on. There have been a couple people who don't like us. Robert Zubrin publicly doesn't like us very much, but we can agree to disagree.
And Bob Zubrin, who actually, at the end of this month, we're featuring his new book in the Planetary Society bookstore, book club, I mean. The New World on Mars, What We Can Create on the Red Planet, Robert Zubrin. I don't know which of you is the anti. I'll say that his book is the anti, The City on Mars, or maybe you guys are. It's really not, I mean, of course, Bob he wants us out there yesterday. Right. The whole point of your book is, tell me if I'm incorrect, we want to go there too, but let's do this sensibly and make sure everybody can stay alive.
Yeah, we both do agree that we'd like to see people on Mars. I think we just disagree on how much more information we need before we start that journey. And I think his take would be that we pretty much know everything we need. We just need to get out there and do it, like you said yesterday. And we'd like to see, research stations on the moon first, where we make sure that, rodents can live for generations and stuff like that before we start having babies on the red planet.
I said to somebody earlier today, you used to come to H2M and other gatherings, and you would hear a lot of, why are we going to the moon? Why don't we just go directly to Mars? You hear a lot less of that now. I think that this message seems to have gotten through to a lot of people.
I totally agree. And the 2019 one, it was all about why we're going to the moon. And so, maybe the Human to Mars Summit played a big role in changing the narrative there. I certainly, at the end of that meeting, became convinced that we really should think of the moon as a good place to go to learn about how do we make sure that our habitats don't break in 2 months, and how many carbon filters do you actually need for a 2-year trip, not 2 months, 2 years. And so yeah, maybe the Human to Mars Summit played a role in changing the way people think about that.
I was dying to ask Ryan Sirocco, the great representative who was here from Collins Aerospace. They're building that new spacesuit, which, oh my God, has a heads-up display, science fiction. But, one of the things that she didn't address, which I would have loved to have asked, which you do mention in the book, is dust. Because whether it's on the moon or Mars, they're very different, but they're both going to try and kill you.
Yeah, that dust is horrible. So, on Earth, we've got wind and we've got water, and that rolls the dust to, like a pebble or marble sort of thing. In space, it's more like jagged little knives, and you need to make sure that you don't breathe it in because it gets stuck in your lungs, and there's some concern that it will cause something called stone grinder's disease, where you get a lot of scars in your lungs and eventually you can't breathe. So you're going to need to make sure that doesn't get into your habitat, but it also clings to spacesuits. And if you look at the Apollo astronauts, pictures of them on the moon, you can see it clinging to their suits, and then their suits started to overheat because, they're white to reflect heat. So yes, regolith and regolith management is going to be a big part of our lives in space.
You also got to cover a bit of, with Tiffany, how the book talks about the economies. If you're going to put that 1 million people on Mars, how are you going to support them? How are they going to be able to do business to get the stuff they need that can't be made on Mars yet? Yeah. And governance, which was, these were just really well thought out, well-researched portions of the book, looking quite far out.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, they're both really difficult problems. I'm not convinced I've heard a great economic argument for Mars settlements. Tiffany made an interesting argument that I think was more about jobs on Earth and how that's going to benefit us moving out, but also jobs in space. But yeah, these things are complicated, and the international law still needs some work, and we even need more clarity in the United States on laws, and we haven't even really started to think about governance of space settlements, and I could go on and on.
Speaking of going on, what are the two of you up to now? Can we look forward to something else?
Well, so the next things that we're working on is not space related, unfortunately. My husband is writing book 2 of Beowulf, so it's a children's book in Old English verse. Everybody needs that, of course. And I'm working on a book about parasites next.
About parasites?
Yeah, that's what I got my PhD in. I figured maybe I'd write about something I know about.
We should be so lucky to find native Martian parasites.
It would be interesting. It would change the game a bit. Yeah.
Kelly, thank you. It's delightful. Please tell Zach I say hi, and I hope we cross paths again before long.
Me too. Thank you so much. I had fun. Have a good one.
Kelly Weinersmith, who spoke just before lunch here at the Humans to Mars Summit. That was coming to you, and I'm going to grab my schedule over here. Sorry, guys. We need 3 hands. Of course, the Martians have 4 hands if you read Edgar Rice Burroughs. Some of them do, either the green ones. Anyway, we are going to continue on through today. We've got some great stuff coming up, and I'll just give you a little bit of a preview. We have a really interesting presentation, first of all. We talked with Tiffany Vora about the Innovation Student Challenge. That's what we're going to lead off with in a few minutes, this award presentation. That'll be followed by, we're going to hear from Mac, who we talked to just before or at the beginning of lunch, Mac Malinak. And he's going to talk about the importance of space for inspiring people around the world. Then I am going to, there's another one in here, Eric Antonsen, with a half-hour presentation, Integration and Communication, Results of the 10th Mars Achievability and Sustainability Workshop. Eric is from Harvard and Massachusetts General Hospital, and you saw him moderating that terrific panel shortly before lunch today. Then I'm pretty excited because I will get to go up on stage with some terrific people. Lori Glaze, the head of the Division of Planetary Science for NASA, and Masaki Fujimoto from JAXA, the Japanese Space Agency, and Didier Schmidt of the European Space Agency. And we're going to talk about major moon-to-science accomplishments and what's ahead, the essential precursors that are going to be necessary if we're going to put people there and be able to sustain them as well, and do the kind of science that needs to be done on both the moon and Mars. And we just might talk a little bit about sample return from Mars, which of course is a very hot topic right now. And then we'll take another break, so I will be back with you here on camera, and then we'll finish out. And we are going to come back a couple more times with some interesting people to talk to. A couple of young people who are here, 2 students, very young people, who are going to join me once again with Tiffany Vora, and we'll talk to them about their fledgling interest in space exploration. I think it's going to be a very interesting time. I don't know how we're doing, guys. We're a little past when we were going to get underway again, which is 15 past the hour. I suspect we're going to pad for a little bit longer here. Do keep in mind that we have another entire day of the Humans to Mars Summit, and I hope that you'll be able to join us for that as well. We're going to close tomorrow with what has become kind of a tradition. Oh, I'm told by Chris Carberry, the Explore Mars CEO, that we are ready to go. I'll just finish that thought. We're going to close with what has become a really fun and huge panel that is hopefully going to be inspirational about humans to Mars. But with that said, I think we will throw it back to the stage. And Tiffany.
Thank you, Matt. Welcome back, everyone, from lunch. I hope you had a chance to meet some new folks and maybe renew some old acquaintances. That's one of the wonderful things about the Explore Mars community, is how often we get to interact with each other. I'm Tiffany Vora. I'm honored to serve as Explore Mars's VP of Innovation Partnerships. And our next session is going to showcase just how exciting things can get when we bring new innovators into the fold. Let's show the video.
Favorite Martians. This is the first time in 11 years that I have missed a summit, but family matters are pressing, and as we all know, family first, then Mars. A big hug from me to all of you. In an inspiring display of global collaboration and innovation, the Mars Innovation Challenge has brought together remarkable student teams from around the world. 8 countries, 245 students submitted innovations, all committed to aligning their projects with the sustainable development goals set by the United Nations. The competition saw entries from a range of locations, including Ukraine, Romania, Chile, Colombia, Japan, and many others, highlighting the universal appeal and importance of sustainable space exploration. This year's challenge was a breathtaking showcase of ingenuity and forward thinking from students ranging from kindergarten through 12th grade. The creativity displayed was not only impressive, but also a testament to the potential of young minds to contribute to complex space-related challenges. The top honor of the competition was awarded to Dust to Bloom, a team that captivated the judges with their revolutionary aeroponics tower design. The system is capable of producing up to 1 kilogram of harvest per day, equating to about 41.6 grams of food per hour, presenting a viable solution for sustainable food production on Mars. Their design will be featured in the Thrive on Mars game. Each entry reflects the incredible potential and innovative spirit of young minds dedicated to advancing human life on Mars. The full list of winners will be on our website soon, including honorable mentions in each category. All winners and honorable mentions have been notified via email, and everyone will receive their certificates after the H2M Summit, with instructions on a Zoom meeting with Mars experts per their winning innovations. We are pleased to have in our audience today the third place winner, Jesus Estrada, in the 16 to 18-year-old category. I am so pleased to introduce Hunter Stanchik, who's going to tell you a little bit more about how the Dust to Bloom innovation will be a part of their game.
Thank you, Janet. So I'm delighted to introduce you to Hunter Stanchik, who is the founder of Thrive on Mars, where he pioneers a groundbreaking strategy game aimed at illuminating insights crucial for humans to Mars missions. Now, prior to this, Hunter served as the creative director of global brand design at Magic Leap, which is the pioneering spatial computing company. And his impressive career also includes stints as a creative engineer at Apple, where he played a key role in launching iconic products like the Apple Watch, Apple Music, and various iterations of the iPhone and iPad Pro. With a proven track record of driving innovation and delivering results, Hunter continues to push the boundaries of possibility in the realms of technology and design. Hunter and his team at Thrive on Mars agreed to partner with the Mars Innovation Challenge and are here to share the overall winner's design and how it will appear in the digital game. Welcome, Hunter.
Thank you, Tiffany. It's great to be here. Thank you, everyone. And it was a fantastic collaboration with the Mars Innovation Challenge for this year. So as Tiffany said, I'm Hunter. I am founder and CEO of Thrive on Mars. And if you go to the next slide, we are basically creating multiple games. We're a game studio, and we're focused on what it will take to become multiplanetary and how to communicate that through interactive experiences. So we have Mission Control, which is a strategy game that is launched last year. It's in the top 30 of global most popular blockchain games in the world. Martian Resident is coming out later this year. This is a really cool open world RPG game where you become an astronaut and explore the surface of Mars. And then we also have Outpost Surge, which is a mobile game, a roguelike deck builder, similar to Civ or Slay the Spire for those gamers out there. So all of the games are actually connected through a in-game economy. Next slide. And what makes us really unique is every decision that players make in our games feeds a Mars innovation flywheel, basically, where we have realistic inputs that go into the game, including terrain and location, some of the cutting-edge Mars technology, which some of the students submitted ideas for this innovation challenge. And then it goes into the games, and then on the other side, we have some really interesting insights we're getting, both social, economic, governance structures, and various other things that we can deduce from large-scale online communities. So with that, it's really exciting to announce Dust to Bloom as the winner of this year's Mars Innovation Challenge. And if you queue up the Dust to Bloom video, we'll play their entry.
In outer space, finding sustainable solutions for food production is crucial for the success of long-duration space missions. Aeroponics is a cutting-edge agricultural method that involves spraying the roots of crops with a liquid consisting of water with different nutrients. This method has been chosen due to its reduced water consumption, faster growth rate, and space efficiency. NASA has spearheaded the movement towards integrating aeroponics into the extraterrestrial farming problem with the X-Roots experiment conducted in the controlled environment of the International Space Station. Let Us Grow, a private company, uses ultrasonic aeroponics, a refined variant that uses ultrasonic sound waves to agitate water into a fine mist. This method allows greater precision in delivering nutrients to the plant roots and enhances control over the growth environment. Their approach emphasizes not only sustainability, but also efficiency in resource utilization, exactly what we need. For the building of the towers, the team will use high-quality food-grade plastic such as acrylonitrile butadiene styrene, which is known for its durability and safety required for long-duration space missions. The assembly process on Mars will be simplified by transporting prefabricating components along with the necessary tools and equipment. The greenhouses will also house fish and algae tanks to ensure the crew has all the proteins needed.
To ensure the system is fully operational, in addition to solar panels, a modular nuclear reactor will be employed. The construction process can be structured in the following stages. Building the prefabricated parts on Earth, transporting them to Mars along with the necessary tools and equipment, assembling the greenhouses and towers, becoming operational. The prefabricated ABS tower components from Earth are designed for easy assembly on Mars, essentially being like pre-cut Lego bricks that snap together. The assembly drones take 30 minutes to complete one tower. For the exterior structure, prefabricated aluminum and glass walls are used to assemble them on the spot. Assembly drones will take up to 3 days to fully build one greenhouse. Alternative equipment such as construction rovers and harvesting robots will be brought to complete the integral building of one greenhouse. The Microecological Life Support System Alternative, MELISSA project, a European Space Agency project aiming to improve the International Space Station's ventilation system using wheatgrass and chlorella as lungs, will be used to improve the efficiency of the greenhouses.
The main issue that the towers will face is due to Martian dust, which contains compounds such as calcium perchlorate, which at its concentration is toxic to humans and plants. Dust-induced static storms can halt energy generation, leading to premature harvest or the death of plant early in their life. Harvesting plants with the utmost precision is of the highest importance to avoid harming the crops. ABS plastic aeroponics towers are a sustainable and efficient Mars food production option. Their modular design enables earth prefabrication and drone assembly upon arrival. Fish and algae tanks with the MELISSA recycling system create a closed-loop ecosystem that reduces earth dependence and promotes self-sufficiency. Design and automation may reduce Martian dust, static storms, and wind threats, ensuring that the farm's complex will be a reliable source of food for astronauts.
Give it up for Dust to Bloom. So fantastic entry from high school students, and they probably are going to get some jobs at the leading CGI studios as well. But I wanted to show quickly another video of us and how we actually take that idea, which is the underlying aeroponics technology, and we design a greenhouse around it, and we put it in our game. So if you can roll the second video, that'd be great.
Hi, I'm Hunter, founder of Thrive on Mars, a game studio helping make life multiplanetary. Our games include Mission Control, a popular real-time economic simulation game, Outpost Surge, a mobile roguelike deck builder, and Martian Resident, an open-world Mars role-playing game. We recently wrapped up the 2024 Mars Innovation Challenge with Explore Mars and Janet's Planet, and we were amazed by the creative student entries focused on water, food, and power solutions for Mars. Congratulations to the Dust to Bloom team for their winning greenhouse design, which utilizes advanced aeroponics to efficiently grow plants on Mars. Our team has turned this entry into a detailed 3D model for use in our games. It will be featured in our immersive open world environment as astronauts work to harvest crops, maintain the facilities, and ensure that it is an important addition to the settlement's agricultural infrastructure. In addition to this outstanding idea, we were highly impressed with many of the other entries as well, and we're excited to collaborate further with other student-led groups to integrate these innovative concepts into our game worlds. We believe inspiring the next generation to embrace multiplanetary exploration is vital, and gaming is a powerful tool to ignite students' imagination and realize innovative ideas. The 2024 Mars Innovation Challenge was a tremendous success. Thank you for all who participated.
All right, well, thank you, everyone. I'm Hunter, founder of Thrive on Mars, and thank you for your time. Appreciate all the student entries.
Wonderful. You heard me talking with Kelly about jobs of the future, and I just love seeing this innovations coming from young people. Along the same lines, now I am absolutely delighted to introduce you to Mac Malkawi, who is an entrepreneur and emerging business management consultant. As the founder, CEO, and president of Borderless Labs, Inc., Mac is at the forefront of making STEAM and space exploration accessible to a worldwide audience, with a focus on Jordan and the broader Middle East. His passion for education and innovation drives his work, transforming analog training missions into engaging opportunities for all. Beyond his business ventures, Mac is a dedicated philanthropist and a compelling keynote speaker, sharing insights on entrepreneurship, leadership, and the importance of global connectivity to make humans on Mars a reality. Welcome, Mac.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here again. It's been my third year speaking, and my first year actually attending was 2016. And I'll never forget this. I think it was this auditorium or the listener auditorium. The podium was over there. I came here chasing Andy Weir. He had just written a book called The Martian, and he doesn't travel much. And when I found out he's going to be in DC, I was like, oh my goodness, I got to come to this conference. So I found out Andy Weir was speaking. Then I found out Bill Nye was speaking. And then I found out Robert Picardo was speaking, and I was like, oh my goodness, I gotta see these people in person. So I came here just to be inspired by these celebrities and these inspirational figures. And I'm a huge sci-fi fan, so I figured I gotta see them. And while I was waiting for them to speak, I figured, oh my goodness, look at all these wonderful, amazing, smart speakers. And one of them was Janet Ivey, who inspired me to do everything you're gonna see. Laurie Garver, Ellen Stofan, all these amazing, inspirational people. Jim Green sitting right here as well. Actually, you'll see some of that over here. And here we are 6-7 years later. I created Borderless Labs Inc., which is Blink, which became the brand that is leading the MENA region to the final frontier. The MENA region means Middle East and North Africa. So I wanted to give an opportunity for everyone from my original region to be just as inspired as I am when I listen to you wonderful people over here. So I see this spacesuit over here, and I think to myself, I grew up, it's my dream to just stand next to a spacesuit like this. So how many people here, the leaders of space in the world, have ever been inside a spacesuit? 1, 2, 3. How many people who would love to be inside this spacesuit? Everybody, exactly. Imagine the people listening to us at home. It's their dream to do that, but if they grow up in a country or were born in a country where that's not an option, then you have that learned helplessness immediately. So I wanted to give them this experience, whether it's in person or virtually. So I started my company, Blink, and I know Eric had this problem where he's hitting next and nothing happens, and then it follows. Oh, there it is. And Jim, actually, you saw this slide because you actually authorized this slide back in 2013 when Curiosity landed on Mars. And I was that kid who got so inspired by art. Anyone agree with the A in STEAM for art? And that's how art turned someone from the other side of the world to be inspired to say, I'm going to replicate that slide. It was actually Cyan Proctor's idea to do it. And that's our Mars analog camp behind us in what looks like Mars, but it's actually Wadi Rum, Jordan, where they filmed The Martian and all those other Martian movies. And 6-7 years later, now we got the contract. Saudi Arabia actually launched a man and a woman to the International Space Station through the Axiom Mission 2. And I think I have to hit this button way before I'm about to move forward. And this is my team. The 4 of us in the middle are the citizen scientist astronauts. Like Shauna Pandya, I was so inspired by her, who actually wears spacesuits and does aquanaut training and all this stuff. So I figured I want to be like her. And that's why I joined that program, International Institute of Astronautical Sciences. And I empowered these young men on the right over here, and they built the rover you're going to see. The young women on the left are the women who built the spacesuit you're going to see, and hopefully you guys can be a part of those challenges as well. So look at this. I'm wearing a costume with the SpaceX-inspired costume, but the gentleman next to me is actually wearing a life support system that doesn't look that much different than this amazing Collins suit over here. And this is in Saudi Arabia, where I got to meet their head of agencies, and them being able to give us the opportunity to empower all of those young men and women who built the suits. And I'm going to move on, if I can. Training with Shauna, actually, here at the International Institute of Astronautical Sciences with IVA training and Orion sea survival training and post-operations. This is part of my team. This is David and Dara. Dara actually built the 3D printer that went to the International Space Station. And this is when we were doing IVA training. So the one on the right is the sea survival training. The one on the left is when we were doing suborbital missions. And here I am actually rappelling off of Orion mock-up doing sea survival. So how many people would love to get those experiences? That's what got me excited to say, I am listening to here like an enthusiast, and I want to do this stuff. But not only do I want to do it, I want to create the opportunity for everyone here sitting and everyone watching at home that this can be you one day. This is an amazing picture back here, because this young woman next to us, Amanda, is actually going to space next month with Blue Origin, and it's such an honor to be a part of a community that's actually training to go to space. And from the EVA training side, I was lucky enough to actually be one of the few people, and Shauna, I think, took this picture. And this young lady standing right next to me, it was here on stage last year, and I'm so proud that we were able to give her and people like her a huge opportunity. We actually do fighter jet training with the Polaris mission. Polaris is going to do the first civilian EVA, and the cool thing about this is when you fly fighter jets, you fly with pilots. When I fly fighter jets, I fly with astronauts. That's this is our CEO, David, wearing the SpaceX suit with Jared Isaacman's MiG-29, and this is the Alpha Jet. So these experiences, I never thought some kid from Jordan can be able to do these types of experiences. But these are the experiences. Here's the Polaris mission, the training we do with them. And last year you saw Lee come here and talk about his mission that went down to Latin America with a plane. So all of these experiences would not have happened, and me joining the class of IIAS, and Winston Scott allowing me to bring these scholarships from around the world, and everyone here that is just so supportive. The support that I got from the industry here led me to be just so humble that I can actually give this experience from Biosphere to the UAE is actually building a city on Mars, so I'm very proud to have got the book from Mars. How many people here have ever done a zero-G flight? How many people would love to do a zero-G flight? Exactly, that's why we do these things. They're so inspirational. Working with how many people have seen the SpaceX rocket launch? These are the experiences that I want to give everyone in the world. We give them in person, we give them remotely. So this young woman wearing this suit is a Syrian immigrant who, does this suit not look that much different from that suit? I only gave them $2,000 to create this suit, and look at the magic that they made. This is me wearing the SpaceX costume in our camp in Jordan. And a lot of familiar faces in the audience here came with us to Jordan. Look at the rover that they built. It's the size of Curiosity. And now we took that rover all the way to the International Astronautical Congress. And there's the spacesuit there as well, where they managed to actually present over 15 papers coming from the middle of the desert. Who would have thought that they would have an opportunity to do all this? I'm so humbled that the Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center sponsored and supported us, even invited us over to say, hey, how can we do this in their country? We hosted Yuri's Night with Axiom Space, and we even have an Apollo, Rusty, on stage with us. It's such a huge honor. We film everything we do, and we produce it in languages that have never had the opportunity to be inspired by all of this. We won Startup of the Year in the country of Jordan, and we couldn't do it without building and supporting a team. By the way, building a team and keeping it is way harder than building a suit or an analog. I'll tell you that. Anyone in business knows that. But this is how we did it. The X Prize did it with the $10 million challenge, and we're doing it for the $10 million challenge. We're bringing over 2,000 people, 200 teams, 6 challenges, over 10 accelerators, incubators, and over 100 investors from around the world with 6 challenges. Millions of dollars and millions of dollars in funding, millions of dollars worth of awards. We are going to create an ecosystem of space startups, space makers, and space investors, and this is what everyone has been talking about all morning. How do we do that? We're doing it with 6 challenges. The first challenge is a Moon and Mars rover design challenge. You've seen my students do it before. I want hundreds of rovers. I want hundreds of spacesuits. Human health and performance. You've heard the space medicine panel, and you're going to hear Eric talk about it in a few minutes. All these challenges are opportunities. Space medicine, space nutrition, biotech, wearable technology, space exercise, all of this stuff are challenges we need to learn to fix before we go to Mars. Small sat design, you've heard of CubeSats all the time. Now you have an opportunity to do it. We have spacesuit design. You've seen them do it. Drone design, and my favorite is the Space Entrepreneurship Challenge. Any space startup can actually say, I want to pitch in front of these hundreds of investors, hundreds of accelerators from around the world. They're all coming to the city of Dubai, and they will have an opportunity to say, I am pitching for business, for startup. Axiom did that last year in Saudi Arabia and just raised $380 million. I do it in front of investors around the world. I'll raise the money. Top 100 teams are going to get up to $20,000 each to be able to create these amazing challenges. Let's change the world together, and let's actually make the infrastructure that sends us to Mars. Thank you.
No time for questions. But thank you, Matt. Unfortunately, no time for questions. And so for our next speaker, we're bringing back Dr. Eric Antonsen. This time, Eric is going to talk about the 10th Achieving Mars workshop, which we held back in December. And the Achieving Mars workshops we've been having since 2013, bringing all the different stakeholders together from architecture, science, and other elements. This particular time, we brought human health specialists in, I think to a degree that few other groups have done in the past. And so Eric's going to go over the results of the report, which we are actually officially releasing next week. But of course, you will all receive a copy, and Eric will give you the overview of what the findings we found. So thank you, Eric.
Thank you. Ooh. Thank you. So, oh, great, it works. What you see up here right now is the front page for the report that will be coming out, as Chris mentions, next week. And when we were working on this, I've been involved with the Achieving Mars workshops for about 3 years now, and somehow managed to keep showing up, but also getting more and more responsibility. So I got pushed into being a co-chair, and you can see my other co-chairs there. Bruce Jakowski is a planetary scientist, and Lisa May is an engineer who works for Lockheed Martin, and I want to make sure I acknowledge all their work on this. I was the one who was able to be here on this particular day and brief out what we talked about. As Chris said, this is the first time that we really started to try to pull together the expertise in human health and performance with the engineering, the architecture, and the groups that have typically contributed to these over the last 10 years that these events have occurred. And so I want to make sure I acknowledge how many people were there. And they really broke down into about 3 different groups, right? We had the scientists, oftentimes in terms of planetary science, planetary protection, these sort of things. We brought in scientists from the human and the biology side as well. And interestingly, that they keep referring to each other as the other scientists. We had the human health and performance experts that were there, and we had a large showing of folks who are engineers who have worked on the engineering side of this equation for a long time. And a lot of it I have to attribute to Michelle Rucker, who works at NASA and is the lead for the Mars Integration Group. She was saying, hey, we've been working on this for a long time. It's time to bring in more of the human specialists. And I just think to myself, well, great, you brought the humans to this thing. The way I want to kind of frame this, because if I do my job well, then at the end of this, everybody's going to be mad at me, right? NASA will feel like we're giving recommendations, then saying maybe they had not seen some things, but I was inside of NASA, and I was always in the position of having to struggle with how to frame what we're doing to the outside, to the public, and talk about the limitations that we have. Also now being outside of NASA, I look in and I see some of the challenges that the bureaucracy faces, and I want to say, hey, there's ways that we can do this better. So what you see up here right now is a passage from Safe Passage, which was a book that NASA went to the National Academies to produce back in the late 90s, and it was published in 2001. And at that time, we were looking forward to the International Space Station. How are we going to make this transition from the 2-week missions of the space shuttle out to 3 months, 6 months, 1 year in microgravity and in human spaceflight? Because the way that NASA had grown up had been inside of engineering. The challenges of getting to low Earth orbit were oftentimes much more immediate than the challenges of staying in low Earth orbit. And so the culture grew up around engineering at NASA, and sometimes working on the inside, either in the sciences and space biology or in human health and performance, it's a challenge to get the countermeasures that we think are important, the science that we think is important to be done. It's a challenge to get them rolled into projects. And so we met, and that was in December, and then as you see here at the bottom of that, this thing came out in March of 2024, which actually answered a lot of the recommendations that we came up with. So it turns out, awkwardly, that while we were at the Achieving Mars workshop, NASA sent some folks, Jake Bleacher among them, to tell us, hey, by the way, we've got a new process in place. We've got this architecture concept review, and we want you all to come and give input as scientific communities through this process. And we said, wow, that was one of the recommendations we were going to make. So good job. You're already on top of it. And then this was published. And it became clear that NASA is changing direction in how they approach architecture. And we weren't all aware of this. As a matter of fact, this is one of those challenges in communication that sometimes NASA does really good and amazing things, and they might not have shared it enough. So you heard some of this earlier from some of the NASA folks. And you heard about how that architecture concept review is working, that in November they have a once annual meeting where they're asking for that input from the community and trying to have the conversation that sometimes we haven't had in the past as we've struggled with budget and timing and scheduling. But as they look forward to Mars and have created the Moon to Mars office and now have created an approach to conceptualize the architecture differently, you can feel some of the change in the air. So this is also something that they showed earlier. And one of the big challenges that we found when we were at the Achieving Mars workshop was, how do we get the science truly to be integrated and appreciated by the engineering community? It's also the same concern that we had on the human side. It seems like over the 70 years of history that one of the NASA folks showed earlier with all of these conceptual reviews for how to get to Mars and how to make the vehicles, that we had figured out how to get there and we had designed something that could be there, and then as an afterthought, the question was, Now let's stuff in the humans and sprinkle in some science, because we've designed all this great stuff. So to see this on their list of why we explore, the science portions of this is immensely rewarding, and it was something that we were going to push on an awful lot. You have to start at the beginning, which is why are you going? Science, inspiration, and national posture. And from that, then you can start to derive what is going to be needed. So we have these objectives, and if you look closely at them, a little bit more than half of them are science, science enabling, different types of science. But as was noted by earlier speakers, getting to that conversation about, wait a second, how do we whittle this down to what we're actually going to do is a challenge. The conversation doesn't happen at the level of massive conferences. It happens at the level of requirements and system specs. When somebody says, oh, we want this much resolution, and the engineer says, oh, wow, that would take 250 satellites around Mars to do that, that's not realistic. So a part of this is applauding the science, but also making some recommendations on how we can take those next steps to get to those recommendations. One of the things that is supremely useful in this process that NASA has laid out is to architect from the right. And architect from the right means starting with that goal. Okay, if the science is really as important as you say it is, and we can have some discussions about what science will prioritize, but let's assume that some of these astronauts are going to go down to the surface of Mars, and they're going to be doing some geology at least. They're going to need to be walking around the surface. You're starting to define tasks that need to be fulfilled. And one of the biggest challenges on the human side of the equation has been, if you don't define the tasks ahead of time, then it's really hard for us to determine what it's going to take to ensure that the humans are fit enough to do those tasks. And by fit enough, it's the same thing that we were talking about earlier in our conversation. Are they cognitively fit? Are they physically fit? Have you designed the rovers and the suits in such a way that a human can actually function within them? So this breakdown is something that we also saw and said, wow, we were going to say something like that too. Now, I showed this earlier, and this is part of the reason why architecting from the right is so important, because we no longer can rely on the advantages that we've had in low Earth orbit. Fundamental things change. 3 of them, the real-time communications, can we evacuate and how long will it take? And can we talk to mission control? And how do we talk to them? Those things are changing in ways that we've never had to deal with before. So you cannot take the solutions of yesterday and pretend that you're going to get to our destination of tomorrow. And throughout this process, as we noted in some of the earlier talks, the increasing exposure to the hazards and the increasing deconditioning that astronauts face living in microgravity on the way there means that that cognitive fitness and that physical fitness may be challenged, and may be challenged significantly beyond what we've experienced. Because if you keep in mind that the shortest Mars mission that we're talking about at NASA is 730 days, the longest that any one human has ever spent in space at one time was 438 days. It was a Russian cosmonaut. We have a handful of data points at around a year, and we've got a couple hundred in the 6-month domain. So we're asking our crews to become more autonomous and better functionally at a time when this entire environment around them is trying to degrade their capabilities. And this is the real thing that I think when we talk about taking away mission control, that people don't realize just how much is there. There are 22 unique console disciplines. They've got hundreds of years of experience, not just on the consoles themselves, but with back rooms that are monitoring, that are doing analysis, that are breaking down all the possibilities of things that are happening, and that are giving crew the information they need to maintain and repair those vehicles, habitats, and suits that are keeping them alive. So when you start taking this away and the real-time guidance that comes with it, you come to a place where you have to ask, if we spend billions of dollars sending 4 people to Mars, how are we going to stuff all of that education, knowledge, and experience into the brains of 4 people? The answer is we're not. We have to architect it into the system. We have to be able to design the systems that can meet those people where they're at. And we've also have challenges with the science of understanding that breakdown, understanding and characterizing the humans in space. You might think after 24 years of operating the space station that we have characterized the human experience in microgravity. I'm sorry to disappoint you. It's been less than 700 people that have ever flown in space. If I do a drug trial, I'm looking for at least 3,000 participants. So we're still learning an immense amount. Whenever any of these systems, any mission, any program goes through from formulation to implementation, they always go through some version of this, which is the systems engineering life cycle. And those 70 years of concepts and architectures and things that we're learning from all occurred in the pre-phase A concept studies domain. But there's so much more that happens after that. The challenge that we face is that for most of NASA's history, the first time that we've heard the words human system integration in that process occurred at a milestone called Systems Requirements Review, which was far into phase A and almost to phase B. What that means is that all the requirements for the system were written, and then somebody said, now let's go figure out how to integrate the humans. And that was not a very effective way of doing things because we've had to go back and fix a lot of stuff. And if a Mars mission is going to cost trillions of dollars, we cannot be going back and fixing a lot of stuff. The science and the human systems integration has to be influencing and partnered with the engineering every step of the way. So when you start doing that, when you wait until systems requirements review, that milestone that I just pointed out, you've probably committed maybe 60% of your costs for the entire mission. The longer you wait to go fix those things that you didn't design well from the beginning, because maybe you didn't bring all the experts in, the much more it costs to extract those things. Here it's calling them extracting defects. We lived this with the space station. We didn't design the acoustic engineering up front. And in 2003, there's a front page Los Angeles Times article that talks about how the commander of the space station couldn't hear himself think and couldn't communicate with his colleagues. So we spent millions and millions of dollars going back and making installments of quieter fans and quieter turbopumps. We can't afford to do that for a mission to Mars. So part of our getting to Mars is, hey, groups like SpaceX showed how to decrease costs in the launch domain. Our job now is to decrease costs on the back end by getting that architecting from the right correct. So here's a couple of recommendations that we made after we went to the ACR and started participating in it. One is that once a year for input from the larger science and technical communities that are outside of NASA is probably not enough. It's really hard to come into a once a year meeting and give meaningful interaction. Especially when you're getting updated on what they did over the last year. So part of our ask is not necessarily create, but at least support new and more frequently recurring public interactive forums that have the explicit goal of putting inputs into the architecture definition document. If you go out there and support the groups of experts like the MEPAG and other groups that have been mentioned before, they're very excited to help with this. They can happen in places where you don't have to spend tons of money creating an entire conference for it. You could branch off from other conferences. But we need more communication to have these conversations because it's oftentimes feels like a one-way street if we're just doing it once a year. The second one, and my SMD colleagues, the Science Mission Directorate colleagues, might look at me cross-eyed for this one, but acknowledge and address the tension between scientific investment that goes for human risk mitigation and the investment for discovery science when you're planning for Moon to Mars missions. So let me make sure I frame what these are. In the human research program, it's been an applied research program, as Dr. McPhee has pointed out several times today. So their job is to go figure out what the risks are and burn them down. One of the things that didn't happen well along the way was collecting the ambient data about the environment and the state of the people so that we could understand and draw conclusions from retroactive studies of that information. And so we're asking to design in, prioritize the sensors and the data capabilities to actually capture this information. Most of the investments that the Human Research Program has made to date are hypothesis-driven, focused on trying to answer one narrow thing. But as we enter into the era of artificial intelligence and machine learning, having much larger databases of what the environment looked like, what's the state of your crew in that environment, how are they functioning, what are their error rates, these sort of things, is a broad part of how we're going to learn new things about how humans are either adapting to spaceflight or how they are maladapting. Is it pathologic? For many of the things that we're studying, we're not sure yet. Both NASA and commercial companies are looking at Mars exploration at this point, and evolvable and flexible campaign architectures are going to be a key part of this. It's really challenging to look at designs of the past that, if you think about what happened with the space shuttle, they had to go back on eBay to find equipment to keep the space shuttle running. And this is something that, if you have a long life of a program, it's going to be to some extent a reality, right? But part of the concept of making the medical systems or some of the other systems into a plug-and-play domain, or setting the standards for how data should actually be moving back and forth for science, for maintenance and repair, for all these things, is to try to lean into recognizing the fact that technology changes. And if you design for one thing 1 year, you're really going to hamstring your ability to continue to utilize the new and evolving technology of tomorrow, especially when those things are shrinking. The size of the first ultrasound on the International Space Station was an entire rack. The size of the one that's up there right now is a laptop. The size of the one we couldn't get up there because of some of the restrictions, the Butterfly, is a probe that plugs into your iPhone. So SpaceX took it up. So that pace of technological change that actually allows us to collect the information from the operational or the scientific perspective is something that has to be planned for. And it's probably a demand that NASA needs to make, that the companies that are supplying it aren't just relying on proprietary things to maximize their input, but open source. And then for recommendation 4, and this one, it looks like from the architecture definition document that they're already really trying to work on this, right? How do you investigate the pathways, partnering with the commercial companies to invest in those lunar capabilities and technologies that are Mars forward? So for many of us who have spent years working in and around NASA, one of the challenges was always that the problem of today was boxing out the planning for tomorrow. It's nice to think about a Mars mission, but we really have to focus on the mission today. And that means getting this thing up there because it's the cheapest and the fastest, not because it's multimodal and forward-looking. And so the agency is starting to make that cultural change at this time, and it's something that the entire group wanted to encourage and say, hey, this is really, when we have a Moon to Mars office, they need to have the authority, in addition to just the responsibility, to ensure that the things that are being done in the Artemis campaign at the Moon are truly Mars forward. That is where we are going to learn about partial gravity and start to learn about the dose response curve. How do our muscles and our bodies respond in these partial gravity environments? Is it enough to stop things like SANS to have 1/6 gravity? What about the 3/8 gravity of Mars? We don't know yet, and we're not going to know until we go and try these things. But making sure that the technologies and capabilities that we've put forward in these are looking forward to Mars to be able to capture those things. So one of the things that happened when we were looking through the Moon to Mars objectives document, which is, let me put it this way. For those of you who are into reading something like this, it is fascinating, and it's amazing, and it's a great piece of work, and I love it. I noticed right here at page 8 and page 9 that we went from what are the reasons why we're going to how are we engineering the system. It skipped over some things. And so this is one of the gaps that I wanted to raise and think about and talk about, because one of the biggest challenges, as I mentioned from the safe passage process from earlier, was the culture is one of engineering. The culture is one where it's, let's solve this problem and move on to the next one. And you can have these conversations about requirements within the engineering community, but we're trying to broaden that conversation. So if I take what I see here in this document and I put it into Moon to Mars objectives, and how am I interpreting this, then that architecting from the right says, why are we going? Well, we're going for the science, and we haven't completely sussed out what all of that is, but we're going to get there, and through some conversation with the engineering teams about what's realistic, then we can probably figure out, you know, here's the science we're going to do, and here's the vehicles that are going to take us to do it. So what's the part that's missing? When I ask the question, what capabilities are required to do the science, when we talk about a human mission to Mars, the question is, who's doing the science? Because now we're starting to ask, it's not what capabilities do you design into these vehicles, these spacesuits and these habitats. We're starting to ask the question, what are the tasks that the humans are going to be asked? And what level of fitness do they need to have in order to perform them? So part of what we're missing here when we bifurcate this between we're going to put science up front and we're going to have them talk to the engineers is that squishy piece in the middle, which is the human. If you want to ask humans to pilot a vehicle, that implies a certain level of fitness, cognitive, functional, physical. If you want to ask humans to go out and do EVAs, which, by the way, are the most physically demanding tasks, and they are immensely demanding. There are oftentimes injuries when we do them in microgravity. And the thing about it is that, wow, we've actually in ISS, we typically have done no more than 5 EVAs outside of the ISS in any given crew member's 6-month mission. But now when we go to the moon, we're going to be asking people to do EVAs every day. So what does that imply in terms of their physical fitness? At a time when they've been deconditioning over 9 months of transit time, at a time when we're not even sure how much sparing to do in order to make sure that the treadmill works and that they can keep up their exercise, because if that breaks, they're probably not going to be in a physically fit domain to be able to do the jobs we're asking them to do when they get to Mars. So it's fundamental at this point. We are moving far enough, we are becoming audacious enough to look ahead and say, we're going to do these missions. We are starting to make the efforts to make sure that science is the cornerstone of why we're going. And that conversation with the scientific community has to improve from what it's been. We are also needing to start figuring out, how do we ask these questions? What do the humans need in order to accomplish the work that you are requiring of them when they get there? Because if they're not able to do the job, the mission is still a failure, even if you get them back. In the same way that Apollo 13 was a successful failure. We got them back, we didn't lose crew life, but we certainly lost the mission that we were doing. So this is where I want to leave it. That discussion, that conversation that you see here needs to wrap around that systems engineering process as an ongoing conversation between the scientists who are the reason for us going, the humans who are the mechanism by which we will do our job, and the engineers and the architecture teams who are helping to bound and figure out what's realistic and how do we actually achieve our goals. Because our goal, as this seminar is named, is humans to Mars. Thank you. I think I may be the only person who finished early. Okay. Okay, Chris is saying I have time for one question if somebody has a question.
So how do you translate things?
We got a microphone.
So how do you translate things like, the big overarching architecture concepts and start distributing those big ideas to things like the EDL team, to the transit habitat team, to the science team? How do you start integrating all of those different elements, that, you walk away from this from, to the people that actually have to execute?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Now, this is what you're talking about is a couple of entire disciplines, right? This is part of what systems engineering is figuring out where do you start? How do you divvy up the work? How do you start flowing requirements down? And so in systems engineering, you start with these concepts and you go down and you come back up through a verification pathway. And you go all the way down to the level of specifying what aspects of the system need to be. The challenge is that systems engineering is massively important, but then there's another aspect of this, which is the human system integration. And I think one of the biggest challenges that I've run into while I was working at NASA is that there were many, many people who sort of thought they were the same thing. And they're really not. So part of it is doing that process of decomposing from a concept down to the level of requirements. Okay, we are going to Mars, and we are going to have a vehicle that can fly to Mars and one that can go land on Mars. And then those things are going to have these systems within them. You're going to have your avionics and your propulsion and your thermal, all right, all those things. So you break that down through a typical systems engineering process that admittedly is super complex, right? But that's why systems engineering as a discipline evolved. But you have to wrap that in constantly asking the question of design, right? And we all experience this in our lives when bad designs happen to good people, right? Cabinets are designed wrong, or your phone doesn't work right, or something like that. The human systems integration aspect of it is something that historically has been looked over, in part because we were still maturing it, the community practice was still maturing it, but also because it was good enough till now, and it's not going to be good enough for Mars. And I'm happy to talk more outside.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you very much, Eric. All right, for our next panel, Matt Kaplan, who you've seen hosting our webcast all day, former head of Planetary Radio, is going to moderate this exciting session looking at kind of the precursors and updates on science. Basically, what science objectives do we need to be able to accomplish humans to Mars in the next few decades? So, Matt?
Thank you, Chris. And I guess this is working. Hi, everyone. One of the greatest things that I heard this morning, as we heard from all those representatives from NASA, is the degree to which science will drive human exploration of Mars, just as it's driving robotic exploration right now. And that it's one of those three legs of that three-legged stool, which is going to get us there. And so that's really what we're going to talk about today, both accomplishments and those precursors, as it says there, as Chris just read. So let me introduce, and we'll hear from each of them in turn. Lori Glaze, planetary scientist first, head of the Planetary Science Division at NASA. Welcome. Masaki Fujimoto. Whoop, I did it wrong because I got you here. I was so careful backstage to say 1, 2, 3. Didier Schmidt, Strategy and Coordination Group Leader at ESA, of course, the European Space Agency, coordinates human and robotic exploration at ESA. Welcome, Didier. And now Masaki Fujimoto of JAXA, the Japanese Space Agency, Aerospace Exploration Agency to be exact, Deputy Director General of the Institute of Space and Astronautical Sciences at JAXA, which is ISAS, I think is how it's done. Okay, Lori, you get to go first. We got your slide working.
This was a last-minute effort to get this slide. You can go on to the next slide if you could, please.
But that's such a pretty one.
It is a pretty one, but this is the one that I love the most because this is the evolution of a Martian, and I think this really speaks to what you were saying, Matt, about the science that we've done and how that helps prepare us for the future and helps prepare us for hopefully eventually human exploration of Mars. And what you can see here is the series of robotic scientific rovers that have been to Mars over the last couple decades. You can see starting at the far left, Sojourner, building up through the MER rovers, Spirit and Opportunity, and then Curiosity, Perseverance, Mars Sample Return, and then eventually to the reason we're here talking about humans. And These robotic missions have really set the stage, really increased our understanding of the environments on Mars, so that's going to be critically important, but also helping us to understand what are still the questions that we have that really will require having humans in place on the surface to do some of those scientific science experiments that we'd like to run. We've actually just asked the National Academy to look at this to see what's the high priority science that should be done with humans when we go to Mars. So it's really set the stage. Just to kind of give you a quick update on some of these missions, I'll tell you Perseverance is doing a great job on Mars right now collecting samples. We've already collected 27 tubes, 24 of those with samples in them. 10 have already been deposited on the surface. We're carrying the rest of them on board. I think we've got about 12 more tubes left that we can collect. And of course, what we really want to do is get those samples back here on Earth. It's been one of the highest science priorities for more than 2 decades to get samples back to Earth from Mars. We're a third of the way there. Perseverance is there collecting those samples. Now we just need to get them back. So many of you probably know we have a Mars sample return mission. We were moving towards getting it confirmed last year in the spring and in the summer. But realized that before we took it to confirmation, we wanted to make sure that we had a cost and schedule that we could stand behind. We had it reviewed. They said that the existing cost and schedule wasn't going to get us where we needed to be. I'm going to leave it there for now, and I'm sure there'll be questions. We'll come back to exactly where we're going with Mars sample return going forward. But that's something that we're kind of in process right now. We're trying to find ways. Are there any ideas that we haven't thought of yet that will help us implement Mars sample return for a lower cost and less complexity, and perhaps even a shorter schedule to help us do that? I wanted to say beyond that, I just wanted to mention, really excited, I'm sure Masaki will talk about our partnership on the Mars Moon Explorer mission, which is a great mission, really excited about that. Our contributions have all been delivered to JAXA, and so we're really excited there. And then the last thing I just wanted to mention is our Mars exploration program, which has been around for quite a while now. We're working towards the future to make sure that we have a solid program that's going to go forward in parallel with Mars sample return and beyond. And I think I heard that Rick Davis is going to be speaking later this afternoon about one of the cool things that we're implementing there right now in the Mars exploration program, looking for commercial partnerships. So I think I'll leave it there, and we'll happy to take questions when we get there.
And that session is the one that you have heard from Chris is being added at the end of the day, 5 to about 5:30, and we're looking forward to getting lots and lots of your questions about how that MEP, Mars Exploration Program, is taking shape. Before we go on to Didier, I want to talk about, yes, Perseverance, Lori. Mm-hmm. I asked in a NASA press conference about Perseverance once, what would you guys do if you could, not to say that it would be possible, get Curiosity over there to that basin and join Perseverance with all of its amazing science capabilities built into the spacecraft?
Yeah, it has an incredible in situ laboratory with the incredible mass spectrometer that it carries is really one of a kind that's in an in situ location on Mars or any other planet. It is just an incredible suite. It's done amazing work at Gale Crater. It'd be wonderful to have it there at Jezero, but we have a pretty amazing suite of instruments on Perseverance as well. So we're doing some great in situ science in addition to the tubes we want to bring back.
Didier, let's go to you, and you've got some slides, I think, to present. We will come back to sample return.
No doubt.
for some time. Next one. We have a Mars program since some time. You know that we have some mishap with ExoMars. We had a relatively good start, but in 2014 we didn't get to the agreement with NASA, so we had to turn to our Russian colleagues at that time, and you know what happened 2 years ago. So therefore, when this happened, a few months before the launch, I told the team, it's for the good, because now at least we have convinced all the member states to do the landing system ourselves, which is a good progress. So hopefully ExoMars is now also with the help of NASA for the launch, is on track for the launch in 28. Very, very big plus, of course, for the science, the deep drilling,
Yes.
deep 2 meters, which is quite extraordinary and something we have decided 20 years ago. We will come back to Mars sample return, but we're more or less ready with the orbiter for the return trip. So that is on track. We've got the budget. We've got the industrial teams in place. Something new on the left hand here that nobody has seen today because that's not public information. It hasn't been public information up to now. On the top, the Lightship project, which is not, so to say, agreed it will be blessed hopefully in 2 weeks, but I put the name already here, is a mission which will go to Mars and have an orbiter for telecommunication and navigation, and having a passenger spacecraft that will be put on a kind of 500 kilometers kind of altitude for very precision, high-level precision imagery. We absolutely need these type of missions because for the next step, which is on the bottom, the entry and descent landing, precision landing, we need these communication capabilities in the 2030s and obviously beyond. So we're committed to, well, we have started and we will start this first study. We will hopefully get the agreement in 2 weeks from now. I already put it on the chart here. To start also the other study on the entry, descent, and landing with the lander. The science on both missions will be decided in the coming months, and we will get out with a research announcement. So this being said, the next slide will show that hopefully that's only the beginning. What we aim at, and that's part of the strategy, which unfortunately is not yet public, is to master heavy landing, which, when I say heavy, it has been mentioned this morning, 20 tons, hopefully by 2045-ish. So, and we're on the track to do this. So we need several orbiters. We need a lot of navigation communication where we mastered this quite well in Europe. By the way, on the moon, we hope to have less than 1 meter accuracy with our moonlight capabilities. So we hope to do the same with Mars. And then, of course, heavier and heavier payload landings, science to be decided, and so on. And of course, for the 2 missions I mentioned that we are starting, we're completely open to collaboration for the payloads on board. The missions themselves we will do, so to say, in-house in Europe.
Thank you for allowing us to be among the first to see some of these still conceptual models for missions. Masaki, I'm going to go directly to you.
Okay, thank you. Can you show the first slide, which I cannot help showing? This is how we landed on the moon about 3 months ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is a mission by the name SLIM. It's a smart lander for investigating the moon. It's a small and smart mission. And at the altitude of 50 meters above the surface, it did demonstrate its pinpoint landing technology. The position accuracy was only 3 meters above at the altitude of 50 meters. So the remaining 40 seconds seems like a piece of cake. But what actually happened is something wrong with the thruster, and then it ended up in a wrong orientation like this. But still, it was a soft landing. We recovered all the data. And that's why we could reconstruct everything. And we knew that the orientation of the spacecraft on the surface of the moon must have been like this. But still, it's nice to have a picture like this. And the question is, it doesn't look like a selfie, so who took the picture? And if you go to the next slide, it's this guy, 250-gram-ish baseball-sized robot. It's been provided with help from a toy company, Takara Tomy, and then Sony. Well, Sony is a regular suspect, I guess. But it's the toy company who did participate in this program, and this small robot did a great job, telling us what really happened upon landing. So if you go to the next slide, what happened is that during the descent, even though it was in the contingency mode, during the descent, we released 2 small robots, and one of them was this Rev 2, and there was another one. And it's the smaller robot who took the picture, who took the image of the SLIM on the surface of the moon, and then transmitted the data to the other small robot. And the other small robot, which is only 2 kilogram-ish by mass, did the direct communication with Earth. So that's how we got that, I think it's an iconic image of our lander on the moon. And if you go to the next slide, so SLIM is like a precursor to our OK-sized lunar exploration, as well as for OK-sized Mars exploration. So SLIM demonstrates the pinpoint landing technology, which will be applied to MMX. And then we have an idea, or we have a concept, and we are starting to invest not a small amount of money into our Mars landing program. So let me try to explain each element. MMX, next slide shows what MMX is. It's a forward sample return mission. And unlike Hayabusa missions, we have to land on the surface and land still on the surface and do the sampling operation for 3 hours and then come back to the orbit. But in that landing process, we will utilize the pinpoint landing technology developed by SLIM. So that's the link. Then beyond MMX, this will be our first step in our Mars exploration program, but beyond MMX, oh, by the way, MMX will be the humanity's first return trip to the Martian system, which we are very proud of, precursor to Mars sample return, of course. But and beyond, we are trying to have a Mars landing program, if you show the next slide, which we will utilize new technology, different technology, inflatable soft aeroshell. So if you want to land on Mars, you have to fight against the heat during the descent, and you also have to decelerate the speed, or descending speed. But in the Martian environment, the atmosphere is tenuous, so heating doesn't really matter. It's more how you slow down the speed is what matters more. So maybe an inflatable aeroshell. It's like Mary Poppins coming down with her umbrella in her hand. It works as long as the mass you want to bring to the surface is not too high. So different from NASA or ESA, we are really aiming at OK-sized mission. And for that OK-sized mission, this inflatable aeroshell can really do the job. So if you go to the next slide, our first demonstration of the technology will be bringing 3 small landers to the surface of the moon, like this. And the transportation vehicle, we call it orbit transfer vehicle, OTV, can be something common to be used by the second step or the third step, or even any deep space exploration led by us. So that, which means that our mission concept will be like on the next slide. Oh no, and then while we are thinking about this, came this alive and kicking of 2 robots on the surface of the moon. But if you think what they have done on the moon and modified a little bit, then on the surface of Mars, next slide please, it can already work. So there would be, it's not going to be a direct communication with Earth, but in the Martian environment, thanks to you guys, especially what you will establish soon, there will be a telecommunication system in the Martian system. So even a small robot, even with the existing technology, what we have demonstrated on the surface of on the moon, that will work in the Martian exploration. So with this big encouragement coming from a recent successful lunar landing, next slide please, we are thinking about bringing small assets to the Martian system, and even the small assets can really do the work thanks to all the infrastructures available. And yeah, this is what we are really thinking that the concept we have been having is not really bad. So this way, we can provide a nice platform for those people, those newcomers who can provide something, but who cannot build the whole mission. And Artemis, to me, Artemis is about, let's explore Moon and Mars together. So big missions are nice. I hope you will make Mars sample return realized. So big missions set the framework, but there are a lot of things, like on Mars, so many places you want to explore before you send a human. So maybe NASA and ESA has been helping us a lot, but now we have become mature enough so that we can give back to the global community through providing this platform for small assets exploring the surface of Mars. Thank you.
Thank you. Misaki, you left out one of the most thrilling elements of SLIM for me, that this upside-down lander keeps on ticking. It keeps surviving the lunar night, which was not expected, right?
Yes, which was not expected. And so that's why I didn't touch on this. It's a pleasant surprise even for us. So I cannot be too proud about this. It's just a surprise even to us.
I think you should be extremely proud. And it gives me hope that maybe the lunar environment won't be as difficult to survive as
True,
we've
yeah.
been led to believe.
If you build the spacecraft carefully, this can happen. That's an encouraging element. Yes.
In the most self-serving way, I also have to mention, you couldn't see it in that angle, the artist concept of MMX. But one of those legs of MMX carries what we call, at the Planetary Society, my sister organization to explore Mars, Planet Vac, which is that other way that MMX will actually blow up. It's not a vacuum cleaner, it blows material up from the surface that we all hope will come back to Earth. And isn't MMX, in a sense, because of the thinking that material from Mars probably has ended up on the moon, that this is a sample return mission, at least we hope?
It is a sample return mission, and it will be, as I think Misaki said, right? It'll be the first sample from the Mars system to make it back to Earth. And as you note, it's a possibility. There could be some Mars dust there, potentially. But it'll be pretty exciting. And certainly we're happy to be, as I said, really happy to be partnering with JAXA on this.
The way we came up with that idea is that we really want to make sure that we get any sample from Phobos. So we needed to have first we call it a backup system, and then Jim Green was really happy, so I changed the wording, of course.
Redundant,
two. We need two independent way of getting samples.
Yeah.
And the way, because it's a different way of getting samples, samples may have a different character, maybe. That's something we will learn after we get the samples. So the first, it was about securing any samples at all, but then it became a more matured idea of,
So two sampling systems, which is great, and I think JAXA have demonstrated really well their ability to do these sampling missions and return samples through Hayabusa and Hayabusa 2. So they've got a lot of expertise in this area.
Didier, I cannot wait for that drill to penetrate the surface of Mars, because we've all heard so much about what might just be happening not very far below that surface.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, our assessment, even nearly 2 decades ago, and all the simulations we did with all the radiation and over millions of years. So it's after 1.5 meters that you could have a chance still to have some organic material. That's why it's 2 meters. But obviously, that's not the end of it. We have to drill much deeper, and therefore the next missions, which will be heavier and therefore without parachutes, so we have to have other landing systems, aerobraking and so on, new engines, probably LOX methane engines. We have to land bigger masses, and that means indeed deep drilling, which probably around 10 meters, maybe more. That's something we have to work together as well.
I also want to get your thoughts about what Laurie told us about the status of sample return. It's obviously still very early in this process of reimagining MSR, but ESA, still a big partner.
Absolutely. I mean, we're fully committed. We have been working now on the Earth Return Orbiter for quite some time. We've got the budget. We have a 3 years cycle. It's not an annual cycle, so it makes sometimes things easier, sometimes more difficult. But at least the budget is secured. That's for the big part. And we are testing the engines. So for the electric propulsion, because we need to prove that we can withstand 3 years with these engines. So that's still ongoing. And we will diversify also the providers of electric propulsion as well in Europe, so that we have several options in the future as well. So we will be, so to say, specializing in this. And as I showed, the next mission is called electric propulsion tug. So we will use the same technology to tug spacecrafts around the moon, around Mars. Lower orbits, exactly what we do with we'll do with Aero as well. Lower orbits, release another spacecraft, go back again. You have to be up for scientific and other reasons, telecommunications and so on. You have to be low with a passenger spacecraft for observation. So all these technologies we will, and we are mastering already now with Earth Return Orbiter. So we will build on MSR anyway, whatever happens.
We have only scratched the surface, if you'll pardon the pun, of what is happening at Mars, the flotilla of landers and orbiters out there. I'm thinking of the bandwidth challenges, Laurie. I mean, MAVEN, in addition to doing wonderful research on telling us more about the atmosphere of Mars and where the water went, is also a communications platform, right? But we're going to need more than this.
Yeah, we will. We'll definitely need more. Right now, we do have still several spacecraft that are providing the telecommunications support. Certainly, Odyssey is still there, which is pretty amazing after 24 years, still kicking, or 23 years, I guess, at this point. And then, of course, beyond that, the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, which is doing a lot of the work for the communications. You mentioned MAVEN, doing great science still. We are also still working with ESA on Mars Express and on Trace Gas Orbiter that are still providing. But each one of those missions are starting to get a little long in the tooth. So we do recognize that in the future we are going to need additional telecommunications support. And I think that's something, again, that we can work together with our international partners, but we're also looking to partner with commercial companies, perhaps, right? There may be other models that we should be thinking about. How do we rethink how we provide that infrastructure support for the telecommunications?
So lots of robots, more to come. Precursors, that's in the title of the session, getting us to the point where we have human footprints on Mars, human boots on Mars, although I've been told by some people that it's not good to say boots anymore.
We need more than footprints.
Yes. So where are we in terms of the science that is happening now that was already underway in terms of preparing us for that third leg of Mars exploration by humans? Laurie?
Yeah, so I think we've made an enormous amount of progress, even just in the last decade, in trying to understand the environments on Mars. We've got on Perseverance, we ran several experiments to help lead us towards human exploration with the MOXIE experiment that was doing the transformation of carbon dioxide into oxygen. We also did some precision landing things. We also were testing some of the materials that are required, through testing the aeroshells to help us understand how they behaved in the system. So those are kind of technical advancements, but from the science side, better understanding of the history of Mars. So what kind of questions are we going to want to ask? And I think, on Perseverance, we've done an incredible amount of exploring of the crater floor of Jezero crater, which tells us a lot about the geologic history and climate history of Mars. We've explored the fan, which is giving us a lot more information about maybe the period in time on Mars when there was a lot of water, enough water to create the river delta that's there and the sediments that we've tested. We've seen the organic materials that are there, and we're now exploring up in the crater rim at Jezero, where we're finding incredibly carbon-rich materials, which is kind of enticing, that we'd really like to get those back. And then eventually we're going to go out of the crater, and we'll learn even more about the history of Mars, its origin, evolution in that area where Jezero's crater exists. And I think that'll really help inform the types of questions that we want to answer.
Didier, where are ESA's thoughts about what is happening now, these precursors, are preparing us for putting people up there?
Well, a few elements. The first one we shall never forget, and I think the previous speaker, Eric, touched on this. The weak point is the human in the loop. We shall not forget about this. So from the technology point of view, from the landing part, we have to be able to co-locate at least 3 different landings for the ascender, probably different from the lander itself, the human lander, logistics, be it surface mobility and other, and just landing on somewhere and staying there doesn't help much. So we have to have surface mobility. Energy has been mentioned also today. Okay, will we put a mini nuclear reactor on the surface? I don't know. But we have to find a solution also for the mobility of the habitats and the mobility of the power systems. So the surface mobility is really the next big thing, and that we can test quite a lot on the moon. So I cannot make it public now, but we have a very fundamental reflection. NASA also will come out end of June with a white paper on lunar surface mobility, and we'll join forces there to see all the panoply of possibilities that have to be tested and used on the moon and then copy-pasted, so to say, on Mars. So landing, precision landing, surface mobility, and then I'm always reminded, I should think about it more often. I'm a scientist. I'm always reminded why. And that's, when you have 22 countries asking why every day, so it gets you thinking quite a lot. So the science aspect is very essential. But on the other hand, we're not, at least at ESA, the exploration program is not a science-driven program. It is an exploration-driven program, and whatever science we can do, we do. So we have another science program, which is more the sort of system science and astronomy, astrophysics. Our program is exploration, and whatever science we can do, again, we will do. But it's not the driver. We should not forget this.
Masaki, I want to let you address this as well generally, but speaking of surface mobility, seems to me I remember seeing a large pressurized rover that came out of Japan.
Yes.
A prototype, of course, a concept.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a talk tomorrow on that pressurized rover as well. But that's really a huge one, and we'll demonstrate first on the surface of the moon and then see if we can apply the same technology to the Martian system. But we don't just wait. We better do something while we wait for the development of the huge system. And that's the reason we are really interested in doing something with the smaller missions more frequently and more in a quicker way. And thanks to all the big missions, setting the framework, even small mission with the focused topic can do a great job these days, because the context is set by the results from the bigger missions, and that's giving us a big room for smaller missions to play a substantial role in learning about the Martian system. So that's where we are now. So maybe a commercial company providing the smaller assets can make a big discovery. So I think that's the opportunity I see now. So big missions, you really have to make Mars sample return mission happen. But big mission sets the framework, and then that leaves nice room for smaller missions to play a role at a different time scale. That's the way I look. Then that will make us be prepared for human to Mars. That's the way I look at the current situation.
There will be other opportunities tomorrow to talk about what is represented by the three of you on stage, the international collaboration, cooperation that appears to be key to pushing basically all of planetary science and exploration of the solar system forward. But I wonder, Lori, there are a whole bunch of members now of the Artemis Accords, signatories to the Artemis Accords, who are not with us on stage. It seems like there's a new one or two every month.
It sure seems that way, and I think that's wonderful, because I really do think that, to achieve the big things that we're talking about, whether it be, a sustained presence on the moon, or whether it be eventually, the human presence on Mars, I think these are going to be the types of endeavors that require a global community, that we really all want to be working together for that goal.
Gentlemen, anything that you'd like to add before we go to questions from the audience? So if you have one, you can start getting ready to approach that microphone in the center there. The importance of international collaboration and to forward not just human exploration, but the science that we have seen such great results from already.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I?
Sure.
Because of the recent success of the SLIM lunar landing, I want to have some reflection of what happened when it was emerging. We had a nice lunar orbiter by the name Kaguya, so it gave us a very nice data. And everybody was so excited, and they said, now we had orbiter, so next should be the lander. And everybody come together and it became like a beefy proposal, and it didn't just, that's the way it terminated. But there's a guy at the, two people at the very core of that proposal who just stood up from the ash and said, it's not that I want to go back to the moon. I want to land on the moon. It's that I want to demonstrate the pinpoint landing technology. And it doesn't have to be a big mission. It can be a small mission. Yeah, well, in a sense, small mission is better, because if you demonstrate pinpoint landing technology by small mission, that's even better. So that I'll always keep that story in my mind. Having the right shape of motivation. Everybody wants to be a part of Mars exploration. But not everybody can be a part of Mars sample return, directly a part of Mars sample return mission. But that doesn't mean that you have no role to play. And actually, if you want to send human to Mars, everybody has to be, in one shape or another, engaged. Otherwise, such a huge project will not be realized. So just try to do something. That's what I always keep in my mind. Yeah, I'm sorry for the primitive language, but
no,
yeah.
Very welcome. Thank you.
I mean, absolutely, we have to do step by step. The problem with Mars, of course, is you can only go there every 22 months. But for example, we did a mistake in Europe. In 2012, we wanted to do a small lunar lander. I don't explain why it has been killed. And now we are full speed on a decent lander, 1.5 tons payload, without having done any landing before. So, and you're right, I mean, in Jack said, go do a mission as soon as you can, even if it's a small one, and then build on it. There is so much technology to be de-risked. And don't wait for the big thing to happen. First of all, it will always be delayed. Secondly, it's a decade of work. And then who knows what happens. So go to Mars whenever it's possible and do step by step.
First at the microphone there is Lori, your predecessor.
I know.
Planetary
Jim
science, former chief scientist of NASA. Jim Green?
So we're in a new decadal with fabulous sets of missions, and in the New Frontiers line, there is no Mars mission. So is the next Discovery call going to include a Mars mission or not?
The next Discovery or the next New Frontiers?
Well, the New Frontiers, it's not in there.
Yeah, it's not.
So it has to come out competitively.
Yeah, so
if you're going to have to do that, it'll be in Discovery.
Yeah, and Discovery is wide open. So
Great.
and as you are well aware, because you selected one, was a Mars mission. In one of the previous calls, the InSight mission was, of course, selected through Discovery program. So absolutely welcome.
Have a lander.
Will it have a lander?
We will have a lander.
Oh, you'll have a lander.
So you can include us in the call.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh.
Yeah, excellent.
Anyone else? Hi, come on up.
Hi, this is for Isa. I was curious more information about your light. Your is it like how we were talking about? Like it's a demonstrator mission, almost like a tug in Martian orbit. Could you expand a little bit more on like what you're looking for out of that mission specifically? I know you touched on a little bit with your presentation, but I just wanted to get a little bit more information about that. Okay,
we can talk afterwards, but it's more than a demo mission. It's a real mission. And we will use the maximum capability of the Ariane 6 launcher. So it's a significant mission. So the orbiter needs to stay in orbit and do the comms and nav for hopefully a couple of decades. So there also we're working on the very long duration capability for communication. We have done it with TGO, so we know how to do it. The mission is really dedicated to prepare the next step, which is precision landing. So everything which has to do with precision landing with the navigation and communication. And also with the high-resolution camera, we will develop all of this. The objective is the precision landing, and whatever science we can do on top, or with the instruments that we will be selecting, that's for sure. For the lander itself, the next phase, it's what we do on the surface is completely open for the time being. So we have a pretty good idea what we want to do. The tender for industry will go out probably in the second half of June, and this is where you will see exactly where we are heading.
Anyone else? Hi, come on up to the microphone, please.
This is for Director Glaze. So the nine companies that were selected to do industry studies for commercial Mars infrastructure services was certainly a big paradigm shift for NASA. And I'm wondering, for our international colleagues, if there's been kind of discussions like this to assist with Martian infrastructure or looking further in other planetary science kind of aspects. Thanks.
Yeah, and just to clarify, I think you're referring to the announcement that was just made about the commercial studies. These are going to be to look for public-private partnerships to provide various services for Mars exploration. So I think he's asking if ESA perhaps has any thoughts in that direction.
Which again will be the topic of that added
the
panel
one
at
later
5
this
o'clock
afternoon.
today.
Yeah. Well, we are also in Europe in this trend of commercial services and so on. Of course, post ISS, obviously. Okay, the moon, I don't know. I'm a kind of fundamentalist. I think that exploration is institutional first. Whenever we can find opportunities for commercial aspects, why not? But you have to understand one very big difference. When we talk about commercial in Europe, and it's real commercial, I have the tendency to think that in the US, when the US talks about and NASA talks about commercial, it's just the way we handle any contract which is firm fixed price. If we exceed by 10-15% over many years a program, that's already outrageous. I don't talk about the multiple factors in the US that happens, because we have firm fixed price. And this for you should be commercial. Firm fixed price, commercial. The other part of commercial, making businesses and so on, honestly, that's not really something we look into it, we will support it, but we don't build a strategy on it.
Asaki, anything to add?
After the successful landing of SLIM, there's a big pressure from the government of Japan telling us that we should transfer the technology to the commercial partners. So likewise, we will do the same for our Mars landing technology. So we are happy to be the first to demonstrate the technology, and if there's any interest in commercial partners, we're happy to share.
And with that, if we can, one more, if we can be very quick.
Okay, I'll be quick then. I had one question. I was wondering, what specific technology jobs were you thinking of giving to commercial partners?
Okay, through the commercial program that, again, there's going to be another discussion more full this afternoon, but the kinds of things that you could envision are either providing data relay. We could have spacecraft there that we would buy the service from the commercial company to do a data relay for us, so they could be able to receive the data from the rovers on the surface and then relay back to Earth, and we would pay that commercial company for the service. So it's those kinds of things that we're talking about.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, and especially the three of you, Lori, Didier, and Masaki. Didier, I will happily welcome you back to the stage tomorrow for another session. And Chris is back to move us along.
Thank you, Matt. Wonderful session. So we're going to take a 15... Gonna take a 15-minute break. Before you go, just want to remind you that we added a session at 5 o'clock called Commercial Mars, giving an overview of NASA's call for commercial solutions for robotic missions to Mars. That'll feature actually Matt moderating it. Rick Davis from NASA and Tim Sheehan from Lockheed Martin will be on that session, so don't miss that. Don't forget, if you haven't registered for the reception tonight at the Distilled Spirits Council, we still have some seats available, so hope we'll see you there. And lastly, also, if the panelists for the policy panel after break, after the lightning talk, are here, please go back to backstage to get mic'd up. You can go around back this way just to make sure we have you ready. Thank you. Have a good break.
We're looking for Lucas. Okay, we're going to have to crowd in pretty close here.
I can also stand down, whatever you prefer.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
We'll make this work because I want to go to you first.
Okay.
In fact, why don't you switch places?
Okay.
And I'll keep you next to me. And I guess we can go pretty much into town. We might have one more person.
Do you want me to try to 8 seconds?
Yes.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Hi, no, it's not my evil twin. Yes, that was me. And now we're back here during this very brief break. Looking forward to talking to some of the younger participants. There's Lucas. Welcome, Lucas. Hop right in. To introduce these two folks and tell us a little bit about why they're here, other than the fact that they are also space geeks, like all of the grown-ups here, if we can still use that term. I want to welcome back Tiffany Vora.
Hi, Matt. Thanks so much. So one of the things we're super excited to do in the Explore Mars community is widen the pool of stakeholders in humanity's future in space. And of course, that includes younger folks. So I'm really excited to be joined today by Lucas and Scarlett. And I'm going to let them introduce themselves so they can hear their voices and have you hear their voices.
And Lucas, because you're closer, you get to go first. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay, so
I'll hold the mic for you. We provide every possible service here.
Okay, so I'm a 5th grader from New Jersey, and my talk is about about how important education is, and how if we don't have education, we're gonna have no one to actually go to Mars in the 2030s and 2040s.
That's very succinct, and you're coming up in just a few minutes, right?
Yep.
Scarlett Hartzman, connection to Mark Hartzman, who has actually been a guest of mine. Your dad, who's here looking on proudly off stage, right? Yep. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Hi, I'm Scarlett Hartzman, and I'm a sophomore at New Rochelle High School. And this summer, I will be doing a research project with Dr. Pascal Lee, and we will be working together to look at different pathways on Mars around Noctis Labyrinth that can take us through Valles Marineris to an ancient glacier, the new volcano that was discovered in Noctis Labyrinth, and maybe all the way to Olympus Mons. And so my talk, which will be tomorrow, is going to be about my different educational experiences that inspired me to be so interested in space and how it's brought me to where I am today.
Pascal Lee, another past participant in the Humans to Mars Summit. I got to tell you, I'm like 3-4 years older than you. I am so envious for that opportunity. Where will you be doing your internship? Will you be doing it remotely?
Yes, I will be doing it remotely. I'm using the different Mars websites and programs to allow me to map out these paths. And I've been meeting with him over Zoom, online, and emailing with him. And he's just been so great. I've learned so much already.
Tell him to take you to Greenland or the Arctic or something like that, because he gets up there now and then. Yes.
I actually interacted with Pascal up in the high Canadian Arctic back in 2005. So long tradition of excellence there.
Lucas, you're not a newbie at Humans to Mars. You've been coming here since you were how old?
8, I think it was. First time I was here.
That's what I was told.
Yeah. Yeah, that was 2021, 3 years ago.
So you, I think, have said you want to be one of the first people to set foot on Mars?
Yes, 100%, totally.
How do you feel about that, Scarlett?
I think it would be really cool, but I'm comfortable on Earth. I think it would be great, but I'm happy to just help others get to Mars.
I agree with my boss, Bill Nye. He says Earth is great. It's like everybody I know lives here, so it's a just fine planet if we can keep taking decent care of it, which, as you know, is a challenge. Tell me a little bit about why being here is important to you.
Being here is important to me because
because you love it?
Yeah, I love it. It's a great experience for me, and I honestly think it's going to help me get into a good college. So.
It won't hurt. That's practical. Nothing wrong with that, Scarlett.
I just think it's such a great opportunity. I've been learning so much. I have a notebook in my bag where I've been taking notes on all these presentations, and just being able to network with all these esteemed scientists has been so incredible, and I can't wait to meet them all.
Tiffany, if Janet Ivey is out there, Janet of Janet's Planet, Director of Education for Explore Mars, she is just, I think the word is kvelling right now, because this is so important to her, and I guess important to Explore Mars, to bring young people in.
It is, and that's why it's been such a blessing having Janet involved with this organization for such a long time and at such depth. I hear over and over again people saying, I lit up because of Janet. I tried something new because of Janet. I met someone new because of Janet. And that is such an empowering mindset to take forward through an entire life. And Scarlett and Lucas, I'm looking forward to the time when you become the people that are your age now come to you, right? That's the gift that keeps on giving over generations, and that's how we're going to get to be a multiplanetary species.
It's a requirement, you got to pay it forward. Thank you so much, Tiffany, Lucas, Scarlett. We will let you enjoy the last few moments of this break before we get into the very last portion of the day one of the Humans to Mars Summit. And we are coming to you from George Washington University in Washington, D.C. Much more to come today, and then, of course, another full day tomorrow. We will be back after that added session that you just heard about at about 5:30 with one last visit with Joe Cassady of Aerojet Rocketdyne, also the Executive VP of Explore Mars. So please stay with us and then come back at 8:30 Eastern tomorrow and hear some more. See you soon.
much from the stage. So this is our next lightning talk. And I am absolutely delighted to introduce you to Lucas Lowry, who is a 5th grader from Toms River, New Jersey. And he turns 11 today. Is that right, Lucas?
Yep.
Okay, we're gonna do this. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Lucas. Happy birthday to you. Woo! Amazing. So Lucas here has been interested in space since he was in preschool. He's been participating in aerospace groups, presentations, conferences, camps, and summits since he was 6 years old. Encouraged by his mentor, Janet Ivey of Janet's Planet, Lucas has attended this Humans to Mars Summit since he was 8 and has developed relationships with aerospace professionals and math and science experts around the world who have further fueled his passion. Lucas is a proud member of the Aerospace and Innovation Academy's Wolf Pack out of Florida, which encourages students to research and present technical papers around the world. He attended the U.S. Space and Rocketry Space Camp last summer, where he proudly helped lead his team to win the Commander's Cup. Lucas's goal is to become an aerospace engineer. He has an interest in ascent and descent rocketry and the engineering behind building sustainable housing and transport on the Moon and Mars. As a member of the Artemis generation, he hopes to be among the first to go to Mars in the 2030s and 2040s. In Lucas's spare time, you can find him playing hockey and lacrosse and riding every roller coaster he can find. Lucas believes that the creative minds of kids can impact the world and can actively contribute to the innovation of the aerospace industry. Welcome, Lucas.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Lucas Lowry. I'm an 11-year-old 5th grader from Toms River, New Jersey. I'm here today to talk about a specific topic, preparing the world's children, like me, for life in space. Why prepare a generation that can't drive a car to spearhead the Artemis generation? Because it is our generation who will be the adults in the 2030s and 2040s, the ones to settle on Mars. We'll be the ones to live, work, and maybe even raise our own families on the red planet. And as all of you adults in the Humans to Mars Summit know, the preparation it takes for this endeavor is massive. It's important that my generation, the travelers, are ready. We know that space endeavors are a team effort, and everyone needs to be part of that. I've learned from Mr. Kevin Simmons of the Aerospace and Innovation Academy, shout out to the Wolfpack CubeSat team, that working in teams of varying educational levels helps everyone. Us younger ones bring the passion, excitement, and creativity that needs to be molded, changed, and developed by our more experienced counterparts. Those experienced individuals learn how to teach these concepts, and it gives them assistance in working on various components of projects. You are preparing your successors. Don't you want to make sure we're up to the task? Including all of this at a young age not only prepares us, but will help you all in the industry. I can sense some hesitation, so let me explain. Us kids are, by nature, creative. We have big ideas that, with all your technical know-how, can give very diverse solutions to problems in the aerospace industry has been trying to solve, like a design for sustainable Mars farming, rover designs, and life support systems. And who knows, one of these innovative designs us kids came up with might be used on the Moon, Mars, and other deep space places we will visit one day. So join with me. Get your kids involved in the space industry. Get them involved with conferences. Have them meet with experts in the field. Sign them up for foundations academically they need. Continue to include us in summits like this. Educational research shows that students who are heading towards a STEM field need to start preparing as early as elementary school, or else they don't have the educational foundations needed to build a major field job in aerospace. Think of it. Little kids love space. So why aren't more of us going into the field? Because as we age, if we don't have the academic foundations of math, science, and critical thinking skills, our interests are not developed, and the knowledge gap becomes too much to overcome. Encourage children's out-of-the-box thinking, building things, following their passions. We might have some ideas that do seem kind of crazy, Like, for example, I'd love to build the first roller coaster in space. But please realize that these seemingly outlandish ideas will benefit the industry in whole. My interest in the space roller coaster involves many engineering tasks that can help us for life on Mars, like building the technology for a Martian railway, or for mechanics that could help with habitat and vehicle design. To be honest, it brings some fun into our design plans. So please, do me a favor and introduce your kids to the space industry. We are the future, so we need to be ready for Mars and other deep space travel. The current generation of aerospace professionals have been advancing the field at the fastest pace we have ever seen. You have such an incredible knowledge base that you keep increasing exponentially. Us kids just want to get in on the ground floor to learn from you, and hopefully, one day, work alongside you to get us to the moon, Mars, and beyond. I want to thank all of my mentors that fuel my passions. People like Artemis Westenberg, Steve Sherman, the multitude of astronauts and aerospace professionals I've met at conferences such as this, and especially Janet Ivey, your Director of Education and former President of Explore Mars. She has educated, encouraged, and guided me to this field, and her passion is contagious. She has encouraged myself and tens of thousands of children across the country to follow our passions, think big thoughts, chase big dreams, and to work hard for our goals. She, and all of you, are inspiring myself and my generation to get to space one day, and your assistance and motivation is life-changing for us. Thank you.
All right, for our next panel, a really important topic as we are in election year, you may have noticed, and the importance of making sure we have political continuity with space policy. Very important. You know, we want to make sure that we keep up the momentum as we're returning to the moon and on to Mars. And so moderating this session is Mike French, who has a long career, and I just lost his bio here, one second. Long career in the space industry, including being the chief of staff at NASA. He was also, when he was at the American Institute of Aerospace, he was vice president of commercial space, and he now has a dual role as senior advisor at the Boston Consulting Group and space policy consulting at the Space Policy Group. So, Mike?
And thanks to Explore Mars. So I'm very excited about this panel. Let me introduce my guests and I'll explain why this is such an important panel. So on the far side here we have Brent Blevins. Brent is the majority staff director of the House Science Subcommittee on Science and on Space and Aeronautics. And Pam Whitney to my left here is the minority staff director of the same subcommittee. And so for those who don't follow maybe Congress as closely, the Senate and House have two committees who are responsible for NASA, for authorizing the NASA activities, and both of those have a majority and minority staff. So we really have two of the sort of four most important space experts here from Congress when we talk about NASA. Not just that, I'd put Brent and Pam sort of in an elite group, given their experience there. You know, some of the longest experience working with NASA and space issues on the Hill today. So pretty excited to have them here and to get their perspective. And so why don't we just jump right into it. I also want to remind you, though, you're the third panelist for this. So think of your questions. Probably we're going to go through some questions I want to ask the panel, but then want you to jump in here. A little surprise, I do have a crew flight test patch for the upcoming mission here, and I think we're going to vote on the best question, and I think we're going to have to give that patch. So a little controversy here maybe at the end. Actually, well, let's jump right into it. Why don't we start about where are we today? The NASA budget, we're currently in fiscal year 24, and in fiscal year 24, NASA received the first drop in its budget for the first time in 10 years, right? A fairly big deal for the space community. Why don't I just start with you, Brent, just what does this mean? Is this a reflection on NASA? Is there something else? Tell us what's going on here.
I don't think it's a reflection on NASA at all. I think it's just a reflection of math, to be frank. Last May, sure a lot of you were following, there was a lot of drama over the debt ceiling and kind of how we were going to resolve that. And so then Speaker Kevin McCarthy and President Biden reached this agreement that set caps on discretionary spending for the next 2 fiscal years. And I think when we see NASA's budget, it's just a reflection of that. It was, we put, caps that were well below what the president had proposed in his budget for this fiscal year, or for fiscal year 24. So I don't think it's a reflection all on NASA. I think if we look at a lot of other agencies, I don't think NASA is the only agency that had a cut for the first time in a very long time. I think there are several agencies, science agencies, National Science Foundation, NOAA, others that had similar cuts. In some way, NASA's cut was smaller percentage-wise than these other agencies. So I would just say, Mike, that I don't think it's a reflection on NASA at all. It's just sort of the reality of the numbers we were having to deal with.
Mm-hmm. Pam, what about you from your perspective?
I think Brent said mostly everything that I would have shared about this situation. Not seeing a waning support for NASA. It's continued to be a very strong bipartisan support for NASA. And but as Brent mentioned, the reality of the situation is that there are caps under the debt ceiling agreement, and so that is constraining some of the NASA budgetary environment. And in some cases, NASA did a little better than some of the other research and development agencies. So if you look at it in that context, that's a bit more positive.
And so the president asked for an increase in that money for next year to get it back to the levels it actually was 2 years ago. So kind of getting back to where NASA was. What's the outlook of 25? Do we face a similar environment?
Yes. I think the environment's very similar. The way the bill was structured for the caps for the next 2 years there's only roughly a 1% increase for both defense and non-defense spending. So that doesn't mean that every agency gets a 1% increase. Some could go up, some could go down, but there's not likely to be a huge increase for this year. And I do want to take just a second, Mike. We had a hearing with the administrator last week, and I do think that there was, on a few occasions, we had members sort of ask questions like, "Well, why is this being proposed for cancellation? Why is the launch slipping, farther into the future?" And he rightly pointed out that it's due to the budget that Congress gave NASA. But I heard a couple times, and I feel like there's this perhaps hope or expectation that once these 2 fiscal years are up, that things are going to kind of get back to the spigot will open, so to speak, and we'll start to see bigger increases. I don't know if that's the case or not, to be frank. I think there are a lot of sort of macro issues that Congress is going to have to deal with. There were tax cuts passed in 2017 that are up next year. Not to get too wonky into how NASA's funded, but it's one of 12 appropriations bills with Department of Commerce, Department of Justice. Next year, we're halfway through the decade. The Constitution mandates the census. So then NASA's kind of competing within that smaller pot of money with the Census Bureau. And so I say all this, Mike, just to say that I don't think next year will be different, but I don't know that this year and next year are necessarily the outliers either.
Mm-hmm. Pam, what's your perspective?
Well, so, if we talk about the numbers, so 24 was 2% less than 23. 25 request is about a 3% increase over the fiscal year 24, but when you factor in inflation, which I think in January was cited at about 3%, you're basically flat with, so we aren't seeing in the near term, we aren't seeing growth. But that said, I think the desire, as Brent indicated, is there to support the mission. It's a question of how to balance within the agency's large portfolio what it's going to do. And those are hard questions. How to keep a NASA whole in its multi-mission, as a multi-mission agency, which explores human exploration. It's got space technology that's very important. It's got science. It's got aeronautics, STEM, education. So how to look holistically at the agency, and that's those are difficult decisions. But the desire and the support, from my perspective, is there. But the reality is, right in the current physical environment, that there are going to have to be some difficult decisions.
Yep. Well, let's talk about how the parts can impact the whole, right? In particular, let's talk about a program that's really important to this audience, which is Mars Sample Return Mission. So the Mars Sample Return Mission, some larger than expected budgets and timelines. NASA made the call that it would be replanning that mission. How is that? What is the congressional impact there? What are we seeing, out of Congress there, and how is that impacting NASA at large? I don't know, Pam, I want to start to you. I know you raised it, you raised how the parts can affect it.
I think, Mars sample return, as many of you may know, was the highest priority of the National Academy's Planetary Science Decadal Survey. That's a broad strategic study that looks over a decade and prioritizes what the most important activities are from the science community perspective for NASA to pursue. So it has a strong consensus backing. There's been a lot of study and initial work done on Mars sample return, and recently there's been some questions about the cost and the mission concept. And so I think NASA's doing a really, thorough job to try to understand what the mission's going to be, what are the cost drivers, and how to implement it effectively. I think there's a strong desire, from my perspective, to have this mission go forward. It's a once in a generation kind of opportunity. Perseverance has been up there collecting, the samples, and they're going to be waiting to be, retrieved. I think right now there's a lot of questions. It's it's going to cost. It's going to be an investment, which most large missions are, a significant investment, and I think there's a pause on the mission. We're sensitive. I think our members are sensitive to some workforce issues, wanting to retain the talent that comes with landing and operating on Mars, which the United States has had over many missions. Want to be sensitive to ensuring that workforce is in place. There have been some workforce reductions. So there are a lot of factors here to consider. It's a huge opportunity, and I think folks are wanting to have a good plan to really get started on this mission.
But when I ask you from your perspective, is the Mars sample return have sort of the politics, is the congressional side settled on it? Is there still a lot of active sort of camps, if you would, on how folks are thinking about that on the Hill?
It's a great question, and Mars sample return, in my view, represents, when you think of the best of NASA, it represents, bold, daring, visionary, missions, doing things that aren't possible anywhere else, any other country in the world, that all that. But, currently it also represents sort of the worst you might think of NASA at times, projects that missions that go over budget or delayed, eat into other priorities and that sort of thing. I feel pretty confident when I say that, on the whole, when I look at the House of Representatives, I think there are certainly probably some people on, probably the outer reaches of each party who would probably oppose. But I think, generally speaking, the vast majority of people support this. But but again, that support is probably qualified with sort of the question of cost and timeline. I think, and I know you and Pam both lived, sort of James Webb, right? And I think if it weren't coming almost directly afterward, there may not be quite the sensitivity as there is now. And so I'm really curious to see how that's going to shake out. I mean, we're very, like everyone, we're kind of interested in seeing what the commercial sector comes back with in terms of proposals. I think there could be some neat ideas, but I say all this to say I think there's a general pretty strong base of support, but once you have to figure out architecture, timeline, that sort of thing.
Yeah, well, that's an interesting point. Go ahead.
I wanted to just add that I think one of the issues that has to be navigated with Mars sample return is because it will be a big significant flagship, the large flagship style missions, is how to balance the entire science portfolio, as I think Brent indicated, so that you don't have one large activity eating up every other potential activity. And I think that's something that has to be navigated. But that's kind of one of the realities of doing these large missions is kind of how to maintain that balance.
Brent mentioned something, Pam, that I want to make sure we don't leave too soon from, which is, are there lessons from the past here? He mentioned WWST. Have we had sort of other examples like this that provide any guidance on how either NASA should move forward or how the Congress should move forward?
Well, one lesson I think in NASA has been already implementing these IRBs, these review boards that take a sort of a deep dive look at a mission. That happened with the JWST when it ran into some difficulties. NASA is trying to do that process a little earlier. So that's one lesson. NASA's also, conducted a large mission study to look at kind of what it has learned from doing some of these large missions. But yeah, James Webb, was being carried out at the time we had sequestration, which was a different type of a budget, budget ceiling, very constrained physical environment. And certainly from my perspective, one of the interesting things about James Webb is that it came up with a very clear budget profile and exactly how much funding was needed to continue the mission year after year until it was completed. And Congress pretty much followed that specific budget profile. And that was just one observation I can make.
Yeah. And just to, so for folks know where we are now, giving that really good example, is NASA there yet on Mars sample return as to the Congress, or is that to come?
NASA has not gotten to the point of having a mission that's, the plan where they've got a defined cost at this point.
Correct.
So a key thing from your all's perspective in how we move forward.
It helps to justify to our members if we're going to make large expenditures, particularly over a sustained period of time. If there's a very tangible, concrete proposal we can point to and say, here was James Webb, it cost $9.8 billion or whatever the number was, and if we could do the same thing with Mars sample return, I think that helps. I think that helps kind of shore up member support.
So we've talked a bit about some things NASA can do here in the near term, to shore up support. Let's talk about Congress. We have some headwinds on the budget side, but still we're still working with about $25 billion, right? Not a pretty impressive amount of money. What are the things you all are doing and thinking about to maintain support of a human to Mars program from a congressional perspective?
Right now we're writing a NASA authorization bill. There was a smaller NASA authorization that was in the CHIPS and Science Act, which was signed on the summer of 22. The last sort of broader, comprehensive NASA authorization was signed law in March of 2017. A lot's happened since then. So, we're sort of contemplating a lot of the issues that we're discussing are up here, Mike, and that all of you care about too. We will absolutely be thinking about this. And I don't want to steal any of Pam's thunder, but the 22 authorization, established the Moon to Mars Program Office, which was very important to kind of help NASA structurally, and we kind of want to build on that work. Our committee, we don't appropriate dollars to the agency, but we do set policy direction, and I think that's I think that's very important because I think it gives the agency a lot more authority to act on Artemis, going back to the moon, building from there, and going to Mars. So, Pam, I'll let you add on that.
Well, I want to just dovetail off of something Brent said, which was building on authorizations. And I've been with the committee a while, and there have been several authorizations that clearly indicate Congress's interest in exploration of Mars, including the science, but also the human exploration of Mars. And as Brent said, they've all of the NASA authorization acts have built on each other. In 2005, we had a NASA authorization that set a stepping stone approach to the future of exploration of Mars and including Mars and other destinations. In 2008, the Congress authorized activities related to Mars exploration and the development of testing of technologies and mission architectures. And in 2017, the NASA Authorization Act directed NASA on enabling humans to land on and return from Mars and other destinations on a timetable that is technically and fiscally possible. And then, as Brent mentioned, in 2022, Congress authorized the establishment of a Moon to Mars program and directed the establishment of a program office. So you have this building approach that clearly indicates a congressional interest and intent on a humans to Mars. And of course, the moon is clearly a factor in terms of a pathway to Mars. And so, for risk reduction, for science, and for enabling some of those capabilities that eventually will lead to Mars and other destinations. So
that history is really interesting, Pam, because I think obviously we talked quite a bit about the moon and the Artemis program. Would you say sort of that end goal of humans to Mars remains pretty widely shared across Congress?
I would say it's in law. That would be my answer.
No, I think that's right. I don't think, I think it's been pretty stated in multiple NASA authorizations that the intent is, take lessons learned from the moon, risk reduction, to go into Mars. I think that there's a pretty broad consensus on that, Mike.
Are there any particular, aspects of a new authorization that you sort of are particularly important to? I'll start with you, Brent, maybe on the majority side.
Well, continued support for human exploration efforts. I think that's that's the top priority for virtually all of our members. Through Artemis, through different components of Artemis. So I think that's very important. I think something that we're still trying to think through a little bit, coming back to Mars sample return and how science missions at NASA are managed. I think it's something we're putting a lot of thought into. We have great respect for the decadal process and how that's implemented. And don't get me wrong, I'm very much aware that a lot of NASA missions are on time and within budget, but I think we do want to be mindful of what can Congress do that can help ensure that some of these larger flagship missions aren't eating into other areas, and we're maintaining this balanced science portfolio with different types of missions and across different divisions at NASA. So I would say those are and one last I'll mention too is kind of what, and maybe not as relevant to this group, but kind of what is our future role in low Earth orbit. Obviously, we're looking at a transition in a few years, post, ISS, and kind of contemplating that and how we should be thinking about that, what guidance and direction we should be giving NASA. So I would say those are three priorities that I'm thinking about.
Pam, just want to see if anything from your perspective.
I guess just thinking about the title of this summit, I guess one question might be, and this is just, I'm speaking from my own perspective here, not representing anything official, but just the role of science in the human exploration program. I think NASA is carrying out some strategies for its lunar exploration activities and its science-based strategies for its lunar exploration. And I think just we're seeing that question arise in more dialogue now in terms of the role of science in the human exploration program. So I guess that would be another question that potentially could be something that comes up in an authorization.
So let's talk about what NASA can do to help maintain bipartisan support from your perspective. So we already talked about from Mars sample return, there's some numbers that are needed, some out-year planning. What are some other things that the Congress either is looking for that NASA maybe could take some affirmative steps that would maybe help increase support?
I can start, in terms of other issues for an authorization or
really just, to the extent that NASA can play a part to the extent we want to build and maintain bipartisan support, are there things NASA could do that would strengthen it? Is there something, either decisions they haven't made that they could make or information they could get you, things like that may help the congressional support build?
Well, I'll jump in. I mean, and this is, I don't think in any way sort of endemic to NASA. I mean, I think there's always a little bit of tension between executive branch agencies and Congress, but I mean, I think we're always looking for transparency and getting information sooner rather than later. I think, Chairman Lucas last week at our committee hearing, the first thing he asked about, there was a, story in Ars Technica about potential architecture changes, a mission profile for Artemis 3. And, the administrator said it was speculative. And, perhaps it is. I think, I use that as an example, and we're going to be digging into that a little bit more in the coming weeks. But, I think it's always a lot easier if, you present Congress challenges and, either financially or from a program management standpoint, rather than kind of waiting at the end and say, here's the dead cat, do with it what you will. So, again, I know it's a very general answer, but, getting information sooner rather than later and not finding it out through various media sources.
I would echo that. I mean, I think members like to see a strong plan, rationale, and then to understand the cost basis for some of these major initiatives, and just having, as much information, as Brent said, as possible, and having that, robust rationale. And sometimes that might even include, well, why did you propose this and not this? And so that they can, have confidence in that initiative. And again, at the end of the day, it needs that support in terms of appropriations. So the more robust that kind of information can be, tends to help.
Mm-hmm. We've obviously got very strong congressional supporters on the House Science Committee as well as on the Senate Commerce Committee. We have lost quite a few of very large presences and congressional support across the House and Senate over the last decade or so. Any thoughts on how we can build more champions or steps maybe the stakeholders here or NASA itself could do to help increase the congressional champions for what we're talking about?
My thought is that it's important to reach out to non-traditional members, not just those with a NASA center in their district or a large contractor or that sort of thing. Actually, just next week, I think NASA's doing something very smart. They're hosting a reception in the Rayburn building on the House side. We're talking about their partnership and their work with USDA. And I thought, okay, that's really good because you're showing the impact of what you're doing is important to the work of farmers and ranchers across America. People who don't live within hundreds of miles of a NASA center or a big research university or a contractor or whatever the case is. And I thought that was really good. So I think, not just for, this audience, but, space advocates in general, it's really important to find those sort of like little touch points that maybe aren't apparent, but, you dig in and it's like, eureka, that's why I should be supporting, an increase for NASA.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of our members like to be able to discuss with their constituents how the investments in NASA benefits folks, right at home. Whether it's, health benefits. I mean, if you look at JWST, it helped improve ocular measurements of the eye because of the work that they did on optics for JWST. The International Space Station has helped understand bone loss and bone density issues because of the low gravitational environment and the need to mitigate that. That can have benefits here. But our members are always looking for ways to be able to share how, yes, we want to do these ambitious and inspiring missions that push the frontiers of discovery and exploration, but in doing that, there are tangible benefits to society and to folks in their everyday lives.
Well, I know we have a very informed and energetic audience here, and so this is your chance to ask two of the key congressional leaders here on space issues. Why don't we come on up to the mic?
So, looking at the ACR document that came out earlier this year, one of the key tenets for why we go is national posture and for inspiration. How can we leverage that from a policy-making perspective to look at what we're doing with the Moon to Mars objectives and leverage that towards continuing our goals? Thanks.
Well, I guess NASA just did a fairly huge national outreach effort for the solar eclipse. And I think when it comes to some of these milestones, if you're talking about, if the question was about humans to Mars or exploration, I think, really trying to find different ways to reach folks, different institutions. You've got the Space Grant, which is a national nationwide set of universities and groups of universities, is trying to sort of find means to spread the message and collectively bring that excitement to some of these big milestones. That's one thought.
Go ahead.
For me, this was more of a personal question. With the recent budget cuts, I was wondering why budget cuts weren't made in places other than NASA, because NASA takes up less than 0.5% of the national budget. For example, the military this year got $800 billion, which makes up 13% of the budget. Along with that, even compared in the military budget, the U.S. Space Force only got $29 billion this year. And just considering the fact, with the huge difference, even a mere eighth of the military budget, which only takes up 13% of the overall budget, would be enough to quintuple the NASA budget.
That is a great question. And I think I think you could tell you have a sympathetic audience here. So, again, not to get too wonky, but how the budget process starts is the president submits a budget proposal to Congress. That usually happens in February or March or sometime. And we like to joke, the president proposes, Congress disposes, but at the same time, though, that proposal is sort of the foundation for how, we divvy up money. And obviously, we kind of deviate from that in some instances or another. I would say personally, I'm with you. I am fully, fully supportive of your position. I have yet to figure out how to make that reality, and I think there are a lot of other smart people who've had that same challenge. So,
I don't know, Pam, if you want to jump in on that one. No. Well, something to think about in that question, which is kind of to the structural point that Brent talked about, is the way the budget and the appropriation gets through Congress. Really, at the end of the day, a lot of the tensions of how much NASA gets actually really resides on also how much those other agencies that Brent was talking about. At the end of the day, it really comes down to how much goes to the Department of Justice, how much goes to the Department of Commerce, including our friends at NOAA who run our weather satellites. And so the way the budget functions, there really comes down to these much smaller cuts before you get to these, kind of bigger. You can't quite take it from something that's outside of that bill once those overall frameworks are set. And so that's actually something NASA suffers from in a bit, because it is a slightly different than some of the other agencies it lives with. And so many people have actually talked about funding NASA more akin to how the Department of Defense is funded, because it does programs like the Department of Defense. So a lot to talk about. We have a separate panel on this topic next year. Go ahead.
Well, first, let me thank you for coming today, and this is a wonderful panel. I want to kind of pick up on the last young man's question and ask something else a lot of us in this room have been watching. Right now we have Chang'e 6 on its way to the lunar far side. We've watched China over the last few years do more and more ambitious missions. They have Chang'e 7, Chang'e 8 planned for the next several years, building to potential human landing on the moon by 2030. So in these budget-constrained times, I'd like to get a sense of Congress. Does it matter if China beats us to the moon?
yes, it does matter. So the House Science Committee, I think, every hearing that we've had has to some extent been about ensuring U.S. competitiveness across the research and technology and science development enterprise. And so we're very mindful of what China's doing. And I think just a very random aside, I was actually at a wedding with Rahm Emanuel, the ambassador to Japan, former mayor of Chicago, chief of staff to the White House, so on and so forth. And he asked me about this. I was like, oh my goodness. This man who has all this responsibility is aware of that. That's a pretty strong motivator for, I think for House members. I think it's a very compelling argument. We've tried to leverage that in different ways. When it comes to lunar planetary science, we've probably focused a little bit more on human exploration, as you're aware, but I think it's very compelling.
I think members are increasingly aware of other nations that may have different values and what what they're doing, and it kind of is focusing, in my view, in my perspective, it's focusing their attention on some of these big questions about the U.S. and its international partners, and the importance of that, and the importance of, you know, making sure we continue to move forward.
And I think, Brent, the hearing you mentioned just last week, where I think Administrator Nelson was certainly keen on that, and really had quite a bit of back and forth with almost the entire committee on that topic. Yes, sir.
Well, thanks. I certainly hope you're right about that, and thank you very much, and thanks for coming down here. So a lot of times, talking to representatives, very few, almost none of them will say they are not, in favor of space and NASA. I mean, they'll all give at least lip service. Oh, yes, we love space. The congressman loves NASA. But then when it comes down to actually dividing those budgets, very small sliver goes to NASA. So how can we, and one of the things I've heard is they say NASA does not do a very good job of selling itself. And they're prohibited from lobbying, but they do try to make some of their, they do make an attempt. Is there anything, now you made the suggestion of moving the NASA budget potentially into a different bucket or its own bucket. So are there things like changes in that allocation as you proposed, or another position, or somebody within NASA whose job is to tell Congress what's going on in their district, where these grants are going, when, who's being assigned to this? Because they're not, I mean, the message is out there, but they're not all getting it. They don't understand, and we just don't, and Congress is not alone, but we don't put enough emphasis on space in this country. So what can we do as organizations and as advocates to, perhaps either change some, make some intrinsic changes that would ensure a long-term, positive change to the budget, or, just ongoing support? Any ideas about that?
I would say, I would say NASA actually does a lot better job of selling itself than a lot of its sister and cousin agencies. And I don't say this disrespectfully, but I don't, you don't go overseas or, across the country and see people wearing NSF shirts or NOAA shirts, or, and I don't say that pejoratively to them at all, but, I think Pam made this point. I think NASA has done a lot better job in recent years of picking up on those sort of, national, global events and, figuring out how that nexus, how they can connect to that. I don't, and I will also say, NASA actually does a pretty good job. I think, Mike, you may have worked on this when you were at NASA, the little charts that have, here's what's in every congressional district, here's what's in every state. So, again, I don't know that it's necessarily a question, and Pam may disagree, if NASA's not doing a good job of selling itself. I think it's just sort of the larger structural budgetary issues.
Okay.
I don't really have anything to add. I think, the inspiration factor is what NASA has to, and they leverage it very well in terms of really the outreach to schools. Sometimes it's astronauts or scientists that may come to schools. Those things can't be discounted, because they are huge tools that allow, students and families and communities to connect to that NASA mission and to sort of really get that excitement and vibe, which can carry over into looking more at what NASA is doing, looking at some of the big questions and programs that NASA is carrying out. So I think that awareness and leveraging that inspirational tool is vital.
Well, we're near the end of our 7 minutes of terror here, but I see we'll let Dr. Green bring us home.
So I worked at NASA for many years, as you know, and one of the biggest things that could be helpful, no matter what, as the budget even we talked about, it's not so much raising the budget, but ensuring that the budget is steady in the sense that we have multi-year appropriation, because we get caught up in these continuing resolutions, and it's paralyzing. If we can stop that and provide continuity in the budget, we can stay on schedule and keep the costs down. So where are we on that?
Well, actually, let me ask you a question. When was the last time NASA had its full year appropriations before October 1st?
I think it happened once or twice in my 42-year career at NASA.
It was 1996.
Okay.
And I think that was the same for NIST, NOAA, and
Yes,
all
right,
the
that's
other
right.
agencies.
So this is why the multi-year appropriation, so we can just keep running and going on and making sure that we stay on schedule, which is critical. I mean, again, let me give you an example. The amount of money that we have and the schedule that we have are intimately related, okay? If you stretch out the schedule, you're going to add more money. So if you make the schedule just perfect, you then can really make the mission happen economically. And we do impossible stuff, okay? So it's not like going in and having your kitchen replaced, all right? So you know how many kitchens are replaced every year in this country? Gazillion. And I bet hardly any of them are on time and on budget, whereas that's expected of NASA. The way to help us is to keep us on that schedule with money coming in, and therefore we'll be able to make it. That's just my thought.
Well, I want to thank Pam and Brent here for just the great discussion, taking quite a bit of different questions here, and just bearing with a whole range of things on Congress's behalf, although not for attribution to that extent.
Just one thing, and I don't want to speak for Pam, but my name's Brent Blevins up there. My email, my work email is brent.blevins@mail.house.gov. I'm on LinkedIn. I mean, I work for you all. I'd love to hear from you, so please, got an open door. Happy to talk anytime.
I'll share that too.
Well, thank you both.
Thank you all. That was terrific. And before I bring on the last panel of the day, just want to remind people who are going to the reception tonight, it is at 101 Constitution Ave Northwest. I remind people of that because they recently changed their headquarters, so I don't want people to accidentally go to their previous headquarters for drinks tonight. So for our last panel, as I mentioned, we added this last second. It's called Commercial Mars, and as you may have noticed or seen, NASA announced plans to solicit proposals from commercial companies to find commercial approaches to sending robotic missions to Mars. And so leading this panel, this small panel, is Matt Kaplan once again. Matt?
Thank you, Chris. So it's bonus time. I learned about moderating this panel not long after Chris decided this is something that we ought to talk about, because it is pretty significant. And it certainly fits the agenda here at Humans to Mars. And we have two great people to talk about it. Rick Davis, old friend, Assistant Director for Science and Exploration in the SMD, Science Mission Directorate at NASA. And Tim Chehan is the Space Exploration Architect at Lockheed Martin. And a past participant in H2M as well, right? He leads a multidisciplinary team of engineers who figure out how to help astronauts and robots visit the moon, asteroids, and Mars. And he was, not too long ago, the Orion system architect. And so that's also pretty exciting, I would say. There is this new program, MEP, Mars Exploration Program. 9 companies, 12 awards, right, Rick? Tell us more.
If we can get the slides, or how do we do the slides? Make sure.
Do we have the advance button? You
There.
can just call for it.
So I give you, first of all, it's delightful to be here because there's so many great ideas here, and it's great to be here with you two. So what I want to do is give you a little bit of overview of this effort that we have been launching from the Mars Exploration Program. And to give you some context and why we're so excited about it, and hopefully you all can help us push the idea space. If you go to the next slide. So about 3 years ago, we got the new decadal, And once we received that, and we had a number of other inputs that we were looking at, we kicked off essentially a 2-year effort to write a future plan for the Mars exploration program. And what you're seeing on this slide are 3 major focus areas. And what I'm going to do is try to tie that to what we're doing on commercialization, hopefully here. First of all is exploring the potential for Martian life. And so this is really key, and in the decadal, they envision sending a lander with a 2-meter drill going into ice. And the idea here is that we've been looking on the surface, there's a high radiation environment, and that by going into the 3rd dimension, where there's protection from the radiation environment at Mars, and particularly into ice, and there are reasons for that that are very interesting, that you would then be able to have another very exciting way of looking for life at Mars. So that's one piece here. Secondly, then there's support exploration of human exploration of Mars. And I'm not going to talk about the one a lot of people think about, which is ISRU. I'm going to talk about ice science. And we had some really exciting work that was done that looked at when humans go coring into the ice, much like we do in Antarctica. We learned so much from that, and it's not just about the search for life, it's about climate and how climate evolved on the planet. You essentially get a snapshot in a core, and also you get tremendous insights for geology. And so that's one key piece. And finally, there's this very fuzzy phrase, discover dynamic Mars. And we've got to the point now where we really want to understand Mars as a system. So think of weather satellites. We don't just have one weather satellite around Earth. We have multiple weather satellites around Earth that are looking at it and can do change detection, and that's a really key component. Similarly, we have multiple weather stations. There's a weather station at every single airport practically, and we use that to help us understand and build our models of that. To do that at Mars is really challenging with the current paradigm because that requires multiple satellites or multiple landers that are trying to do this. So the only way that becomes possible is to dramatically lower the cost of getting out to Mars. So you sort of get hints of where I'm going with this. Let's go to the next slide if we could, please. So everyone, in fact, the panel just before us talked about the challenging budget environment. We were very familiar with that. We are also, the agency's very committed to the Artemis program. It's a really key next step. We also have another challenge, which is the Mars Relay Network is getting very old. The Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, for example, was launched in 2005. Tim would know how long it was supposed to live on its prime mission, but it's way, way past that. And so the point being is that that whole network is getting old. Now, that's to maintain things as they are. But if you were talking about next generation sensors, so high resolution imaging, where you were trying to send back more than 4% of the planet, which we've done in approximately 15 years. If you're trying to send significantly more data back, you're going to need to go to another way of relaying information. Similarly, if you start talking ice detection, which you really need to know, I'll talk about that a little bit more in a moment, that's a synthetic aperture radar, and that's another data hog. So you start to get a sense of these next-gen sensors that are really requiring a change in the way we do data relay from the planet. And so, and I've sort of alluded to that in these other bullets here, but the point I would try to make is that we have to go out of the box and think about how we use the creativity that exists out there. And fortunately, there's a lot of creativity. If we can go to the next slide. And that is what industry is doing in low Earth orbit. Actually, it's not just in low Earth orbit. There's CubeSats, of course, as I allude to here, but these constellations, for example, that SpaceX is putting up or Blue are putting up, these are massive constellations, and they're achieving economies of scale that the government doing one-offs because no one else can afford it is really not the right entity to do it. So if you go down to, for example, into Boca Chica, you'll see 20 Starships in production lines right now. That's a rough number, but there's more Raptor engines than I could even count down there, for example. And so that's one stimuli, which is what's occurring there. Another stimuli is what the CLIPS program is incentivizing and encouraging. And
Commercial lunar payload.
Commercial lunar payload, thank you so much. And the third one is the Department of Defense, because they have the same problems that NASA has in many respects, where They are trying to reduce the cost to do more, and so they are incentivizing tremendous innovative and higher risk work in the industry, and all three of those are creating a very significant opportunity space, we believe, and so So let's go to the next slide if we could, please. So as part of the Mars Future Plan, we identified some initial steps that we could do. And so we kicked off, one of those initial steps is actually assessing industry interest in operating out at Mars. And so let me talk about that. That's commercial services. That's not a subcontractor role to the government. That is the company owns and operates these services. So for example, if you're, I'll use Blue Origin this time, just to mix them up. So Blue Origin, we contract for a thing. They own the vehicle, they manage it, they do everything, and then we ride along with it, for example. And they literally own and operate the whole thing. Similarly, for some of these CLIPS missions, they own and operate the whole thing. It's under fixed price, and we use the same thing for commercial cargo and commercial crew. Cargo has resulted in significant cost reductions for the agency, and it's a much maturer program, but it points the way of what's possible. And a key thing to realize is that once you get out into deep space, the delta V, that's what an aerospace engineer calls it, but it's really the energy, and therefore how much energy or propellant you can think of it that way, you have to use to go from point A to point B in space. The delta V requirements for going out to the moon are basically the same thing as going out to Mars. So the only difference, really, if you conceptualize it that way, and that's a gross simplification, but it's not too far off the mark, is the length of time it has to operate. And the one encouraging piece of news is that these satellites in space, I'm not talking about landers, I'm talking about the whole in-space piece, last a lot longer than we originally expected. For example, the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, for example, that you guys built, was launched in 2005. I forget the original life, but it wasn't very long, and you all can do the math. It's been up there a long, long time and still operating amazingly. So that gives encouragement that these commercial solutions that may not originally have been designed for Mars could be pushed out there for that. I think that's all I want to say. Next slide. Next slide, if we can. Okay, so we decided we were going to see if industry was interested. I'll tell you, as one of the co-leads for this, I was just hoping for 20. I never imagined we'd have 100 people show up at this thing. And then we went and did site visits. And I will tell you that I think all of us on these site visits were astounded at the level of sophistication and capability that existed because of those three forces that I mentioned, the CLIPS, the Department of Defense, and these constellations in terms of goosing industry into really doing amazing things. It was astounding. And we did 11 site visits as a result of the homework after that industry day. And we really got a very positive indication that industry would be interested in potentially assessing a services paradigm all the way out to Mars. And so we released this RFP. I think you can go to the next slide if you would, please. It was in 4 areas. So it's spacecraft delivery. This is much like cargo, if you really conceptualize it that way. And so we did a big cargo delivery and a small cargo delivery so that we can open up the envelope that's there. And what we found out as we got smarter and smarter about what industry is doing is that if you're delivering, you can do payload hosting too, because you just have ports, you standardize the ports, you leave them attached, and that's payload hosting. And so you'll see it says large and small payload delivery and hosting. And so we're not talking like one bird going out, we're talking 6, 8 birds going out at a time. So you can start to see how that gives us those weather satellites that you can start to do out there. Or you could eventually envision little landers. So the landers don't have to do what we call a direct entry, where they have to handle the heat of coming in from a solar system trajectory. They can just drop off at a 300-kilometer orbit, pick your spot, and then land. And so there's a whole range of possibilities that starts to become possible. Another area that we are doing at Earth is imaging. So there's visual imaging, there's also radar imaging, and we left it open to look at that. But the key point here is you're really not, if you're talking these next generation sensors, and really probably even thinking about human space flight, you need a lot more of the planet done than 4%. Because what we find from a science standpoint is totally exciting. And if you could double that, triple that, or do 100% of the planet, what we will learn about our second planet is really exciting. And the fourth area is relay and as well as navigation functions. But really, we are doing this, we do it at GEO, we're doing it in LEO, we're doing it out at the moon now. There's the commercial providers that are moving into place. And really, if you're doing it out at the moon, you basically can do it out at Mars. And so we're there. So we opened this up. We've got more proposals than we expected, which is a good problem. And we have just selected those. If you go to the next slide. No, actually, I want to mention this because we've been very fortunate because we have been able to work in full partnership with industry on getting feedback along the way, as well as even drafting out these guiding principles for what a potential program might need to do. And because in the end, this is about American industry and expanding that. And that is really exciting for not just industry, but for NASA, for the federal government, and all those things, because in the end, this is about jobs for American students coming up through the system. And if you can create the next generation jobs, wow, that's like magic. Let's go to the next slide. And then finally, these are the companies that we were very proud to have selected, and we're very thrilled that the companies did such an amazing job. There were other companies who applied that didn't make it this time, but we hope that this will lay the foundation for doing more, and that they will come back and also apply if we get that green light to go do that. And so there were 9 companies. You can see them right here. The ones with the dashed lines actually are doing 2 of these studies. So one will do delivery, and typically it's comm, which you can see right here. But we were very excited about where and we're running on a fast track. We're completing these studies. We're completing the contracts now, but then the studies run in a 12-week period. And really, we're trying to understand 3 things. Trying to understand what the cost of a potential service would be from industry side, what the need is for the government to help underwrite technology development. We call that public-private partnership in NASA, but that was really enabling for the commercial cargo capabilities as well as commercial crew. So the government essentially helps the company understand the problem and then gives them milestones that they get paid for as they develop the technology. That way the company buys down their risk, and we got to make sure this works for the company from a risk perspective as well as from the government from a risk perspective. But that need for a public-private partnership phase is, we believe, we really want to understand that for Mars since it's a stretch. And then thirdly, we're really trying to understand the business model. And this is not a Mars business model. I will tell you, having thought a fair amount about this over the last 2 years, this is a deep space business model. Just as that transportation system can push out to the moon and it can push out to Mars, lifetime of spacecraft withstanding, right? That has to be understood. It's really that same name for a comm relay. It's a capability that can be used out at the moon. And similarly, can be a derivative of that can be used for Mars, similar for imaging. And so if you view it that way, we want to understand the company's concept of what a business model is. But in the end, the government really doesn't care in the sense that they're willing to provide service that we're willing to be essentially the anchor tenant for if this works. And so we are really thankful to the companies for all they've done. And with that, I will turn it over to Tim.
I will throw in first, you reminded me of when I was talking once with the PI for the InSight mission.
Yep.
And I said, wouldn't you rather have 3 seismometers at different places around Mars? He said, sure, you got 2 or 3 billion for us?
Yeah.
And this is the kind of thing that if it goes well, might lead to that.
No, that's exactly it. And so I spent a lot of the other part of my life worrying about ice at Mars, right? But just because you know what the ice is at one spot, if you put a land, it doesn't mean that it's uniform all across the planet. So, but you can't solve that problem unless you actually have impactors. You can get that cost down to actually really go do multiple data points. We would never try to say that the oceans are this based off one data point of our Earth oceans. You would similarly never do that at Mars. And so it's really that multi-view that allows you to obtain a systems understanding of how it's working. It's really the next generation of science at Mars.
Tim, congratulations are in order for Lockheed Martin. You picked up 2 of these 12. Why? Well, what would you like to open with? But I'm very curious about why Lockheed Martin was so interested in going into this program with pretty small awards on a very tight time scale.
Oh, sure. So, the current way we do things at Mars has been very successful for a very long time, which is science, principal investigator, driven, very competitive missions, and basically all of the infrastructure in one spacecraft. So, so right now in orbit, Lockheed Martin is flying Mars Odyssey, which is 2001,
Right.
2001 Space Odyssey. That's the oldest one. MRO and Maven, and they're the prime relays that are happening right now. And we've been doing Mars since before Viking. The building on the campus in Denver was built for the Viking lander program that Martin Marietta built the lander, JPL built the orbiters, and that's where we fly these spacecraft today. So in a way, today we're providing industry relay services. But now, at both the Moon and Mars, we're moving to the next generation of exploration where we're supported by infrastructure. So whether it's the family car or the mobile phone or the water or the gas hookup, now we're moving to that, where these are being provided from a services perspective. And that lowers the barrier of entry for more people to be engaged at the Moon and now Mars. Mars is hard. And in addition to the delta V and all that, the distance adds this complexity. You don't have as much sun on your solar arrays. Closing your link back to home for communications is a lot harder. And the other thing that really has sharpened our teams over the years is the planetary launch window. If you miss the Mars planetary launch window, you got to wait for 2 years. And boy, that's a great incentive for a team to hit their schedule. So we've got 2 of these studies, so thank you very much. And we're looking at 2 things. One is to take our Curio small deep space product line, and the first one will be Lunar Trailblazer, and apply that for Mars for small payload delivery. And what we're finding in these distributed architectures is the 6U and the 12U CubeSats don't really cut it. We're talking about larger spacecraft than that. And we've got great experience with SDA, as you mentioned, and other things. But Curio has been designed from the beginning for deep space, to have the delta V, which is a big deal, as well as the comm and the power and all those other things. And then we have a second study on the Mars relay, and that's where we're applying our heritage designs that are doing the relay today for this type of services model. And when appropriate, the services model is great. Even on Orion, for Exploration Flight Test 1 in 2014, there was a data buy. NASA had never owned the spacecraft. And we like working in that environment if it makes sense, like for infrastructure services. And I think the last thing I'll talk about here is that as we move forward and we've got a flotilla going to Mars and all of that, we have to take into account having this balanced portfolio of cost and risk. And we're starting to see how CLIPS is playing out. And we want to have that balance such that there are certain things that we know have to work and they work. And there's other places where, hey, we've got redundancy. We've got folks who have never left the Earth-Moon system. It's going to take them a while to learn these things. And so we can take a little more risk there.
Yeah, can I add 3 things real fast?
Sure, briefly, and because we'll get to the audience.
Yeah, perfect, thank you. So one thing about comm is that, so at Mars, Tim alluded to it, but to save costs, we combine comm with the science birds. The birds are down low, and so what that means is the daggone planet blocks you a big chunk of the time, and so you can't relay during that time. So there are 2 ways to solve it. You go to a high altitude birds that are actually there, and you can dramatically increase your total data return from the planet by just doing that. We did that at Earth. That's what geosynchronous satellites do, for example. Later on, you can go to things like what we're seeing now, these low Earth constellations, but that's a massive investment to put that in place. The second thing I would allude to is a lot of these systems are looking at what we call solar electric propulsion, or we call it SEP chem systems. And the beauty of the SEP chem systems is they actually get you out of the 26-month launch windows. You can launch whenever. And that buys a lot of flexibility if you've got a mission that's running late. Now, you might tootle around the solar system for a long time and arrive roughly at the same time, but you can delay the launch. And that kind of flexibility is potentially really exciting. And lastly, the trick to doing this is don't overdo the requirements. So we have to genericize those. We need industry to push back on us to say, look, if we can use these standard ESPA ports, we know how to do those things, and you make your payload fit to those standard ports. And that is crucial for success from what we have learned from commercial cargo, commercial crew, commercial comm, and CLIPS. And we just have to really take that to heart, which means the government has to let go a little bit, you know, and be a customer.
I would love to talk more about what this indicates about the evolution within NASA of opening up opportunities like this. But rather than do that, with only about 3 minutes left, and as I said, we're already in the bonus period, are there questions from out there about the Mars Exploration Program? Hi, come on up.
Talking about like the standardization of the commercial sector and things like that, do you think that with the future in Mars and things like that, establishing like a common satellite bus to support those comm and telecommunications stuff out at Mars would be a really advantageous thing, and having people adapt to that, like how you said with the SEPA ports and things like that, just expanding it further, say, hey, this is what we have, you have to deal with it, but we can support all these things because of that.
That's a great question, and I'll start and see if Tim's got more to add. We think that's crucial to be able to do, and we have actually on the NASA side had a very healthy debate about like backing off on the requirements, but that's where we've been partnering with industry so much to understand what the current standards are, because we don't want to keep the cost down and get this going sooner than later if it's going to work. We got to make sure we're using the things we're already building. Otherwise, you start building really significant costs. So the question is, how do you do your Legos and build it up so that you can do that, which is what they're doing in these other efforts. And I would say that if we don't do what you're poking at, we won't be successful.
Yeah, and I think that each company will come with their design for how they want to solve these problems. But particularly for the things where we're taking payloads, whether large or small, you know, getting to defined interfaces so that you make a payload, oh, you missed this window, you're going to go on the next one. You know, there's a lot of seamless moving around. I think it'd be good.
So even if you don't share a bus, it does seem like sharing the interface is the next best thing.
And there's nothing new here. I'll give you one example. In Antarctica, the U.S. was the first one there. The U.S. by definition defined the fuel standards. Now everybody uses the same fuel standards, because if you're stuck, if your tractor breaks down, there's a depot that might be French or whatever, you can go use that fuel. And so really building those, what I call minimum standards, is really key. And there's a really creative tension between what the company is doing versus what, you know, what the right answer might be. And it has to be a collaboration to arrive at a good answer.
We can take one more if anybody is anxious to ask, but you're probably also anxious to get to dinner and whiskey. Did I miss a hand? Yeah, come on up.
So looking at how in commercial crew and commercial cargo, we have dissimilar redundancy. You know, this idea that two separate, distinct systems ensure that one is ready. You know, we're seeing this with Dragon and Starliner right now, and we saw it with Cygnus and Cargo Dragon.
And human landing systems.
And human landing systems, exactly. Is that kind of baked into this idea?
Yeah, that's a wonderful question. So one of the tenets that our commercial services teams, and there are multiple teams at NASA, have done, is that we have to have competition. So, so you want to have multiple entities, so that if you get into a case where one company is running behind, you still can stay on track. Or, God forbid, you have an accident and you have a catastrophic failure, you can still keep the pipeline going, which was crucial for the space station. And so we can do that, but it doesn't just have to be out to Mars. You could be out to deep space. So you could have one company that's primarily focused on the lunar operations potentially, one onto Mars, because really those all have a lot of the similar issues. You've got, you know, the radiation levels are higher. It's just the things that Tim was alluding to, but they're manageable differences. And so the trick is figuring out, maybe we have two out to Mars, you know, to get it going. I would hope we'd have a SEPChem system at some point too, because of the fact that it alleviates the need for those launch windows and to be so rigid about it. But yes, competition is one of the golden rules that we will have, and we have to do it just from a government contracting standpoint, but it's also strategically the right answer.
Rick, Tim, thank you very much for jumping in at short notice. Tim, best of success to Lockheed Martin in this new venture. I look forward to seeing those reports after that 12 weeks that you've got to develop them. I also want to thank you, Tim, because on behalf of your employer, Lockheed Martin, of course, major sponsor of the Humans to Mars Summit, and we are very grateful for that.
You're welcome.
And with that, please thank our guests. And we're going to bring back the president, I think, of Explore Mars. J.R. Edwards is going to close out the first day.
Thanks.
J.R.?
Shall we go? What we'd say?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. What an incredible day of inspirational talks, discussions, and conversations around future plans, progress made, and big vision. I can't thank you enough for being with us today, both those who are in the room and those who have joined us virtually. As one speaker noted, we are leaning in to the future, and you are part of that experience. If you recall, at the beginning of the day, I invited you to take a few steps back with me, right? To reflect on the National Academy's report a little over 10 years ago. And then we immediately took an innovation leap forward with NASA in talking about key technologies that are needed to enable this journey to Mars and to support the sustainability focus. And then we had a wonderful review of the Artemis missions and those plans. And then we heard what NASA is thinking about the entire Moon to Mars focus. What a wonderful day. I ask one thing of you as you are leaving today. Please know that the work that you are doing, the ideas that you hold, the vision that you are caring for, it matters. It's meaningful. And that vision is important for us to share with all those who are not immediately part of our community, to help them appreciate that the work that we are doing for our future missions to Mars has real application for life here on Earth. So I won't hold you any longer. I'll look forward to seeing you for day 2 tomorrow. Have a good evening.
That is hot.
We better go ahead. That's it. As you heard from the president of Explore Mars, J.R. Edwards, we are done for day 1 of Humans to Mars, the summit coming to you from George Washington University in Washington, D.C. But, as you also heard, we have much, much more coming tomorrow on day 2. We're only halfway through this so far, and some great, great stuff coming up. Hope you will join us. We get started again a little bit before 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow, right here. Well, I'll have some other folks to talk with before and during our breaks and going in and out of lunch. And then the actual program will get underway once again up on the stage behind me at 8:30 in the morning. Hope you all, hey, great, Joe, come on over.
All right.
Come over on this side. You
okay.
bet.
Here we are.
I am very glad to see you. We are joined by Joe Cassady of Aerojet Rocketdyne. Now, I think I have to add an L3 L3 Harris Technologies Company.
Correct.
Executive Director for Space in the company.
Now a new title, Director of Civil Space for Global Business Development.
Thank you for the update. And perhaps as important, at least in this venue, member of the board for Explore Mars and Executive Vice President.
Correct. Yes, and very excited about the first day of the workshop here, the summit. It's always exciting to see people who come from all over the country, really, and ask fantastic questions of our panels. And I think we had a whole great day of panels, a variety of topics, as always. Chris does a great job working with folks to get variety of subjects that are of interest to our many folks around. And I know we have a big virtual audience out there today too. So I think we're off to a great start and another exciting day tomorrow.
I need to express gratitude to you folks as well on behalf of Aerojet Rocketdyne, another major sponsor of H2M and a long relationship.
It has been a long relationship, 10 years now. I feel like, we get so much from our relationship with Explore Mars. Obviously, being a propulsion provider for many of the components that we saw today that NASA explained, for everything from the SLS rocket to the Orion capsule to the Gateway. What am I missing? Basically, we have engines on all of it. And so, obviously we have a keen interest in seeing this go forward, but we're also, all of us passionate about the fact that we want to see humans get to Mars. And it's exciting to see an update like this where we get to see the status of things like Mike Sarafin showed us this morning, all that hardware being built. These things are coming together now, and we're witnessing history in the making.
I know one you missed. When we were at dinner yesterday, we were all still very excited because the countdown was still underway for that first launch of the CST-100 with a human crew, and it got scrubbed.
Yes, disappointing. Again, a valve.
It's always a valve.
It's always a valve, You might as well just say that. But we'll be back. I think the last I saw, they're just making sure, being very careful to give everybody enough time to do the evaluation, whether that needs to be changed out or whether they can just make it work. I don't know the answer to that yet, but I think it's sounding like Friday. So, and I'm sure, as everyone always says, when it's safe, we'll go.
And you guys are all over this, right? Atlas Centaur and the capsule, the CST-100.
Yeah, that's true, as well as the two solids on the Atlas. So we definitely have a lot vested in that one too.
All right, looking forward to it. We won't get to see that great launch, I guess, during H2M tomorrow, but soon after, not too long to wait. Looking forward to spending another day here with you tomorrow, Joe. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Matt.
Joe Cassady. Now we're going to call it quits for the night here in Washington. And again, we hope to see you again tomorrow morning, a little bit before 8:30 a.m. Eastern. I'm Matt Kaplan for the Planetary Society, but here for Explore Mars, the Humans to Mars Summit. Have a great evening.
One.